rather be on vacation. Guess I haven't got the education. I don't really have an explanation. So I found a new game to play. Thought I told you to stay away, but I see you're here anyway. So yeah, guess you're welcome to overstay. Just don't build up your expectations. It's not a good time to test my patience. And don't get in these situations. Cause you're chasing a hurricane, taking a name in vain. My God, it's such a shame. Cause you got yourself into this. It says enter at your own risk. Now your name is on my list, and you are exactly where I want. So I probably lost my mind. Well, you're welcome to try and find. But dear, don't you be surprised if I'm not here when you look behind. Guess I have my own destination, and you're staring at the wrong direction. I'm not looking for your confirmation. Cause you're chasing a hurricane, taking a name in vain. My God, it's such a shame. Cause you got yourself into this. It says enter at your own risk. Now your name is on my list, and you say you're not gonna take part in this mind play. Well, that's just the kind of price that you gotta pay. Said you have to go, but now you kinda wanna stay. Kinda wanna stay. Cause you're chasing the hurricane, taking the name in vain. My God, it's such a shame. Such a shame. Cause you got yourself into this. It says enter at your own risk. Now your name is on my list, and
Now there ain't nothing to it. Go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile born, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is something. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that, y'all. Here we go.
I'ma show you who I am. I'm unbreakable. I don't think you understand. Watch me escape it.
New month, new league, and new games to play. It's the third month of Virtual Diplomacy League action, and tonight we're featuring the Nexus Speedboat League. We've got a packed show full of very impressive content. So in true speedboat style, expect a fast pace and lots of boat puns. My name is Brian Pravel, one of the co-founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, and tonight I'm joined by a group of analysts that I dare say are not too shabby, eh? Let's meet him now. He is cruising for a bruising. We welcome to the stream Adam Silverman, one of the leaders of the Badass Diplomacy Club. Hey, Adam. He likes big boats and cannot lie. Let's welcome the tournament director of the longest running diplomacy tournament in North America, Mr. David Hood.
Hey there, Brian Pravel.
Howdy, howdy. And celebrate good times. It's one of the hardest working broadcasters on DBN and the 2020 VDL third place finisher, Karthik Konath. Oh, you are on mute.
Howdy, Brian.
Hey, sounded great. Thanks for joining us, everyone. We've got a lot of content to get to tonight. But before we do, let's remind everybody there's a ton of other content and diplomacy events that DBN is covering that players can participate in. David, you just dropped the latest episode of Deadline News yesterday. You want to talk to us about that?
We did, yes, we did. It dropped at about the middle of yesterday, and it's really a packed show. We've got a panel discussion with the last two virtual face-to-face winners, plus Jordan Connors of Conch fame online, and they have a panel discussion about trying diplomacy differently than what you're used to. So if you're a face-to-face player, trying online. If you're an online, trying face-to-face. And if you're either one, try virtual face-to-face like we're doing tonight. So we've got that, plus DixieCon promo material, stuff about the face-to-face registry, and just lots of stuff in the show.
Yeah, and you can catch DixieCon coverage here Memorial Day weekend. I believe that's May 29th and 30th. And you can watch the Game Day Live cover that here. VDL and League Night's going to be back in just 3 short weeks, June 5th. And the Tour of Britain will resume league play on June 12th and 13th. So if you're interested in playing in or viewing either of those, we will be covering both. First episode of the DBNI Countdown show is going to be released in early June after DixieCon. Really excited to see Zach Moore get back on air. And this will be your first chance to see the 2021 season DBNI standings. And then last but not least, a recent announcement, Boston Massacre will be held virtually this year on June 26th and 27th. If you're interested in checking out any of these events, you can check out links in the description. We'll add those to the show notes after this broadcast. And before you leave us, remember to like this video, subscribe to the channel. Doing this helps YouTube know to recommend this to people who enjoy content that's similar to you. And hopefully that'll help other people who might be interested in this game find us and grow the hobby. And that's what this mission is all about. One last quick thing before we get started. There's still time to vote on the League Night question of the day. Yesterday on Twitter, we asked, which region will this season's Virtual Diplomacy League champion come from? There's still time to vote. Just go to twitter.com/diplobn and choose whether you think the winner will be from Asia Pacific, Europe, or North America. The poll will close in a couple minutes, and we'll be looking at the broadcast later on this show. So that's enough talking. Let's take a look at where we are at with our current league standings. I'll bring that up. David, you've been watching the broadcast pretty closely. Is there anything that stood out to you about last month's league action?
I don't think you could talk about last month's league action without talking about number one on your screen right there, Michalis Kamarites, who not only is currently leading the Virtual Diplomacy League, but is leading the Tour of Britain of all things. So, and he had a solo in the last broadcast. So Michalis is on cloud 9 here. We'll see if he's still up there, or he might come crashing to earth at some point.
Yeah, I'm real curious to see how he responds to playing with the yellow jersey, playing from the front. Speaking of league leaders, Wes Ketchum and the DBN Stats team has been hard at work analyzing statistics from every VDL game played to date. I am super excited about this new segment. Karthik, could you introduce our player statistics?
Sure. So going over the player statistics, we broke down our statistics into two categories, performance and style. In performance, we first look at games played. This is relatively normal, exactly what you expect. It's just the number of games played by any player in the previous and current season. But after that, we get into some more interesting territory. So there's TS, which is the top share percentage, which is the player's average share of their board top at the end of their games. So this is a really cool statistic that will show how successful players are at topping their boards, which is really important in VDL, given the scoring system. And then there's cap, which is the center is above or below the average player at the end of the game normalized by power. So we take the average of every single power's performance in terms of center count, and then we look how many centers above or below that player performs, and then we sum all those numbers together, average them out, normalize all the data, and we get this number that sort of summarizes exactly how well an individual player does at getting big in the game. And then in terms of style, we have three other statistics that kind of show how the player kind of plays in their games. So first we have cap 04, which is just like cap, except it's just at the end of 1904, which shows you how aggressive a player is at going about their business and getting big early. And then we have two metrics that are designed to interpret how linked a player is in their alliance structures, based on the number of foreign supports given, which is FSG, and the number of foreign supports received, FSR. So these are going to be the average number of supports given or received to foreign units at the end of 1908, normalized once again by the power and the units. The normalization here is to make sure that we don't bias statistics based on the power that a given player has played, especially given the small sample size, and also to give us really useful statistics regarding how they're actually doing.
Yeah, this is great stuff. I've loved watching all the behind-the-scenes conversations that have been going on in these, and it's going to be really interesting to see how these things play out throughout the season. I think we've all noted that the sample sizes are really small right now, and they could be heavily biased by particular countries that may be more or less prone to get off to a fast start, or more or less prone to receive or give supports to other countries. And so we've got to take them all with a little bit of a grain of salt, but it's going to be awesome to see how some of our players are doing and start putting them head-to-head in some of these metrics.
Definitely. And we'll point out they are normalized to at least prevent the power bias. So that is something that we did take into account very much when designing these stats and making them as useful as possible for our viewers.
Yeah, and it's also important, like, this is new. I don't know that anybody's had the ability, because all of these games are virtual. We can analyze move by move, support by support. We're doing our best to try and pick out what we feel like is accurate based on our understanding of the game, but we are only human. There could be errors in data. There could be misunderstandings of what this information means. So it's important we take everything with a grain of salt, but I think it's a really big step in diplomacy as a hobby that we can start analyzing at this kind of level. So with that,
let's stop talking it down for a minute. I'm going to talk it back up because this is really cool. It is so cool to have these statistics there. Just when we thought that we couldn't add anything else to YouTube coverage of diplomacy, look what we've added.
Yeah, I'm more geeking out about this than just about anything we've added.
So if you're excited to know, what are the results when England opens to the channel and France doesn't, and France does and England doesn't, we're not going to share any of that with you today because we don't want to bias the games, but we got all that, and maybe at some point we will.
Well, for today, we're going to focus in on our league leaders. We're going to start out. We've got one representative from each region. Representing North America, we've got Morgante Pell. Karthik, run us through Morgante's player card.
Sure. So Morgante's played 12 games this season, one of the most in the entire this season and the previous season, one of the most in the entire circuit. And over that time, he's amassed a 28% top share, good for 4th in the league, and also a cap of 1.06, which is good for 13th. So that means he's good at getting pretty big, but most importantly, he's very good at getting the top when he does get big. In terms of foreign supports given and received, and then in terms of foreign supports given and received, He is pretty linked with his alliance players. But most importantly, he gets off to a very quick start, given his cap 04 of 1.66, good for 4th overall.
In second place, representing Asia Pacific, we have Miles Holcomb.
Miles Holcomb has only played 5 games this league, this season and the previous season, but has done incredibly well as well, getting a 30% top share, good for 3rd overall, and a cap of 4.64, good for 2nd overall. Those are just whopping numbers. Just shows how dominant he's been in his new time here. Also worth highlighting is his FSR of 10.0, which is good for 2nd in the league, showing how good he is at getting other players to help him onto his own objectives. And his cap 04 of 1.84 is good for 3rd, which shows you not only is he good at getting off to a fast start, but he's good at finishing as well.
Yeah, and we're still kind of feeling out what a good score is, but I think it's important we point out for FSG and FSR, that represents the average amount of supports given or received through an average VDL game. So on average, he's receiving 10 more supports than the average than average. So that's impressive, really, really impressive.
Mm-hmm.
All right, in first place, we have our VDL League leader. We look at his rookie card, Michalis Camaridis.
Yep, Michalis Camaridis is probably one of the hottest players right now in the VDL. He's only played 2 games over the past 2 seasons, just recently getting a start here, and has amassed a whopping 75% top share and an 8.84 cap. Now, he has too few games to get a ranking here, but suffice to say, this is one of the best performances we've seen, capped off by the first VDL solo, which puts his numbers just in monster levels. Very, very good FSG and FSR ratings at 6 and 5. But also worth highlighting is his cap 04 of 2.62, which shows you how good he is at getting hot quickly, and then just continuing all the way to the end of the game, finishing very hot as well.
Well, our top 3 players represent the 3 primary regions for competitive diplomacy play. Morgante from North America, Miles from Asia Pacific, Michalis from Europe. Last year, the VDL was dominated by players from North America. This year, the league has been significantly more participation and success from Asia Pacific and Europe. To help us predict which region will produce the 2021 VDL champion, we turned to our audience and took a Twitter poll. Let's take a look at how they voted. This is what it looked like before the show. Let's see if we had any updates. Here we go. And here we are. Audience says North America, 64%. We'll start with you, Adam. Is that correct?
I think it's correct. We have the most players are coming out of the North American continent, and I think just for that reason, we're most likely to see some top players coming from there.
David?
The way I'm going to answer that question is it doesn't have to be correct. And Michalis is going to try to make it not correct. Miles is going to make it not correct. And those are just 2 of the many good players we're going to see from Europe and from the Asia Pacific regions that are going to try to prove this wrong.
And Karthik?
I think it will be North America, but I would say it's someone who's not in the top 7 right now, not even in the top 10, and not even in the rankings. I think Tanya Gill will reprise her position and win the VDL coming this year again.
Wow, big prediction early in the season from Karthik. Let's write that down and we'll come back to that and see whether he's a genius or if he's a goat. So, all right. Next up, diplomacy is a social game and league diplomacy takes this social element to another level. Let's get to know a player who's been active in both the virtual face-to-face and speedboat community. Since we're covering speedboat tonight, let's meet our player spotlight.
Hey, thanks, Brian, and I am very pleased to be joined in this month's featured player interview by JJ Raymond. Welcome, JJ.
Hello, hello. Nice to see you.
Yeah, same here in person. I know most of us do this via Discord. We don't get to put a name with a face, so thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
You took the tour by storm last year. Kind of coming on, and we knew you were a young kid. How did you learn about the game?
Yeah, so around May of last year, my friends and I were, bored, stuck quarantining, not much to do. We just finished our AP tests and whatnot. And actually my twin brother, Alec, just randomly, found it and set up a Discord server and a backstabber game. And, we started playing, and then, I typed into YouTube how to play diplomacy or whatnot, and sort of went down a rabbit hole there, and eventually stumbled across DBN. And after that game ended, we only ended up playing one game. I enjoyed it a lot, so I wanted to keep playing it. And through DBN, I joined a few Discord servers, and I played at my first virtual face-to-face tournament at Weasel Moo, and I guess the rest is history. And actually, in that first game, I stabbed my brother Alec to top the board. And actually, recently he's been asking if I can teach him, and maybe in an upcoming tournament we'll see the Raymond twins battle it out, and maybe he'll get revenge on me. We'll see.
Nice. Well, we'll have the Roberts family and the Raymonds family competing for best family titles. That's good. So you found it online. Does that mean you've never played face-to-face before?
Yeah, I have not. As you know, I'm a high school senior, and next year I'm going to the University of Notre Dame. So, I won't be too far from Chicago there. So I'm definitely going to try and make it to a few Red Wednesdays, and hopefully I'll be able to make it to a few tournaments. I don't know how busy I'll be yet, but I'm pretty pumped for face-to-face. Obviously it's a change of pace from virtual face-to-face, but I've gotten to know a lot of the people in the hobby so far, and it seems like everyone's itching to get back in person, so I'll be there when it happens.
So speaking of Speedboat, is you are kind of a mod of Nexus. I see you a lot in the Speedboat area of it. What do you take away from Speedboat kind of merging it with the virtual face-to-face?
Yeah, like as you've said, I've played a lot of Speedboat over the past 6 months. And I think the main thing is just sort of getting tactical practice from a variety of different board states, whether it's stopping a solo or just a bunch of silly alliance combinations that you wouldn't see in a lot of situations. So that's been super helpful, and it sort of helped me to sort of think of the board more holistically, in that in virtual face-to-face you have to sort of be able to quickly and in Speedboat you have to be able to quickly put yourself in another country's shoes and say, if I were them, what would I want to accomplish on this turn, and then sort of write your orders and adjust accordingly. So just being able to, make fast decisions has definitely helped with, the shorter face-to-face turns as well. And it's helped me sort of better predict what others are going to do, and sort of helped me sniff out lies, although, I am notorious for getting stabbed by Tommy Anderson. So, I still have some work to do.
We'll have to see if you're seated next to Tommy in any of these games this weekend. Kind of lastly, I think we're kind of getting to a full year of VDL now. We started last spring. What's the biggest takeaway that you've learned in diplomacy virtually versus kind of the, quiet Speedboat?
Yeah, so like you said, VDL is a year-long thing, and sort of the main thing for me that separates it from the tournaments is that, you're going to be on a board, or you're going to be with a player on multiple boards throughout the year. So being able to maintain relationships with everyone is extra important. And the VDL has been great. Actually, I haven't done that well in VDL compared to a lot of the other tournaments and stuff. So we'll see how I do in these this weekend's games. But if I do get stabbed or attacked, I'm expecting to see some justice for JJ hashtags in the chat.
We'll get people chatting it in. Well, we wish you the best of luck in your games this weekend, and definitely look forward to seeing you in person here in the Midwest coming up in the fall. Thanks, JJ.
Thanks. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, JJ. Can't wait for the Family Feud. That's going to be fun to watch. And man, we are minutes away from our coverage of the VDL early rounds. Before we hand things off, Karthik and I are going to make some predictions and talk about some storylines that we're watching for. Karthik, what are you going to keep an eye on tonight? Karthik, you are on mute.
I'm going to keep an eye on the direction of Italy. So I've noticed, like, virtual face-to-face, Italy tends to go east very, very often, which has been to the benefit of the Western powers and allows the Western powers to top a lot. I'd be curious to see over this one and the next VDL to see if Italy starts going west more often and starts to throw a wrench in the Western power shoes. Because right now, the West has been dominant over the past few VDLs in terms of board tops, getting big, so on and so forth.
Yeah, and I'm going to take a slightly different perspective and focus more in on the league standings themselves. I just want to see if the APAC and European players are able to continue to have the success that they've been having so far in this league. McAllis in particular has been extremely impressive. Miles has been really impressive, but it's really early in the season. I want to see if that success lasts. So thank you all for watching our opening show. It's time for our game coverage. We're going to hand things off over to Adam and David, who will be calling our early game VDL games. All right. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick look and see who's playing in our early round games. Let me go ahead and bring that up. All right. Tonight we're taking a look based off of last year's DBNI standings. These will be updated after DixieCon, but based off of last year's DBNI standings, here are the top players that are playing tonight. Morgante, Ed, Tommy. We've got a pretty solid list of DBNI qualifiers and people that were close on the outside that may be looking to make a move this season. So Adam, David, looking through these rounds, are there any stories that you're interested in exploring for these rounds?
Well, this is a Shark Tank here, right? And so there's a lot of people who have potential targets on their backs. And when a lot of people have targets on their backs, that makes it a little bit easier for the folks with targets on their backs to maybe get something going. So actually, I'm excited to see how McAllis does coming off of that solo last time. Is that going to scare people and push them away, or is he going to find somebody who's willing to work with him?
David?
Yeah, I agree. There are tournaments you go to where there's a couple of really good players, and then there's a lot of folks that are trying to learn the game. That does not apply to that list we just saw. Every single one of those people can play this game and can play it well, and it'll be fun to see them tilt in the joust here.
All right. Well, with that, I'm going to say goodbye and turn over the games to you. We'll take a look at our first game player list.
While he's getting that, Adam, wouldn't it be great if we could have the level of play in face-to-face tournaments that we've seen in League Night so far in the VDL? It'd be great for that to happen.
One can hope once we're back to that we'll be seeing a lot of these folks, and they'll be bringing their knives into the live games, and man, what a joy it'll be.
It's totally true. Well, here we got VDL 51 up. This is the early morning game that was played for game day for VDL. And you see JJ Raymond. We just saw him on the screen. Now we're going to see him as Austria playing it. I don't know what time it was in California when this game started, but he's playing it, by gosh. Then we've got Nicholas, who looks like a new player in England. We've got Alex from Texas and France playing again with us, already ranked 15th. Morgante, of course. What else do you need to say about Morgante? We've already talked about him a lot. And then you've got Robert Schupa. It looks like another newer player, which is outstanding. You know, we've talked about some of the players that we know and have seen a lot on the DBN broadcast. It's spectacular to see new people coming in. And then Eskil Sandblom, who's from Sweden, has been a really good player during the last year of virtual action. And here he is coming in 6th place as Russia. And then Wardy, who's really played a lot in the last few months from Great Britain, coming in as the Turk. So this is a very interesting lineup, don't you think, Adam?
Yeah, how great is it to see some really top players along with some new folks who, for all we know, could be super experienced and are just waiting to make something happen here.
Yeah, it'd be fun to see them do it.
Also, very exciting to see a player from Sweden. We don't see a lot of players from that part of the world. So maybe I know there was a big Swedish hobby in Sweden back in the '90s. Maybe that's something that will come back, and there'll be another World DipCon in Sweden at some point.
Oh yeah, there was a very successful World DipCon in Sweden, and a bunch of Swedish players came to the World DipCon I ran in Chapel Hill back in 1990. So There's certainly a history of Swedish diplomacy. So it'd be great to see it come back like it was for sure.
Yeah, so it's great. And this was the round that was very late in North America, right? So we've got some North Americans who are playing in God knows what hour, middle of the night, the night owls.
I think 3 a.m. Eastern. So that would have been, for JJ, it would have been starting at midnight. But, old to be 18 again, I guess, is the way that some of us are going to look at that.
Well, Morgante is there too, so we'll have to find out from him how it went over for him, if he was just up on a lot of caffeine or if those are his normal hours. Maybe
we may be finding out in just a minute how it went for him as we see the moves. That might really tell us something.
All right, here we are.
Got Spring of 01. Do you see any openings that stand out here, Adam? Most of them look standard to me.
No, I guess maybe I'll just point out that Turkish opening that we're seeing here, which is something that's sort of been we've been seeing it a little bit more lately. The Smyrna to Ankara with the bounce in the Black Sea. Obviously, this is essentially equivalent to a Smyrna hold move, but again, giving Turkey that flexibility to either bounce the Black Sea again or to go out to Constantinople in the fall while still leaving Smyrna open for a fleet build if they move it out. So nice to see that flexibility that Wardy's building in for himself there. Otherwise, I'm not seeing a whole lot of things that are unusual here.
Yeah, the Italy move to Trieste, which is probably borrowing Trieste, has become almost completely routine in a way that it certainly wasn't, 3 years ago.
It's amazing. I think back to some games, 10, 15 years ago, face-to-face. And I remember Jan Clouet coming to me when we were playing in Austria, Italy. He was Austrian, said, "Why don't you take Trieste from me and build 2 fleets?" And I said, "What? Are you crazy? I've never seen this before." And now it's just a normal part of the vernacular, and it's happening maybe more often than not.
Yeah, oh yeah, I think so. I think the statistics bear that out. Somebody's pointing out in the chat that Morgante was a sub in later, and I think I do remember reading that now, that he had subbed in for somebody else. Although starting at 3 o'clock in the morning or subbing in at 6 o'clock in the morning is still insane. So let's see what happens in the fall. Let's see what happens in the fall. Well, sometimes the question in the West is, what do you do with Belgium? And the answer is, put the English there. Apparently, according to both sides, both the French and the Germans are not at all against the English taking Belgium. What do you think about that?
I think, too much of a good thing. I think England's probably going to have a problem in the next turn. Usually when everybody's giving it to them, there's a reason for that. But we'll see. I think the other thing that strikes me here is the Italian move into AG, and obviously showing the Trieste thing was planned, and that's just a nice aggressive play right there.
Yeah, it's a great tempo builder. All right, looking for the builds here. We'll see if we see anything interesting, or do we see the standard builds that one would normally see. I think the big question here is, what are the French build, maybe, because some of these other ones might be a little more predictable.
Well, what are you going to do here? Fleet Brest? Oh, Fleet Marseille. Okay, there you go. All right. Yeah,
that definitely tells you something. Sometimes it doesn't tell you that you're going to. Sometimes it's just you are going to move against the English, but you don't want to show it right away. So we shall see.
It's another neutral thing. Maybe it's sort of, I'm going to play a turn, drop into Mal, drop into Spain, and sort of bide my time, and indeed that's what they do. But look at that Belgium. Look at Belgium.
Wow.
The French supports the German right in. I mean that's just that's just rude, right? Put the army there, and then both of you put the army there, and both of you kick them out.
Right now, there are warning bells going off in the West that there's an AIR, and it is moving immediately. It is moving immediately into Baltic, Silesia, Bohemia, Tyrolia, probably freaking the West out. So maybe the intention of going after England, they might have to turn around and deal with what is clearly an AIR coming at them.
Yeah, that's pretty far out. I will say that the one move here that I don't like is Apulia to Rome. I'd rather see it go up to Venice in this position. Just a lot more flexibility to go up to Tyrolia if you end up in Munich, go out to Piedmont. Just a stronger position there. But yeah, let's see the full moves.
Because the French were moving north, but now they're not. They come right back.
Here they come. I mean, here it comes, right? I mean, we see England go into the Channel, but that could be just pulling another fleet down south. We see force on Sweden. We see bouncing in Belgium. We see just a full-out everybody, EF, and I'm not sure exactly what Morgante is doing. I guess he's protecting himself unsuccessfully from...
Yeah, he's losing is what he's doing. Morgante is losing Munich and losing Berlin. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
So the AIR does that. It gets what it wanted. But I will quote some guy named Isaac Newton. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So the question is, given this very quick AIR move into the West, will there be a reaction from the West that kind of ends their? Well, looks like it. Looks like they've already ended their war and are heading back towards the line.
Yeah, and I just want to correct that Germany is actually being played by someone else at this point. Morgante comes in at some later point in this game, perhaps when the power is less. So we'll try to. We're just looking at names here, so we'll try to correct that as we go.
I already knew that, Adam. I just thought it was more fun to say that Morgante was losing. So I may keep doing it just for the sheer fun of it, and Morgante Pell can deal with it.
Yeah, so I think this is kind of interesting. We see Italy building Army Rome fleet in Naples. What do you make of that? I mean, there's a strong case for two fleets here for Italy, I think. But if you're going to build an army, shouldn't it be in Venice?
It's a misbuild. I'm assuming not building in Venice is because you don't want to sort of alienate or make the Austrians nervous or something. But if the Austrians are nervous about you, you've already got a significant problem. Venice is clearly better, or build the two fleets. Because now you got to move to Venice with the army. So what did that do for you to stop this? So that was a misstep on Robert's part for sure.
Yeah.
But you can see the English coming into the mid-Atlantic, and I don't think they're there to be threatening to the French. They're there to help, looks to me like.
Yeah, and Germany's pulling back, trying to get in the position to protect themselves. They're bouncing the Russians out of the Baltic Sea. Now you've got Austria going out to Tyrolia, filling in where Italy probably could have gone. And Turkey is, unfortunately, doing the Turkey thing from this kind of position against an AIR.
But, the Russians haven't made enough progress. They're going to lose St. Pete. They're going to lose position in St. Pete, which, the problem with building the army at the end of 01 as the Russians in St. Pete, it seems cool and flexible, but it doesn't give you enough offensive punch if you're really doing an AIR.
Yep. And there it goes. But they do take Ankara to make up for it. And we get the Germans actually take Baltic in this case, which is nice with support from the English. That's actually a key position, a nice play by the Germans and the English right there. It looks like, wow, there's a stab here, I guess, is the news of the day. I just caught this looking at the east, which is Italy is really going to be in a world of pain here, losing Venice, Trieste, and Munich because they don't get enough support to hold Munich. Do you think that's a nice play by JJ, or you think it's premature?
I do not think it's premature, and here's why I think it is a nice play. The Eastern Triple had failed, frankly. It had forced a Western Triple, and a Western Triple will beat an Eastern Triple all day long because the Eastern Triple still has to kill Turkey. So that's why JJ is trying to mix it up and trying to convince the people in the West to stab Germany, maybe cut Germany out of it or something. And that's about all he could do was try to change the equation, which I think he's done.
Yep. And this is cool because Italy now pulls all three of their armies and basically says, okay, I got fleets here. Let me be useful to you. You guys don't have any fleets down here. So you want to keep coming, you keep coming. But hey, maybe you need some fleet power in the Med.
Yeah, he could make that offer to either side. I use my fleet.
No, I really like the choice of disbands. I think it makes a lot of sense if you're trying to stay in the game as a small power.
Yep. All right, should be a very interesting spring 04 given that change. Do they attack? Does EF go after Germany here? I think is a question.
Okay, so yes, and well, that's hard to say what's actually happening. The French do go to Belgium, which
the English go to Denmark. It's not looking great for the Germans.
No, it sure isn't. And let's see what else happens. We have a support. The Russians and the Austrians support themselves to Galicia and bounce in Serbia. Do you think could that be arranged? No, that's hard.
It's a war. Right? It's a war. It's
everybody sniffed the other one or something. Wow.
It's clearly a war because look, the Turks are putting the
Russians into calm.
So this is an AR war, which is all JJ needed since he's fighting everyone else around him at the same time. We'll see how.
I mean, he just stabbed Italy, so why not fight Russia, right? I mean, might as well. Okay, so let's see fall 1904. Meanwhile, let's actually not lose sight of the fact that France just got that convoy over into Tuscany.
Oh yeah.
They've got Tunis, and they can just sit there. And now the English move into the Tyrrhenian Sea. It looks like the French are supporting Austria into Rome in this case. That's a little bit curious. Given the state of the alliances here, they're also supporting the English into Holland. I don't know about that. I mean, if you're France in this situation, you're clearly fighting the East. Do you really want to help the Austrians take a dot here?
Yeah, because you're getting rid of those Italian fleets.
Yeah.
Who cares about another Austrian army? The French don't care about that. They just want to make sure that the fleets in the Med get cleared out. And it looks to me like Germany's going full Janissary. Instead of even trying to defend themselves against EF, they're just saying, you know what I'm going to Livonia. You're coming into Holland, you're coming into Belgium, coming to Denmark, I'm going to Livonia.
There it goes. And let's see, does Austria build a fleet here?
Maybe that was part of the deal or something.
They didn't, though.
Yeah, maybe that was the deal. Maybe that was some kind of deal with the French. I'll put you there. I mean, who knows what's going on in the background, but this game is already fascinating.
Yeah.
And we've got winter of 04, and look where EF fleets already are in the Med. They've already owned St. Petersburg. They've got a German Janissary up, it looks like, in Livonia. This looks like a Leviathan off to the races.
And we got an English fleet build in London, though.
Interesting.
Does England
stick together? Do they stick together? Answer is so far yes.
Yep. We got the convoy to Norway. We're going into Helgoland. Yep. And everything is just plowing into Germany. Well, Germany just, I don't know. I guess England gives them St. Pete for the time being so that they can get some game on Russia. Russia and Austria bounce again in Serbia, in Budapest, Galicia, in Bohemia. Man, that is war. That is war. EF are rolling, man. They are rolling. They take Rome back. With the Austrians take Naples, but they pay Rome for it. The French are in the Ionian Sea. Man, ouch.
I mean, I think the question is, will the East stop fighting and actually try to set up some kind of line? It's almost impossible to do at this point, but not impossible. They could turn it around, particularly if they get, the Italian fleet that's still around. Maybe they can turn that in to help them. Who knows?
They're gonna kill that. They're gonna kill that fleet, right? I mean, yeah, there it is.
Wow.
So they kill that fleet. Well, they don't.
I guess they've got a Turkish puppet they can use, a Turkish fleet.
Yeah. So interesting to see that the French retreat to Tyrrhenian Sea rather than to Eastern Med or Adriatic to get behind the line. What do you think about that, Dave? Would you be retreating behind the line from the Ionian there?
Probably so, because you can use Tuscany to go into Tyrrhenia to cover that. So that is a little odd. Although, there may be some distrust there. I mean, or mistrust, because England still got a lot of fleets. Fleet going to Holland and fleet going to North Sea might make the French a little nervous.
Yeah. certainly will make it harder to reestablish a line or reestablish an advancement, right? You get that one unit behind the line, a lot of stuff can happen from there.
Yep. It's interesting. The Germans were actually able to keep Berlin there, so there's actually still 2 German units instead of 1.
They still got 2. But why didn't they take Moscow last turn? They
must not have tried to.
They must not have tried to. Yeah. Okay. And we got the second.
Maybe didn't the army just get to Livonia with the other one being in St. Pete?
That was in the spring, I think.
That'd be interesting. Well, let's see. Maybe they've turned sides. Yeah, they're going back.
They tried to convoy back to Berlin.
Yeah, they tried to defend. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So the Russians build another fleet in Sev, so they're going to try to fill up the fleet gap down there. And now we're pulling up. Okay, now we're on the same page. Finally, the Austrians and the Russians were getting into the places where we need to be to hold the line.
Yes, they're finally trying to get their act together. I mean, I've said this many times. In this case, it was an AR war, but even if an AR alliance where you're killing Turks and killing Italians, that's fine. But where are your fleets going to come from?
Yep.
And the answer here is they have a Turkish fleet as a puppet, and that's good. And they've got an Austrian fleet, and now they're going to have 2 Russian fleets. That might be enough to plug the holes. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
I think the big question in this game really is, does the EF stick together, or do they somehow fall apart as the end game approaches in a timed VDL game? That's going to be the question. Because the East can, at the most the East can do is avoid being crushed. They can't really project much offensive punch.
I mean, I think at this point it's going to be there's not a line, so to speak. I mean, can they block out beyond St. Petersburg? It's still dicey, right? If France and England really want to push, it's pretty dicey right now.
It is. I mean, even given the fact that you have a German army that you're still keeping alive, the other one's going to die, but you have a German army. I don't know. There's some kind of line of sorts that could be built. The question is, can you at least frustrate England and or France enough for them to turn on the other? That's going to be the question here, I think. Or are they going to go to some kind of shared board top or something?
Yep.
Winter, they still look at the lines for the center counts. England and France just continue to go 1 + 1 + 1 + 1, just complete inexorable domination, really.
Well, there's your 17 center stalemate line, except there's 19 dots on the western side. Actually, there's 20 dots if you count the German fleet, the army in St. Petersburg. So you got 20 centers on the west and only 14 in the east. So it's not an unlimited game though. So who knows if anybody's going to bother going for it.
No, that's right. That's why the stalemate lines matter less in a time limited game, because there's not enough time sometimes for that to matter.
Yeah.
Well, they're certainly trying, aren't they? Putting armies in the positions they need to try to defend against the EF Leviathan. Frankly, I think they're doing a pretty good job given the situation they were in.
It's hard to argue with the tactics here, right? You got Warsaw, you're covering Livonia. You can't cover everything. I think Livonia is a good choice. You're going to have Prussia surrounded the next turn, so you could guarantee Livonia. Well, you can't really guarantee it, but there was a good likelihood of getting it. It's a good position for them, I think, and now they can piff Prussia, I think. So that will help.
Yeah, doesn't it seem like the English fleets are not quite where you want them to try to hit the? In other words, why is that other fleet didn't go through Denmark to get into the Baltic?
To get into the Baltic, yeah. I mean, because it's got an army in Denmark, which is not really what you want there.
Instead, he's putting people back onto the continent again. This may make the French a little scared. The French are sort of exposed here. I'm not sure that England's going to stab, but if I were the French, I'd be a little apprehensive about it.
Well, you're probably going to convoy the army into Belgium, not into Holland, if you're going to stab here, though. I mean, I guess Holland is a little less direct. You can always move there, go to English Channel, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, and this happens a lot with a big England. You've almost got too many units to not make your ally.
You got fleets with not much to do with them. You got armies in the middle that, there's not a lot to do with them either right now, unless you're going to push through somewhere. And here we go, 2 more armies, which is probably more French friendly than another fleet would be. So it's hard to argue with that.
Yeah, I agree with that. But the real question is, does this game break open, or does it really essentially end with a big England and a big France dominating the game? I think that's.
I mean, this is pretty locked, right? I mean, unless somebody's going to stab on the West, so there's not much else to happen. I think that this is pretty much a line.
And I think the point you made earlier is so interesting, Adam. What if that French fleet had retreated forward, and you would have never been able to really catch them? They would have been behind your line. That could have really changed the tactical equation a lot. The English have now moved one of their fleets into the English Channel. That's probably to go around, but who knows?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they don't need another fleet in the south. Maybe it's just keeping France honest. Maybe it's saying, you know what, I'm going to take Brest and get the board top, and then we're going to call it here.
Well, England already had the board top at 11-9.
That's true. Yeah.
So I think the question is, what happens here? Okay, this is clearly a design.
There you go.
Game. Yeah.
There you go.
The switch of Belgium makes it 10-10. That looks like, I bet you the game is fixing to end here. Because otherwise this game's locked up anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Without a stab, as you said.
Well, and if there was going to be a stab, it was going to happen there, not England giving France a dot to even the center count, which I think
that's totally.
I think we're going to end right here, right?
That's what it looks like. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
You know, it's just kind of an old-fashioned pick an ally. Well, it wasn't actually an old-fashioned pick an ally.
They fought a little bit. They fought a little bit early on, actually. There was that convoy into Belgium early on and then getting destroyed. It almost looked like an FG, but it quickly changed. I think that AIR just spooked the world and sort of formed this, like, you know, defensive triple, which is terrible news for Germany, right, against an AIR. And
it was also terrible news for the AIR.
It was also terrible news for the AIR, indeed.
But that was a lot of fun to watch. I hope the next one gives us just as much fun. We're now ready for VDL 52, which was the second game of today's game day.
And look at the lineup here. We have Seren in Austria. Seren, obviously, longtime player on VDL and has had some really fantastic results. John Jameson, everyone's favorite from Vancouver. You know, on again, off again player, but has been, you know, had some good results, and we all know he knows what he's doing when he plays a serious game. Ben Kelman has had some great results as France, and I think that he's played quite a few VDL games, right? He's definitely somebody who has been heavy into the competition here. Two players in Germany and Italy that I guess are new to us, and I see we don't have a location on them. I'm not sure if they're European players or North American players or APAC, but great to see some new faces. It looks like Ethan has played before, though we don't have a location.
It's true. Then we've got Morgante coming in here as Russia. We've already talked about him. And Matt Lynch from Ireland, one of our Irish players. I had him on the Deadline show back in March for St. Patrick's Day. So it's great to see him back on the board. Okay, what kind of openings do they have in store? Did they have for us today? A little different. You have that French opening that that I hadn't seen until the last 12 months, where you basically run away from Belgium, and that's really fascinating. And you get the Venice hold instead of the Venice to Trieste, don't you? Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is an interesting French opening, right? It does give a lot of flexibility to France. If it's protective of Burgundy, if they do happen to get bounced, they have a lot of options for how they take Iberia. If they do get into Burgundy, they've got some play on Munich and other things. So I think it's kind of a cool play. It's also, defensive in the event you get something in the channel. So. We see, the traditional Turkish opening here. I don't know what's going on with Vienna supporting Warsaw to Galicia, but
well, what's really going on is it looks like there's AR friendship, and the Russians went north, which I always enjoy seeing different things here, that's pretty different.
Sure.
So the fall turn, you do have Morgante trying to block Norway, or at least trying to force Jameson into supporting himself there. Yep. Who gets Belgium? The French. And they convoy to Portugal, which is one of the things you do from that opening, is allow yourself to convoy to Portugal, which means you get to stay in the mid-Atlantic, so that it can go north or south, depending. So really a very different set of openings than the last game, isn't it, Adam?
I'm wondering that Ben probably had a lot of confidence that he was going to be getting Belgium right there. I think that this is indicative of a very strong FG, a lot of trust right there. That fleet in Mao is not friendly to England. It gives a lot of options following the fleet Brest build. And again, I can't see Ben doing this and giving up Spain, basically, without having a lot of confidence that he's getting that second build.
Well, he can take Spain in the 1902, of course.
And I have no doubt that he will.
Fleet Brest? Surely not. Surely this is not an anti-Jameson alliance.
And somehow he got Jameson to build Fleet Eddie, which is just not the right choice in this position. With France making an opening like that, you got to put the fleet down in London just to protect yourself. Otherwise, Turkey builds an army. Cool.
Yep.
Cool. The Lisbon leapfrog. I like that.
I think that is what that is, actually. The opening. Well, I think that army build is possibly the most interesting thing I saw, because we all know that there's only one way Matt could go, and look, he did that.
There it is. Yep, and Morgante responds accordingly. Right, he's rushing into St. Petersburg in Ukraine. Into Sevastopol in Ukraine in order to protect his southern flank. And look, the Austrians move against Italy. So it's if there is. And Austria says, hey, you guys have fun. I'm doing something else right here. And probably for the right reason, since Tunis tried to convoy to Albania and all that kind of thing. So we've got A fighting I, we've got T fighting R, we've got probably FG fighting England, though who knows with a supported move to Burgundy.
Well, that might have just been to be careful. But it certainly doesn't look good for Jameson. I wouldn't like his position. There's a German fleet in Helgoland and a French fleet in English Channel, so that's not good. We'll see if he can talk his way out of it. Answer, no. The French convoy to Wales, so the answer is no. In fact, Jameson knows he's in trouble. He convoys the army back to London just so that he'll have some defensive unit there. He knows he's gonna. He doesn't lose Norway though, because Morgante doesn't take it.
No, I like the play here by Morgante, recognizing that he needs to play a little bit of balancing on that side of the board, given how much he's got to devote things in the south. So he basically balances by saying, okay, there's an FG. I'm gonna just make sure they don't make too much progress, so I don't get the axe next up there.
So Saren had a choice there. Does she go with Matt against Morgante, or with Morgante against Matt? And she chose the latter. She chose to stick with the AR, which has been going on from the beginning. That's why nobody's ever been in Galicia. So should be interesting to see another game. It's the second game in a row where we're going to see the people on the outs in the east being the Italians and the Turks.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing surprising on the builds, it looks like. So let's go straight into spring of 2003. The French take Liverpool. Otherwise, get their units in position to follow up. The Germans, of course, take the North Sea, so the sea line continues. Now Morgante takes Norway. What do you see in the east, Adam?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Turkey is making their play to be friendly to Russia and just saying, hey, I'm gonna go after Austria, who made this choice to come after me. You can help me or not, and clearly the answer is not, at least right now. But at least Matt's probably making his pitch, and but the reality is with those two armies positioned in Turkey, he's not going to be a huge help to either Austria or Russia right now. So I'm expecting, it's not going to be fast for them to take him out, but I'm expecting that he's not going to have a fun game right now.
Yeah, it's really tough to have three armies in a fleet as the Turks and really accomplish a whole lot, unless the Italians have already started carving up the Austrians and you work with them. But that had not happened in this situation, of course.
Yeah.
So we've got the fall turn. Well, if nothing else works for Saren, how about take Munich?
Yeah, there was nothing there it was a guess to stop it, and or perhaps it wasn't, since Warsaw moved to Silesia. So I guess it wasn't even a guess. So there it is. Sure, why not? You're having some trouble with the Italians. You need another build, put another unit on the board to help you against the Italians. I think it's really cool that she just moves to Albania, like, I'm fighting the Italians, but they got an army in Venice. But you know what? I'm going to leave Trieste open. That's okay.
Well, she was probably the Italians have been trying to convoy into Albania since the beginning of time.
Yeah.
So she probably thought that was going to happen again. But you're right. Now she could build a fleet if she wants.
Yep.
Did you notice the Germans convoyed successfully into Edinburgh?
And
then killed the army.
Easy come, easy go.
Well, that's because he lost Denmark, right?
I mean, what do you think? Does this have the potential to be a monster game for France here right now? I mean, I think France and Russia both look good. Probably Seren as well in Austria, depending on how she can capitalize from that position. But you know, having to put down that next fleet right now definitely does leave her exposed.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the Austrians, and this is, I've said it already tonight, AR alliances can be tough because how do you get the fleets into the meds you need to defeat your enemies? And at this point, you've got two fleets. The Italians have two fleets, and the French can help plug the hole by going to Piedmont, which they do.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really not a great position for Sarah. And then look, she's actually lost Munich, lost the army, got piffed. French continue to march, as you can see them getting into the North Sea here.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is building up for a very nice French and Russian game. I think I would say that their positions are quite strong here. It's not the clearest path to success for Morgante, given the Turks are pretty tough to take out from this position. They're not strong, but they can afford to just kind of wait around.
Well, that's the strength of Turkey. So fall turn, what do we have? Well, let's see. The French continue. They took London, so they continue to really dominate position here. But they're there. I assume that they actually tried to snag Venice, looks like, because the Austrians couldn't threaten Venice. So the French actually tried to snag Venice. I'm not sure that was the right. You really need the Italians as your friend here to try to keep the Austrians and Russians at bay.
I mean, you got nothing to send down into the Med, so you take Venice. What are you going to do? You're going to build a fleet and have a single fleet in the Med right now, or maybe
maybe it was a miscommunication or something, because otherwise it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But look, France and Russia now at 8. Which one of these positions would you rather have, Adam? The Russian position or the French position?
Man, it's hard to not really like that French position. I mean, I might be seeing a northern fleet from Russia, which I would be very unhappy about right now. But if I don't see a northern fleet from Russia as France, I'm feeling really good about my prospects to clean up there.
As Merlin's bounced back here, now is building again. The Germans.
That's right.
I guess clearing the bad guys out of Germany is why he's doing that. The Northern Russian fleet, I love it. I think that's a great.
Yeah. I think it's the right play. I mean, if you're, like I said, if I'm France, that's the one thing I don't want to see. But if I'm Russia, it's kind of what I have to do in order to be able to stymie and perhaps have a shot at the board top over the French here.
Yeah, Morgante has some choices here. Did you maybe try to make friends with the Germans or something? Who knows, and plow into the Austrians? I wonder what Seren's doing in Galicia. That's an interesting move. And putting the Italians into Venice. This was maybe a misplay on France's part. We talked about what Ben did earlier, trying to go to Venice. I thought it might have been a miscommunication. It looks like it was just an anti-Italian move because the Italians sure didn't like it. And they're leaving Seren alone, and Seren and the Italians have been fighting all along.
Well, he also built a fleet in Marseille, and here he comes, right? So clearly no love lost from that move. And the question now is, are Seren and the Italians patched up? And are we about to see Seren take Romania or something along those lines?
Yeah, or go into Warsaw or something. An interesting question.
Yeah, Romania.
Wow, yeah.
But this could even be agreed, right? I mean, this could be agreed with the idea of, hey, we got to cover it from the Turks. I'm taking Ankara anyway, so you take Romania and you get the bill this time.
Although if I'm the Russians and I'm going to agree to lose Romania, I might just retreat the fleet off the board and rebuild it as an army.
Yeah, but he covered Sev, so he didn't actually.
Oh, he had to cover it from the Turks. You're right. Yep, you're totally right.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, that's quite a change for the AI to have formed here in the mid game after having sort of a inconclusive war. And I bet Ben is kicking himself that he didn't just leave the Italians alone and plow into the Germans and the Russians in the north instead of having to do what he's doing here, which is essentially defend against the Italians.
Well, and he's fighting both the Russians and the Germans. I mean, it's not clear that the Russians and the Germans are really coordinating very well, but I mean, he's essentially fighting both of them in the north, and he really doesn't have the units to do that.
I mean, it's hard to argue with Ben's 10 center position here. I'm not saying it's a bad position. It's good. I'm just saying, wouldn't it be cooler if he didn't have to worry about the Italians? Now, maybe he got tipped off the Italians were coming anyway, and that's why he tried to snake Venice. I guess we'll find out.
He's got to make it up with the Germans. I think he's got to make it up with the Germans in this position because he just doesn't have the army power to, to do much in the middle. So he's got no benefit to actually continue to try and fight the Germans because ultimately the Russians are going to be the ones to take advantage of that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Morgante's choice there, having fought with the Germans a bunch, was probably try to make friends with the Germans and make common cause against the French, which would ultimately really help Morgante more than anybody else, probably, more than the Germans. But let's see, which way do the Germans go? And the answer is mostly they defend. But it looks like they're working with the Russians, doesn't it?
Well, this is more than defense, right? They're trying to piff Ruhr right here. I think we're getting Ruhr to Munich with support of Burgundy, and we're getting Kiel supports Munich to Burgundy. Why does that? Oh, and we got a belager on Munich because we've got the Russians supporting Berlin into Munich. That's an interesting tactical situation there. That's quite cool. But yeah, this is going to not make Ben's life easy, and again, the dearth of armies over there is going to create some challenges for him.
It's not even that the dearth of fleets. He's going to
the dearth of fleets too. He had to shift everything south, so now he's got
lose North Sea.
Yeah, he's got 4 fleets going south, and then he's just got Holland and north, and Holland's just sitting there.
This is really a complete turnaround for Ben here. If he can't do something diplomatically, he's in serious trouble of losing his top.
Yeah, and you've got the AI continuing to work together. Ben versus everyone, indeed.
Yep.
So now we piff that Russian fleet, which makes perfect sense. Let Morgante rebuild it, and get another fleet in the north, probably. I'm guessing.
Yeah, Morgante's position really has changed. It all has to do with losing control of the Italian relationship, as far as Ben's concerned. Spring of 2007, he just starts falling apart here. His position in the north is just sunk. And really, his position in the south isn't that good. Well, as Chris pointed out, you can't be Ben against everybody and have that work out. It's not going to work out.
No, that's rough. And man, what a great position for Morgante. He's got Austria pulling back. Just really not much threatening him right now. This is sort of the delayed AIR, I guess.
Yes. Yep. Although the R is really big.
The R is much bigger than the ARI. That is true, or at least it feels like it is.
I mean, the French position is now completely hopeless, really, because
we lost the
Mid-Atlantic. Yeah. There's just about nothing Ben can do here tactically. The only thing he can do to try to salvage the situation would be diplomatically, because there should be some daylight between the interests of the Russians and the Austrians and the Italians. Daylight you can exploit. Like, what did Saren do here?
Where's Saren going next? What is Saren going to do?
Exactly.
I mean,
the window of the only window that she could go through that's got an enemy in it is Ruhr and Burgundy. That's too thin of a window. She's got to do something else here if she wants to keep growing.
Yep. And so Venice and Greece do look kind of, well, maybe Russian dots are more tasty than Venice and Greece, I guess.
Well, because if she's got the Italian, she's got somebody tying up Ben, and she can use her armies against Russia. Looks like that's what she's going to do to me.
Mm-hmm.
Almost what she has to do, unless you want to sit around all day, which is not Saren style.
Yep.
But otherwise, it's just a lot of destruction of the French position in the West. And Morgante now realizes, wait a minute, I've got a Saren problem. So he starts moving armies back. Saren didn't even go for Sevastopol in a fall turn. Isn't that surprising? That's actually very surprising.
Why not go for Ukraine and Sev, right? You got to get one. You don't need to support yourself to Ukraine.
No. I wonder if this is some kind of kabuki theater. Although if it's a kabuki theater, it's not a very good one. The Italians are coming back now because the Italians have realized, wait a minute, The Italians can try to do something interesting. We're going to Tyrolia. So this is really starting to be interesting. Ben's gone down the drain.
Crash and burn.
He's not dead, but his position, of course, is completely shot. Wow. The Italians, look at this. The Italians now at 7. What a turnaround. So Saren says, I think I'll take an Italian dot.
With support of the Italian?
What it looks like. I guess that's just part of the deal, I guess. It's part of the deal.
This is the three of them. Maybe you're right. Maybe this was all theater. I mean, it's hard to imagine Saren going to Ukraine is theater, but maybe it was just sort of I'm going to give this a try. You defended. I think it's not worth it. So let's just she
just killed the Russian army in Silesia. I don't know. This is actually a weird set of situations.
Why are you supporting yourself to Galicia though? There. I mean,
Silesia. If I said Galicia, I meant Silesia.
No, she destroyed it in Silesia, but why did she move out of Ukraine? If she's actually fighting the Russians, why is she supporting Ukraine to Galicia rather than doing it some other way?
There must be some interesting diplomacy going on here. And the Germans take Munich, and the I's and the A's don't try to take it back. I
see what's happening. I think that the Italians supported Austria there so that they can put the Austrians into Ankara now, right? So I think that they're trying to wheedle the Russians down, and now for some reason we're going back into Ukraine, and I'm not sure why we moved out in the first place, but now we've got everything lined up on Warsaw.
I mean, I liked Saren moving the armies where she did. I just didn't like what she did when she got there. She could have taken Sevastopol that turn. Wow. That's a lot of moving around. But look at it. I don't think anybody could have predicted, for example, in 1902, that the strongest alliance we were going to see on the board in 1909 was of the AI. They've been fooling with each other since the beginning of the game.
Hold on a second, David. Look who's building 2 this turn and topping the board right now.
How did Ben turn this back around? Well, he's topping the board, but look at the United Nations of fleets around the French position. So you could say all you want, but his position is not defensible.
I mean, could he be working with the Italians now, though? The Italians seem to be bouncing with the Russians last turn. I mean, maybe he figured something out and said, "Hey,
I don't know, but this board is certainly more dynamic than the last one.
See, look at this. Look at this. We've got the Italians and the Austrians supporting France to the channel.
Wow. Are they trying to work on some kind of 3-way top or something? Maybe just try to knock Morgante down.
It certainly looks like they decided that Morgante shouldn't be topping. But again, are Italy and Austria doing this to give Ben the top? I mean, what does that achieve for them unless they're actually getting some centers? I guess Saren is taking Warsaw here.
I don't know, but this is a fascinating.
This is far out. I mean, I wish I could be a fly on the wall for this game. I mean, I guess we're in fall 10. This is the end of the game, right? By timing out.
Well, I'm not sure that has to end in 1910. It's a time thing. It's not a.
It's a time thing now. Okay, all right. So we can go on.
I think so.
Now look at this. Whoa! Go back a second. Whoa! Look at this.
Oh my goodness, Ethan! I tip my hat to you, man.
So somebody might think the game's about to end. Somebody might
making a move. Wow! I tell you what, and not just because Ethan is a relatively new player to the stream. It's like, my goodness, nobody would have predicted, given the position he was in, that he would end up in this position at the end. This is what we watch diplomacy for, folks. Right here. Wow.
That's the end.
And who is really the one that loses the position the most? Saren. Going all the way down to 4th into the game. That is just really shocking. I mean, there were a lot of Italian units hanging around. And so maybe Saren didn't smell that out, or maybe there wasn't anything she could do about it. But more power to Ethan. That was such a fun ending. Probably the most fun ending I've seen in a while.
Absolutely brilliant. I haven't seen a 4-dot one-off move to steal a top like that in a while. I mean, absolutely.
Karthik is saying that it was arranged. Even Saren was in on it just to knock Morgante around. Possibility. But you gotta have yourself in a position to take advantage of that kind of revenge, and that's what Ethan did.
And if the whole board's telling you to do it, then brilliant diplomacy to get yourself into that position to do it.
I'm exhausted, but it's time to go into VDL 53, man. We've got another one to go, Adam. We got another one to go, another early game to go, and look at the diversity of location we have for this game. We've got Tim Sars from the Netherlands playing Austria. We've got Michalis Kamarites from the Great Britain playing England. We've got an Israeli, Roni Mordvinov, playing France. We got Sullivan from Houston, JJ back from California, Natty Schaefer making his debut today, Salt Lake City, and then Sabia Huja from Chicago. Man, they're from all over the place in this one.
Yeah, this is really interesting, and we've got some really strong players. We know Michaelis and Ed and JJ. There's going to be some good fireworks here.
We can only hope.
There's the channel. It had to happen.
Roni. This is not exactly my pet French opening, but it's similar. Put yourself in Burgundy, put yourself in English Channel, and say, you know who's going to Belgium? Me, because I got 2 units on it. The Italians do that little Tyrolia adventure move where they go to Tyrolia and say, I don't know what I'm going to do in the fall. We'll see. I'm in Tyrolia. I don't know. Just a sightseer. Could go any direction.
And then the bounce in Armenia.
Yeah, that's one of the current theories about how to do an RT alliance is to bounce that way and allow your fleet to do what it's doing. Under the theory, hey, I'm going to go to Armenia, bounce me, and I won't go to the Black Sea kind of thing.
Let you get that fleet out into Khan.
Yep. And so, or you could just go to the Black Sea anyway and say, I'm going to the Black Sea, which is what the Turks actually do.
It's a way to get yourself into the Black Sea, though not always the the normal way. But look at this: as Serbia supports Bulgaria into Romania. That's a big risk that Tim is taking, but it pays off. They deny Russia the build. I'm really surprised to see in Austria do this though without also going to Galicia.
Mm-hmm. True.
You know, the hold in Vienna is pretty surprising, but maybe thinking the Italian might be up to something and just taking a guess to cover Vienna against them. We also see the beloved Sea Lion opening, Denmark taking out the North Sea. I think just a decision here to remove it rather than retreating it. Wow.
Well, I don't know. Why would Michalis be a target at this point? I don't know why anybody would have attacked him at the beginning of the game.
Totally hard to imagine.
Totally shocking. But he does, as you say, he retreats it off the board so he can build it, where he wants it, and so people don't know exactly what he's going to do. So that's a good reason to do that. And you can see that the otherwise the builds I don't think are surprising at all. Except look at what Sabi does. Another 3-army Turkey at the end of 01.
Have you seen that work out much, David?
Again, only if the Italians have gotten the jump on the Austrians. Because then, if you've got an IT going, the 3 armies is perfectly fine.
Oh, look at this! We got a conga line that actually works.
That is amazing, so as an Astro Turk, if that's okay, I mean, you can do it that way. But if you're the Italians, you wonder why you shouldn't go take advantage of the Turkish weakness because aren't you next? And the answer is that the Italians are going west. That's the answer. JJ's going to go west.
The Italians are going everywhere. They're in Silesia. They're in Venice, they're in Ionian, they're in Western Med. So, they send one fleet west, but where's everything else going?
Well, that's a good point. Maybe he just wanted to see the world, JJ. He's a young fella. He just graduated high school. He wants to see the world.
Let's also not lose sight of the fact that we've got a German fleet in the English Channel. And where does it go? It convoys the English army into Picardy.
Wow.
Hell of a sea lion.
Yeah, that is not a sea lion. So things have clearly gone in favor of Michalis and against our friend from Israel here.
Yeah, but he's in Munich. He got Austrian support into Munich. He did lose Belgium. It's not a great position to be in if you're France right here.
JJ doing the move to Gascony thing for fun is fun, but what does it actually mean? I'm not sure I know what that means.
I mean, it looks like none of his orders, maybe excepting Silesia, were actually doing anything this turn. I guess you're trying to buy some time and not commit to anything, which, is a time for that.
Well, now I wonder what the Turks build. After obviously throwing in with the Austrians, what do they build here?
Got to be a fleet, doesn't it?
I would think so, but maybe not. Yep, there's the fleet.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, in 03, we've got lots of people saying the whole Gascony joke thing because Sabi's on the board. This goes back to a game or earlier in the season where Sabi did a lot of bouncing in Gascony. And so now Sabi and others are going to continue to bounce in Gascony. There is a lot of action around Belgium this time, isn't there, Adam?
I've just been staring at that, trying to figure out what these varied colored arrows mean. I think those are some things. I think we had Ruhr was dislodged,
and Picardy was dislodged,
and I think they both retreated to Belgium. Is what happened.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, that's exciting. But it does end up with the Germans being in Burgundy and the French now playing short, which is not optimal, especially with the Italians now in Lyon and Picardy and Piedmont. Not in Piedmont. Why are they not in Piedmont? Did they just not? Did they order? Was that Venice to Gascony, not Venice?
No, this is the spring. That they went backwards.
Oh, we're going backwards. We're going.
Yeah,
backwards.
we need to go to spring.
There we are. Okay. Yeah, I mean this is not good.
No, it's not good for Roni for sure.
Yeah.
Lost Munich, lost Marseille. McCullough sure did turn things around with Ed's help, didn't he?
Yeah, he's not looking too bad. Ed is, hanging out, but there's an awful lot of different colored units around Germany. They're helping him all. They're all helping him right now, but that could change very quickly, I would imagine. Russia's got problems of his own from the AstroTurk. That looks like some nice, well-coordinated moves between Sabi and Tim. And JJ is now actually moving his units and doing his thing. So that will be interesting to see where it goes from there.
Yeah, this is an interesting game just because of all the muckety muck. It's almost hard to keep up with it. There's so much weirdness going on with the moves going all kinds of different directions. But let's see now that we get to the winter of 03, what are our center positions? You've got, Tim sort of taking the lead, the early lead in the game, but it's got a lot of viable powers here. Even France is not completely out of the completely in terrible shape if they can do some diplomacy to change one of these people around.
I mean, this is also not an ideal AstroTurk position, right? Where you've got an army heavy Turkey, no fleets out towards the Med yet, so this could change very quickly for Tim.
Well, they could do it now. They could. I mean, the Italians built an army instead of a fleet, which they needed to do because otherwise it'd be too tempting for the Austrians to come in. Nope, they're still not moving though. There's still
everybody's making
orders.
There are a lot of joke orders here, which I don't know. This sort of thing can be fun, but I feel like it does come at the cost of tempo, right? I mean, we have the equivalent of JJ making. What is that? 2 holds and everybody else making a bunch of holds. Something that we don't like to see a lot of that. It's just not good for tempo.
I mean, I understand the theory behind it was, hey, we're all friends in the East now except for Russia. But at some point, you got to be moving your units around to take advantage of the next opportunity.
I mean, look at Turkey, for example, right? I mean, you don't want to put your fleet out on the Med yet. Okay, why don't you put it in Khan where it can support Bull and you can still have Black Sea doing something, right? I mean, you're kind of opening yourself up to a position where maybe you don't want to be in.
Well, we'll see. Yeah. Because they continue to mostly do joke orders. I mean, it is their game, and if they want to joke around with it, they can.
Sure.
But there are a lot of red arrows here, and a lot of them are because they are impossible moves, like Wales to Black Sea, for example. Looks relatively impossible. Does anything actually happen this turn? Denmark. The Germans take Denmark. And the Italians have taken Munich. So that's relevant.
We're making some progress in the East as well. We're in Ukraine now. I think there's now some guesses with Warsaw and Moscow, which is unfortunate for Natty.
McCullough is saying that even Denmark was arranged. So maybe there's a war here, but
that's right. It allows the Russian to rebuild an army in St. Pete to avoid the guests, or to at least protect themselves better up there.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if we're going to have actual movement from most of our units in 1905. One could only hope.
Well, look, I mean, we slowly have Michalis, starting to put in a pretty solid position in the West, and while the East is sort of dancing around and slow playing it, which may work out for them, but it is sort of interesting to see things actually starting to happen in the West.
It is, yes. Well, let's see. What have we got? The French actually going to Gascony. Does that actually matter? The Italians, are they going? They're retreating to Paris, looks like.
It looks like they were dislodged by the English. The English got support into Burgundy. I'm not quite telling what Munich was supporting. I can't quite tell that, but it looks like the English are going to dislodge them, so they'll retreat into Paris.
Looks like Natty guessed wrong in the Moscow region. He thought it might be Ukraine to Moscow with support of Sev, so he guessed wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was not a not a good tactical position for him. Of course, now it becomes it's not really a guess. Now he's going to lose one of them. It's just a matter of which one.
Well, this is really. I mean, I know that the joke orders was because they didn't really want to move their units. They're sort of trying to do a triple here and keeping their units in position. That's why we're getting so many joke orders. But this is kind of a weird triple. We'll see if it works.
Yeah. So let's see. They do. So now they get both Moscow and Warsaw because Natty is sending units up to Scandinavia for some reason rather than trying to defend anything. I think that probably. No, I guess there really wasn't a play to save it there.
The Italians left Paris with some. I mean, in other words, they flew through in with the French.
Well, that's pretty good, right? I mean, this is like a balance of power game that JJ's playing to make sure that he's going to be in the catbird seat and not Michalis.
Yeah, I think that's right. Turks build another army because that's what you do. In this situation,
I guess
we're in the same. We're looking at the same thing we did last game, Adam. Now, what is the window for the Turks to actually go through, or the door to go through to go to the next room? There's no door.
Well, where do you go other than through Austria, right?
Yeah, you can't go through St. Pete's. You got to hit Austria next, which is what Sabine does.
Maybe
that's right. Maybe
I mean, that could go to Galicia now. We'd all love to see the Budapest, Serbia, Romania thing, and maybe we will. Now JJ makes his play, he takes Spain. That could be agreed upon even, and basically just saying, hey, do your thing against Michalis. I'm going to take Iberia and stop there, but do your things. Fiats in diplomacy turn out to be just as reliable as Fiats in real life. That's right.
I'm surprised Karthik knows what a Fiat is, but he's too young. But at any rate. All right. What else? The Italians are taking both Iberian dots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that's a board read, right? And I think JJ probably has his finger on the pulse of who Roni is defending against, and clearly it's Michalis, and so he can get away with doing that, and so he does. It's pretty far out that he's going to end up in Berlin as well, while nobody goes to Munich. So he's going to have two German dots, which probably are not holdable, but it's kind of fun.
Isn't it interesting what Sabi is doing there, going to Galicia and Romania instead of, and the Austrians moving back? So maybe Austria. I don't know. I'm not sure all of that was arranged or at least agreed upon. I guess we'll find out.
Well, I mean, look, it looks like they're in the position to really do what they want to do on the eastern side of the board. It's just a question of whether they do it or not.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, Austria's position is no, they're chugging along. I mean, that is not looking like an attack on Austria, right? I mean, but yeah. Italy is now in the Adriatic, so what does any of that mean?
JJ has made his move to go back to establish position in the east, I think. So this is the AT versus the I. The Fiat has now fallen apart, as Karthik would say.
But why did Turkey move this way then? Why not move to Serbia or support yourself to Budapest or why move Bulgaria out into the Aegean rather?
Because the Sabi's going against the Italians, not against.
Going against the Italians. I see. Okay.
I'm not sure that was the right decision.
That doesn't seem right to me, but yeah. Interesting. That's not where the dots are. If you're Turkey, I mean, again, knowing this is a timed game, unlimited time maybe, but in a timed game where you just need to get on top of the board, it seems like Budapest, Serbia, Greece, Warsaw were all there for you.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Sabih did this for defensive purposes because the Italians had so many fleets coming back that Sabih thought the only way to really do this was to try to bolster the Austrians, to try to avoid the Italians completely dominating the Mediterranean. We'll see. I mean,
lacking insight into the conversations, it makes this really tough, right? Whether it was a self-fulfilling prophecy and they just got off on the wrong page there somehow.
Interesting to see what JJ and McCallus's relationship will be here, if any.
Well, it looked like they're working together for the most part. They seem to be coordinating pretty well.
I know, and I'm talking about longer term, but for certainly short term, they have been working together.
Yeah. So what is going on here? English Channel is convoying London to Wales, and Wales is going to London. That's fun. Moving
them around.
Yeah.
The way they can switch positions.
Well, he's setting himself up to take Brest or Paris now, which makes sense. What else is happening? Not a lot. Natty is holding out up in the north. And there it is, Galicia to Budapest, but not really anything else doing.
Well, we'll see we'll see in the fall if what that really means. That might just be a defensive. You let me help hold Budapest for you because otherwise the Italians can go there.
No, that was the let's take Austria out thing.
Well, that may not be a terrible answer for Sabih at this point.
Oh, I think it's absolutely the right play here, right? I mean, you're not going to get your dots out of Italy. Italy's locked there. You're not getting through with 3 fleets.
I think does the McCallus JJ axis continue is my question.
Well, what actually happened around Brest? So McCallus could have forced Brest right there, and it looks like chose not to. They bounced themselves in Belgium for some reason instead.
Literally moved away to Liverpool. So diplomatically trying to show some cards to JJ. Interesting. So Tim has completely fallen apart here. Now the question becomes, is there going to be an IT war? Because there's almost nothing left in the carcass to fight over for Austria. Spring of 2009.
How did Turkey not build there? Did they build a fleet or did they not actually build? They waived their builds.
Oh my goodness, Sabih.
Why do you do that? My gosh.
And then move the fleets away from the Italians. Well, we'll see. We'll see if that is a good move or a bad move. We'll see in a minute.
Plug the gaps, though. You got the gaps.
I guess if JJ is going to be the board topper, Sabih's just saying, "I'm not going to threaten you." I don't know.
Far out.
We haven't said this enough, but JJ played a really, really good game. We were talking about the joke orders earlier that he and others were making. And that was really a tempo question the other direction. He wanted to slow play a little bit and see what happened. And sometimes Italy does have to do that. They have to wait and see what other people do before they can commit, because it's hard if they commit one direction to defend the other direction. So more power to JJ for getting that right. And obviously doing some good diplomacy with McCallus and others.
Absolutely. We just saw 2 Italian board tops, which is just fantastic, right? We've seen a lot of rough games from Italy, so it's nice to see Italy putting on a good show for us.
Also fun that we're seeing that on the same night that we saw JJ's interview.
All right. We have our, I think, 3rd and final board from the second round. We have Tommy Anderson from Massachusetts, Craig Mayer from from Montana, Baron of Kirkholm, who I'm not familiar with in France. We have Wes Ketchum, anytime Weasel from Chicago, Filippo Nespoli from Italy, Nicholas T, who I guess is playing his first game with us, and Peter LeBeau, currently placed 5th in the VDL rankings in Turkey. Definitely some known players here and some new folks. Interesting mix.
Yeah, this should be fascinating. Probably see some different play than we've seen so far today. Will we see any very different openings? And the answer is yes. You've got the English going to the English Channel, which we haven't seen yet today. You've got the French thing where they hold in Marseille instead of covering Burgundy. That's different. You've got the full bore Turks, moving west move, not even any goofiness with Armenia. And you've got the Russians actually getting into the Black Sea there. Interesting.
Yeah, you don't see the Russians getting in the Black Sea in 01 very often. That definitely might we see a bounce in Sweden, which we has definitely been trending away from. But this may be the kind of position where a German might be inclined to slow that down.
Yeah, particularly since it looks like there's at least a potential EF conflict. So Germany may want to side with the English there and therefore block the Russians. We'll see. Nope.
Nope. And so the Russians go straight down to Romania, do the usual thing. I think this is a lot of normal stuff. We got the Italians convoying into Tunis. The French, they get support into Belgium from the Germans, which allows them to cover abreast with the fleet. Of course, that will prevent them from building there. And the English take Norway. So pretty interesting opening turn, actually. I'm a little bit surprised. I'm not surprised to see the Italian convoy in that situation, I guess, knowing that the Turkey's going to get their fleet out quickly. It's probably a good play, though you might end up with that army stuck there for longer than you want it to be.
We've seen so much AI friendship in the beginning of the game lately that seeing the Austrians cover Trieste like that is almost quaint. I haven't seen that in I don't know how long. We got Tommy Tombstone doing it here on VDL.
Yeah, so France builds that fleet Marseille, which they probably have to here. Army Paris. The English build the fleet London. Fleet and an army by the Russians. Fleet and an army by the Germans. Two armies by the Russians. So yeah, I mean normal thing by the Turks. I mean this could be an RT though. Having Russia in Black Sea for an RT is a little bit awkward probably.
Well, the Russian fleet is always awkward at an RT. What do you do with it is always the question. So we'll see what they decide to do with it here if it's an RT. The answer is mostly nothing in the sense that there's just a lot of holding over there. Three-way bounce in Galicia. Hard to read any of that. The Italians do get into the Aegean, right? Because the Turks maybe thought they were going to get some help from the Austrians, but that did not happen. So that means the Italians got into the Aegean, which is obviously good for the anti-RT folks out there.
Yeah, I'm looking at the English moves, which are really interesting. They kind of do this shift in the English and Irish, which could have been accomplished by building Liverpool instead and just freeing up the fleet English Channel to do something. But I guess maybe not quite having enough confidence to do that. What's really interesting though is leaving that the North Sea empty, and that's going to be interesting now that they've let the Russians have retreated into Skagerrak, thanks to the German-English cooperation up there.
Yeah, they'll be able to contain that, but I think the bigger thing is that the French basically ran away from the Germans, so the Germans ran towards the French. Not good. Yep. Not good. Because he doesn't even cover Marseille, so the Germans took that. Wow.
Yep. So Craig guesses reasonably well here. I mean, I'm not sure why he's moving Sweden to Denmark, but he guesses that I don't need to cover the North Sea. I can go to the Mid-Atlantic. I mean, this is a dangerous game he's playing here, but he's getting a build. He'll get another fleet out so that he can cover it in the fall. He's letting the French retreat up to now, so he's going to have some enemy units in places he doesn't want them. But overall, this is a pretty good turn for him, assuming the Germans aren't upset about that move to Denmark. The other interesting thing is we see Austria trying to plow up to Tyrolia and Bohemia really super early in the game. They get bounced from Tyrolia by the Italians, but I mean that's really 1902 is really early to start seeing something like that, especially when the East really just hasn't resolved in any way.
Yeah, that really, in fact, it was almost all holds and supports last turn in the East.
So we've just got the German building and the French despair. Why are the English not? Oh, the English lost Norway, got Sweden, so that's why they're actually not building. Okay.
Right.
So the Germans build 2 armies, which makes perfect sense. I don't know. How do you feel about the French disband? A lot of bad choices, I guess.
Yeah, I mean the French position's not great. He's now trying to be defensive. That might be the right answer. You know, I will say the whole issue with the EG being sort of stymied a little bit there by the Russians is because the English took Sweden. That should have really been the Germans, and English should have stayed in Norway. The position was not great to do it this way. But at any rate, maybe they can make progress. The Germans are obviously making even more progress in France, if you can see.
Now you can see they're setting up to take Norway now with the Germans in Bothnia and Skagerrak. So that's not too bad. But you're right. I mean, look at the German position: Picardy, Burgundy, Marseille. I mean, that's just a great position for Wes.
The East has responded by moving west. Forget about trying to kill anybody. Just move west.
Yep.
That is not sustainable in the long run.
No, I would say Tommy is maybe going to be the subsidiary of problems, and I think he's maybe already recognizing this with the supported move back to Budapest here,
which he didn't need to do because apparently nobody was gunning for him. The Italians actually leave Greece.
Yeah, what's remarkable actually is that they put the Russians into Silesia. It feels a lot like Austria really could have made a good case as to why he should have been getting it.
You mean into Munich?
Sorry, Munich, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one thing to say, let's just stop our war in the East and go deal with the fact that in the West, the French are being killed quickly. Again, in the long run, that doesn't work. I mean, particularly for the Italians, because you've got all these people around your centers, and at some point they're going to take them.
Yep. And Turkey's like, hey, I got nothing else to do. I'm just going to kind of sit here and send one fleet west and hang out around Turkey with everything else. I don't know how that's going to work out for them, but we'll see.
Yeah. The Norway does fall, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
However, that Russian fleet in the North Sea is interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, it's annoying, but without the backup, it's only annoying. It's not a huge problem. It's actually a bigger problem for Germany, who has more open dots to cover than England does right now.
It's true. Well, we'll see how long this Eastern kumbaya lasts. Still lasting in spring of 1904.
Yeah, I mean, is Peter just saying, hey, I'm going to Ankara so that I can self-bounce myself in Cannes next year? And if you're going to take, I don't know, it's interesting, a lot of self-bouncing. But we're setting up in the Prussia-Silesia area. What is going on?
There's a lot of overextension going on here.
Yeah, I mean,
what's actually going on?
Yeah.
I mean, these grand alliances where if 3 or 4 people get together and go smash the other side of the board, that's fine, but you're forgetting the primary job in diplomacy, which is dominating your own area. That's your primary job in diplomacy. I don't care whether it's timed or not. Your primary job is to make sure you can control your own side of the board. So somebody has made a bad calculation in the East about this, and it's probably not the Russians because they have the Black Sea. So it's probably somebody else has made a bad calculation here.
Man, you got to like Craig's position. I mean, you got to really like Craig's position here.
Well, I don't know. There's a Turk in the Mid-Atlantic, for goodness sake. But again, that sounds more fun than it actually is.
Well, it's not going to accomplish a lot for the Turks. I mean, they take Greece, they walk in and don't support themselves for some reason.
Yeah, they lost Ankara.
And they lost Ankara. I mean, this is hard to understand what's going on over there. I mean, we're not privy to any of the conversations, so this could be some kind of cockamamie agreement, but it's hard to.
I will come back, and I know I'm old-fashioned, and I believe in taking an ally and then killing your victim next to you and killing them and then moving on. And so I know I'm biased on this point, but come on, Peter, your fleet in the Mid-Atlantic sounds cool, but you can't do anything by yourself and you can't defend yourself. You're too overextended. I just think this is a mistake. Yeah. All right. We've got some builds in 1904, but mostly this is a positional game at this point. What's going on with
Dare
1904?
we hope for another Italian board top here?
Could happen. It could happen. Because the Turks are really not in a position to do much about it. The Turks are retreating to Brest. That may be the first time I've ever said that or seen that in a game of diplomacy in spring 1905. By the way, there's a reason for that. It's not a good idea. It's not really all that pro-Turkish to be in Brest in 1905.
I mean, it's fun, except you got English armies in Picardy and Gascony and English fleet and English Channel. I mean, what are you going to do?
I know this is a grand deal, but all these Eastern powers are involved in. But I'm telling you, somebody has made a bad calculation here. We'll find out who it is. The Turks leave Brest, which makes sense. I guess they thought they were going to lose it anyway. They go back to the mid-Atlantic.
Supported by the English.
Supported by the English. They're still holding an Ionian. Wow. I mean, I'd like to say there's a lot going on here, but there's really not. There's mostly a lot of stasis.
No, like you said, we've got some overextended. Now we've got Italy with a fleet in Marseille. I mean, it's just a very strange position. And is this a 4-power Eastern alliance? I mean, how does that shake up? I mean, I guess just strategically, how can that shake up positively for everyone on this? And it can't.
It can't. No, that's the point I was making. There's no way that everybody's right about that, and probably 2 of them are wrong to agree to something like that. All right. Well, what is better than having the Turkish fleet go to the mid-Atlantic and Brest, back to the mid-Atlantic? What's better than that is then to go to the North Atlantic.
Why not?
That's even more fun.
Supported by the English, because why not?
No, oh yeah.
Why not?
It puts the Italian into the Irish Sea. The Italians do not move against the French, which is kind of what I thought might be happening there, but no, that's not what's happening. I'm sorry, I'm a little stumped as a commentator on this game. There's mostly hold supports, red arrows, and insanity.
What is Craig trying to accomplish here by ultimately having? I mean, I guess if Turkey and Italy are not really fighting, so why do you keep supporting the Turks to allow the Italians to retreat to positions where they
are fighting? Now they are fighting.
Okay, now they are.
Now there's lots of fighting, but it's the war of all against all. It's a Thomas Hobbes war going on right now.
I mean, how did that work out for Peter? I mean, you convoyed into Naples and you lost Khan, and this is just like, okay.
The Austrians take Venice and the Turks take Naples, and you lose Constantinople, and the Italians take Spain at the same time they lose Naples and Venice. Wow. And I don't want to leave this out. The Turkish fleet is now in the Norwegian.
You know they're going to try to put it in St. Pete or something goofy like that, right?
I refuse to say that I know anything that's going to happen in this game. I sometimes act like I know what's getting ready to happen. There is no way in hell I know what's going to happen on this game.
Okay, we got some army builds. All right, Austria's coming back home to attack the Turk because that's what you do in this position, I guess. What else is happening? The English are now working with the Italians. Oh, and look at that. The Russians do take St. Petersburg back thanks to help from that Norwegian fleet, Turkey doing something there. So,
is this another game where the primary alliance that's happening in the late of the mid game is the AR? This is another game where that's the primary alliance that's sticking around in the mid game. Yeah, Wes was having the same debate as the forlorn German, trying to figure out just what in Hades these people around him are doing. That's probably right. And I'm not trying to be critical of all these other players. They're having fun, and that's what matters. But man, it's impossible for us to figure out what's happening.
Oh, Craig. Oh, man, Craig. That's just rough. So now the Russians put the Turks into Norway, the Germans take Sweden, and Craig is down to 4 dots.
Now, I'm just hey, Peter, you do know the Russians have 2 of your home centers, right? Or am I missing something? I guess if you're being offered the center, you take the center. That's one less unit you got to eliminate or disband.
I mean, he didn't take Smyrna, right? I mean, he could have done.
True.
So.
True. So now maybe the Italian. I mean, maybe the Turks are the Russian Janissary in the north. Again, a statement that I've never heard made in relation to a diplomacy.
I see that I misspoke. I was looking at the north. Craig does still have 6 centers because he took Spain and Portugal. So that's my mistake. Yeah.
Honestly, there's so much happening in this game we can't keep up with it. For God's sake.
All right.
1908. Will it be seen or will it not be seen? I mean, this looks like a salad. Look how all the colors are all jumbled together. It looks like a salad. All right, Turkey, you had your fun.
Now you're in the Barents. You're in the Barents.
Yeah, you're in the Barents now. Let's get you out. Maybe he can take St. Pete with support or some kind of thing. Who knows?
I got to say, if you're Turkey and you're going to take St. Pete with a fleet, the classy way to do it is South Coast. So, I mean, it's well done, Peter. Well, we'll see, but, I'm just saying.
Look at Tombstone leaving Greece. I guess maybe he thought he was going to lose Greece. Maybe that was an arranged deal. Who knows?
But you're self-balancing in Tyrolia. Now look, you've got Russia taking Galicia. It's not good news for Tommy, actually.
And the Italians convoyed into Venice. He could have blocked that. I don't know. There's a lot of goofiness going on in this game. And there goes Smyrna. There's the other shoe dropping, the third shoe of the Turks. Homesteaders dropping.
Look who Russia gets support into Sweden from.
Wait a minute. The Russians put the Turks into St. Pete, just like you said. What in the blue blazes is going on in this game? I'm having fun. Come on, guys and gals. You're watching.
Because why not?
You know you're having fun. You know this is fun. I just don't understand what's happening.
Wow. Far out.
Let's just look at the supply center chart. Maybe that'll tell us something. And the answer is Craig has gotten back up on top of this thing in 1908 and has a pretty good position.
Yeah.
All the jumbly crap that we've seen in this game is no longer really true with respect to the English position. They've sort of recovered their actual board position.
Yeah. It looks like he actually has a good shot at picking up a little bit more here if the game has a couple turns left. Yeah, I mean, I think he's making the play to get St. Pete for himself, make some play down in the south. Meanwhile, Russia's just gonna, help Turkey take St. Pete while taking everything else in the south here.
Yeah, this is an interesting set of moves. I mean, it looks like Turkey is really just doing this to have fun, and more power to you. It's your game; you get to play it the way you want. It's just been a lot of fun for us trying to figure out what is going on. That's all I've got to say. Whoop, whoop, whoop. The Italians are now out of Paris too. Yeah. I mean, really, Wes and Craig are trying to establish or reestablish some kind of sanity for this game, right? Just an actual traditional positional game.
And hell, it's working out for Craig just great.
It is. Well, Wes was in dire straits there for a while, and he's trying to bounce back here. So
yeah, he's back up to something like 6, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. And, can probably retake Munich.
Yeah.
Probably.
Put another army down and.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Could the Doctor of Death, Craig Mayer, actually talk?
It's just I'm super impressed by the number of fleets that Craig. Oh, that's the end. Was getting around the south, man. He's got Marseille and Lyon and Mid-Atlantic. That's a dangerous position for England to be in. Actually,
there was still some play left in this game potentially. Although you cannot argue with Craig saying yes to the board top there. As goofy and crazy as that game was. Yeah. You've got Italians and Turkish fleets and English, northern English waters and all that. For Craig to bounce back and take the top is really impressive. Of course, I like Craig anyway. I've always thought he was a great player, so it was fun to watch that.
Yeah, he earned that one, and I think none of us will be saying. I remember a game just like that before. I mean, that was just wild.
That is true. No, I think I said at least twice. This statement has never been made about a diplomacy game, and I'm pretty sure I was right.
Yeah.
Lots of fun. Lots of fun.
Well, 4 great games there. We saw 2 Italian board tops, which is just fantastic. We saw it in English board top. Just some wild play. I'm a little speechless after that last one.
I'm kind of trying to catch my breath. So come in here, Brian, and help us.
Oh man, I'll just say, like, that was fantastic coverage from the two of you. Those games, we had one that was one of the most exciting VDL games that I've seen ever. Just really, really fun. And then this one is this one was the craziest game that I have seen since we started DBN. So craziest game in a full year, and it's fun. Like I had a blast watching it. I hope the players had a great time, and I can't wait to watch the next rounds. Like, I'm excited. So with that, we're going to go ahead and wrap things up for our VDL early rounds. That concludes our early round coverage, and we're going to transition over to our speedboat team. David and Adam will bid you farewell, and we'll welcome the next crew.
Thanks, Brian. We here at League Night are proud to bring you our inaugural coverage of the Nexus Speedboat League. Today, we will be covering the 2-game finals from the March to April season of their league. For those who are unaware, the Nexus Speedboat League is a continuously running online diplomacy league on the Diplomacy Nexus Discord server that is dedicated purely to live gunboat games. Each season of the league runs for 2 months, allowing players to compete against each other for points in order to qualify for the finals. For those who are unaware, live gunboat or speedboat games, as they are affectionately called, are essentially the standard diplomacy games you are used to, with 2 major twists. First, you can't talk to or correspond with any other players on the board with words. The only communication you can send in order to gain allies and coordinate with them is through orders and positioning. And second, you only get 5 minutes per turn to survey the map and come up with the best orders you can in order to put yourself in a position to win. To tell us more about the Nexus Speedboat League, we're happy to bring on one of their administrators, who happens to be an elite gunboat player herself. And we're now joined by Saren, one of the leaders of the Nexus Speedboat League. She helps co-manage it, run it, tabulate the scoring, and all of that fun stuff. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Karthik.
Cool. So yeah, we have Saren on here to help explain how Nexus Speedboat League works and give us her insight onto what to expect on the coming broadcast. So, can you explain how the Nexus Speedboat League is scored for those who are not familiar with it?
Yeah, so up to this past season, we've been using Mind the Gap, which is sort of Nexus's trademark scoring system that was developed just for Nexus tournaments by Eustachio Raleigh, also known as EVR, who's one of the mods on Nexus. And so Mind the Gap is sort of like a derivative of Tribute. It incorporates the same idea of a tribute, but as the name implies, the tribute is calculated as the difference between the scores of the first and second place. So it definitely has like a different aspect of having people want to have the incentive is the idea to stop the leader, even when the leader is not close to soloing. This past season, we've decided to try something a little bit different and go with open tribute, and next season we'll probably be trying something different as well, with like a second version of Mind the Gap, which is kind of closer to open tribute in some ways, in that it doesn't reward draw witching as much. So the good thing about having 2-month seasons and quick games is that we can try out a few different scoring systems and things.
Very cool. So how does one qualify for the championships? We have 7 great players that are going to be playing today. How does one become one of those 7 players?
Yep. So for the finals games that are going to be going to appear on this broadcast, it was very simple. You just want it to be in the top 7 of scores at the end of the season. And so the scores sort of like went in batches of 7, where players could fill out a card with 7 games, and then once they had finished that set of 7, they could go on and like make another set of 7 and turn in that card if it had like a higher score. So at the end, only their card with the highest total score would count in determining who qualified for the championships.
Sure.
Yeah.
Can you explain what these cards are, for those who are not familiar?
Yeah, so it's sort of the idea that you have like a set of 7 games, and then that set will itself have a total score, which are from the 7 games that you played for that set. So that way, players who play more games get more chances to qualify, but they also don't have an unfair advantage just from playing lots of games. And that anybody who plays 7 games really has a decent chance. And we've had people qualify only playing 4 games on a card before as well.
Very cool. So how do you think the style of play differs from face-to-face or virtual face-to-face play?
Yeah, so for one, it's Gunboat, and it's not just Gunboat. It's Gunboat on a 5-minute turn length. So the fact that it's Gunboat to begin with makes it a lot more, in some ways, a lot more tactical than face-to-face or virtual face-to-face. So in VFTF, people will say, okay, relationships are the thing that they play. The people are the pieces you have to move around the board. But in Gunboat, there's none of that. So the only way you communicate really is through your orders. And so there's a lot more thinking, okay, I don't really care what this person, how this person is posturing towards me in terms of what fake orders they're writing. What matters primarily is the position, and what matters is where the pieces are. And so, especially in a 5-minute timeline, when you don't really have that much time to think about the orders, there's a lot more focus on positional and very sharp tactical play.
That makes sense. So you'd say it's more like that people are playing the board rather than people are playing the players in Gunboat and Speedboat. Excellent. Well, thanks so much. I think it's time to bring Ed Sullivan on and get on into some 2 fantastic games. Thanks, Aaron. So thanks, Aaron, for a fantastic interview. And let's get into the game of the day. So the first game will be the first game of the final. So let's start with Ed in the West.
Nothing's happened in the West, as far as I can tell.
So here we go. Here are orders.
Okay, well, we see, he may be known as Jordan Connors, but I call him Conk. Does a fairly standard, most popular English opening. And France here does a supported move. That's Pez with a supported move into Burgundy. Now, Pez is a remarkable gunboat player, far better than I am, and the last champion of Speedboat, but this is an unusual French gunboat opening. And then finally we have Germany. Oh, wait, Germany Pixie, who I only know online, but has done another very standard opening. So nothing really too shocking.
Yes. And then T-Stern in the East.
Yep, so very standard openings from Russia and Austria. I'd say you could see like both of these in 80 to 90% of games. Russia going south, Austria going for Greece, while bouncing Galicia. It's slightly more interesting with Italy, sending Venice up to Tyrolia. These days, I think it's slightly more common to see Venice go to Trieste, at least in Nexus. There's been a lot of outcry against that by people who don't like the idea that Italy can just walk into Trieste and basically take that for granted. And so Tyrolia might be slightly more favorable to those people because it can go into Munich or it can go on to Bohemia, which is a pretty spicy continuation. Over in Turkey, we see Turkey opening Ankara out into Kon, but hedging with Smyrna into Armenia. So that was an opening that in the speedboat world was first popularized by Riaz, as far as I know, who is in Russia. So he should be pleased to see his own opening being used. And it might work out well for Turkey. We'll see.
Saren, I've seen in the meta when Italy does not go into Trieste in spring 1901, a lot of times they get bounced out in the fall. Do you think Italy will try for Trieste? And if so, do you think Dave will bounce that person out?
I'm not sure actually, because this is Michael or Nopetapis, I don't know, on Italy. I think he's the kind of player who might also go for Munich. But I think he'll definitely go to either Munich or Trieste. It's not very popular to go on to Bohemia and Nexus.
Well, let's find out where they go.
Oh, she's
Turns out to go for Munich.
Yep.
So let's go to Ed in the West.
All right. So Pez helps Conk into Belgium. It should be a lesson to people not to help Conk, but of course we know who they are, but they don't know who they are. So they're playing anonymously, but we've got England into Belgium now, and so otherwise pretty good move set, especially with Pixie snuffing out the move from Tyrolia to Munich. So all three players in the West get 2 builds. I'd be curious to see what happens next.
And then Sarah in the East, what are you seeing?
Yeah, so the thing that stands out to me the most is Turkey super wordy deciding that he no longer wants to go all in on the Juggernaut and moving Khan back to black in the hopes that Black Sea would go into 7. You'll get the Black Sea for free, which would be a pretty good position for Turkey to end up in at the end of 1901. But unfortunately, he doesn't get that. Does cover Ankara, does cover everything from Russia. Because if Russia snuck into Khan while he went back to Ankh, that would be the end of his game. So he does hedge against that and does set himself up for an okay position. It's slightly awkward because he can't really fight Russia very effectively if that was the plan, but he can still run the Juggernaut if he builds a fleet in Smyrna and if he's willing to sort of expose himself to Russia for a little bit there. Otherwise, very standard stuff from Austria and Russia and Italy going back to Venice. Probably.
Yeah, what do you think about that? Oh,
yeah.
You think that was probably because of Super Wordy going with the Ankh to Khan opening? He figured that there was no point in going with the Lepanto?
I'm not sure. Like, seeing that would make me more likely to go for the Lepanto because I wouldn't be very happy that Turkey was opening against me at the start like
Agreed.
that.
Maybe he wants to see an IT. We'll find out.
Maybe.
Builds, very relatively
Fleet
straightforward,
Rome?
except for the France-Italian era. Why don't you tell me more about that, Saren?
Yeah, so Fleet Rome is just a big fuck you in a game without press towards France because he can't actually talk. I mean, basically 100% of the time you'd expect to see Fleet Naples. So Fleet Rome is a very kind of meta-aware build, I think is the best interpretation of that, is saying that I'm definitely going after France and I want people to know that. I'm not even going to think about sending my new build into the Ionian.
yeah. The problem with that is that, you know, in face-to-face, that's the kind of move that you can signal. But now building Fleet Rome has no effect on Turkey whatsoever. I mean, so we'll see how it is. Otherwise, standard, and Conk showed a little love to Pez by building an army in London.
Very true. So if we go into spring 1902, let's go look at the West. This time we'll slip it up and have Saren cover the West.
Yeah, so Conk appears to be going straight for the EF, and Pez appears to be for it as well. Instead of sending Portugal to Mao and Marseille to Spain's south coast, as you might expect from France, he goes and responds to Italy's Fleet Rome build, which is probably a wise decision because Michael is coming straight for France without any regard for his eastern border. So it will be quite interesting to see whether like France and Italy get embroiled in a long war or whether they find a way to disentangle themselves somehow, because this kind of French-Italian war at the start of the game is pretty much never a good idea in gunboat. It's very unlikely that they will be able to make gains off the other rate unless somebody makes a big blunder.
Then in the East, Ed?
Well, you know, my attention's immediately drawn to Russia moving north. I mean, not only do they take Norway, but we have a comfortable Russia that feels comfortable enough that it's going to be an EF, that he takes Norway, moves Moscow to St. Petersburg, while at the same time sees an army from Ankara move to Armenia, which if I know Riaz, he's not happy about that at all. But meanwhile, there's a standoff in Galicia at this point, and then Italy does what the fleet in Rome signals, which is essentially go all in, as much as Italy could go all in this situation. West Italy does it, which I don't think is going to end up working that well, given that there's an EF, and we'll find out.
Yep, I think you're likely right. I think we'll probably just see a stalemate between France and Italy. Might benefit either England or Germany here. Now, if we go into fall 1902, let's go with Sarah in the West again.
Yeah, so Germany takes Belgium. A good thing for Germany, getting that build. It'll be very interesting to see what Germany puts down, whether that's a fleet or an army will be very telling. I would be betting on an army just because France has just walked into Ruhr. Fortunately, also bounced Burgundy because it's actually pretty bad for France there to slip into Ruhr and to not cover Burgundy and to let Germany walk in like that. It would just be a rather awkward position to play. England loses Norway, so Russia would be going up one, if not for his southern troubles, and it'll be interesting to see which 2 units Conk pulls, because he'll be down to 3 at the end of this year.
And then in the east, Ed.
So I'll be the first to admit that Super Werdy is a better gunboat player and press player than I am. But his move to Armenia forced Russia into a guess to either support Romania or cover Sevastopol. Riaz has to cover Sevastopol, meaning he loses Romania. I'm sure Riaz was hoping Austria would not attack him, and of course that didn't happen since they've been standing off at Galicia. So Romania is gone, and I'm thinking at this point RT is going to probably have to form, or Dave's going to become, outsized in a hurry.
Right. So I would point out it wasn't so much of a guess given the fact that Galicia was the mover. There was no way Russia could keep Romania except without Turkish help.
Correct. Correct.
Turkey.
I don't know what I'm doing. This is why my gunboat game's terrible.
You're too modest, Ed. But let's go look at the builds. Nothing really too much to note here other than the army in Kiel, and then pulling London and Skagerrak.
Wait, sorry. England pulls London and Skagerrak, leaving Picardy as a besieged unit.
Yes. So he probably is going to mess with France a little bit, or try to take Belgium back, either or.
Okay.
Very, very, very interesting, actually.
Yep.
And as effectiveness to play on Brest. Sarah, why don't you take the West again, since it's very, very fun.
Yeah, Pixie would have gotten north if he'd supported himself in. I don't really think that using Denmark for a signal instead of supporting yourself into north was the thing to do there. So yeah, not so good for Germany.
Agreed. And then what about the move to Ruhr by Kiel, and then the retreat from Ruhr to Belgium?
I mean, I don't hate it. Like, Germany will just retake Belgium in the fall. It's not like it would have been nice to blow up that unit, but like it's not a big deal if it lives, because what's it gonna do?
Right. And then Ed in the East, anything interesting to see there?
Okay, well, Super Werdy's back on the anti-Russia plan. With moves into Black and Armenia. Meanwhile, Russia gets back into Romania, so good for Riaz at 6, which is not bad for 1903. Am I looking here that he lost Galicia and retreated into Ukraine?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So guess I'll have to figure out. I guess I'll have to cover Warsaw in the fall. In terms of Italy, I'm gonna guess that Austria is helping by moving into the Ionian. That's he moved in the Ionian. That's probably not good for Italy.
Yeah, if I'm Italy, I'm very, very worried right now.
On WebDip, you would see Austria do that a lot and then send it after Turkey. I don't like it, but we might see that.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Speaking of, doesn't even send anywhere.
Austria walks into Warsaw.
Indeed. Since you mentioned it, Sarah, why don't you take the East this turn? And then we'll have Ed take the West.
Yeah, so this is a very good turn for Austria. He's in Ionian, hasn't really pissed off Italy that much because Italy is still fighting France. And he takes Warsaw and retakes Romania. So overall, a very good turn for Austria here. Not so good for either Russia or Turkey, frankly. Like, Turkey has, Russia has been saying, I don't want to give Turkey anything because this guy kind of stabbed me. So he doesn't give Turkey anything. And neither of them really makes much progress there. Italy and France have been at the same stalemate in the Med for 3 or 4 turns now, and no progress appears in sight. So.
Exactly. I think that's what I predicted when I saw those 4 units being hanging out there. There's just no one's going to get anything, neither France nor Italy. But let's go to you in the West, Ed. What do you see here?
Not much in the West except Conk failed for his own lack of daring. He could have taken Paris. That's a
Yep.
Conk move to take Paris, but he didn't do it. And other than that, Germany took Belgium back.
Mm-hmm.
The rest,
No, he must be at least a little happy to see that the unit in Belgium is piffed and not allowed to retreat. So that's something at least, I guess. But gets rebuilt in Paris, so not a huge one, I suppose. The only other build to note is the army in Budapest. Relatively straightforward.
I think we're about to see a lot more armies in Budapest.
Very, very true. Let's keep staring to the east. So what are you seeing here?
Yep, Austria is like, oh, I've got to cover Trieste, so very nice. I now have an excuse to walk into Trieste, which is actually a good thing, as Germany's coming down into Tyrolia. I don't know what business he would want there. Austria takes Bulgaria, which is awesome for Austria. Russia and Turkey, again, make zero progress. And if they don't do something about this quickly, or if something doesn't change, I don't think this is going to go very well for either of them.
Mm-hmm. Very dysfunctional RT, unfortunately, for Riaz and Superworthy. In the
What
West,
RT?
What RT, exactly. To you in the West, Dad.
I can only guarantee you that Riaz will say it was an RT. Why didn't you RT with me? I signaled RT. And anyways. Okay, in the West, short story is nothing happened. Conk tried to take Belgium unsuccessfully. Germany makes that little move into Tyrolia, which is slightly bizarre given that it's not really solidified its position yet in the West. And Italy predictably tries to move to Mid-Atlantic, but Pez sniffed that out.
Right. Yeah, very, very, very much red arrows everywhere besides move to Kiel and the move to Tyrolia. In the fall, let's see. Let's put in the West. Let's start off with you.
Oh, in the West.
Yeah, in the West.
Big news is Germany takes the North Sea. After so many theoretical attempts to take the North Sea, this time Germany takes it from Holland. So even though Norway supported from Denmark, I don't think Russia can be happy that was the mover. But in any event, Germany's in the North Sea. Bad news for Conk. Bunch of red arrows. Nothing else happened.
And then in the East.
Yep. Actually, very good news for Riaz, and also rather good news for Superworthy this turn. Very bad news for Dave, who got outguessed by both Russia and Turkey, losing Romania and losing Greece. Good for him, he didn't also lose Trieste. That was also pretty much a 50-50 with the number of resources he decided to devote to it, which was 1 versus 1. Pixie just trying to walk into Trieste, classic.
Yeah.
Russia will get a build. Turkey will stay even, and it'll be pretty interesting to see what Russia does with this next build, because it has effectively allowed him back into the game.
Indeed. Okay, let's see what the build is. Army St. Petersburg. Not too many choices, I suppose. You think it's going to come down south?
I think there's a decent chance. Doesn't appear that Germany's going to get through England very quickly at this rate. So,
Indeed.
Yeah, Austria pulling Warsaw is interesting.
Oh, interesting.
Oh.
Well, you want to take the east this time, Sarah?
Yeah, so I mean, this is fair, actually. I actually quite like this attack on Romania because of how unlikely it was that Black Sea was gonna be selfless enough to support that to hold. So Austria this way gets into Romania and also gets into Greece, and with the retreat to Ionian, that Turkish fleet sort of becomes Italy's problem now. So Austria gets a bit of a break here, and it'll be interesting to see what they manage to hold on to in the fall, because if they hold on to both Rome and Greece while losing Bull and War, that's technically even, but there's sort of a lot of play here. So
right. And then the West Side, what are you seeing?
Well, I think most people would look at the thing I'm going to cover second, which is the convoy into York. I'm going to talk about quickly one of the reasons why Pez is such a good gunboat player is I'm willing to bet he's the best guesser out there, and he's outguessed Italy. I think this is now the third time in a row. He didn't care. I think that Italy thought he might be piffing Lyon. That didn't happen. and instead he's improved his position against Italy. So that's great. And then good news, bad news on the English-German war. On the one hand, England takes Belgium. Good job, Conk. On the other hand, you're going to lose Liverpool for sure. But the convoy into York was by Germany very good. And so I'm not sure I was expecting it, but that was, I don't think Conk was expecting it. But good play by Pixie. So we will see how that shakes out. Now Germany goes back to Munich. I don't think he should have ever left Munich, personally.
Yeah, agreed. See now in the fall. Let's keep it in the west with you, Ed.
All right. So Liverpool is the one that goes. Norwegian covers Edinburgh. English Channel covers London. So now Riaz gets his army in Norwegian Sea for Russia. And on the continent, it looks like nothing happened except Pez continues. This time he knocks Gulf of Leon out. So Pez is doing well, but the EF is not really doing that well.
I would like to point out one clever move by Pez right here. By having Paris support Belgium to Burgundy, it manages to counter the move from Holland supporting Burgundy to Belgium, which was pretty nifty. It won't matter next turn, but
that was beautiful. Like, it was something that they didn't talk about. So they Conk and David just decided to do that themselves, and it worked. Like, I don't know, this is the kind of thing you see in press.
Exactly.
Seeing gunboat is very impressive.
Exactly, 100% agree. That's why I wanted to call so much attention to it.
And it's being done with super quick deadlines too.
Exactly. Yeah, you have 5 minutes. Just beautifully impressive in all degrees. Let's go to the east with you, Saren.
Yep, Riaz sets up to potentially convoy onto the English island, which would be very interesting and dynamic play for Russia to get the opportunity. He keeps Warsaw, doesn't get run back, but overall this is going to be very good for Russia, as Austria and Turkey are now very thoroughly entwined in a way that doesn't really help either of them that much, and potentially helps Russia a lot with Aegean walking into Khan, while Turkey takes Bulgaria and Greece. So
very, very opposition. Certainly one you're not accustomed to seeing, I would say.
Yep.
He didn't expect to get to Khan. Obviously, he was meant to cut support.
Of course, but very, very going to be very, very interesting to see how Dave and our New England Fire Squad, Dave that is, and Super Woody plays out. Spring 1906. Let's start in the East.
I guess I'll do the East.
Yeah.
I would not want to be playing either the Austrian or the Turkish position at this point, which is not something that's happened very often. But the way that their units are basically all over each other, essentially nothing happens this turn. I mean, Russia is just, wow, going all the way after Germany. So that's got to be awful if you're Pixie. But I think this is masterfully done by Riaz. I think this was the right call, because what happens very often is that if you let Germany eat all of England, where does Germany go next? The dots are in Scandinavia, and you can't hold on to that with just Scandinavia. But this kind of attack, when Germany is going after England on that precise turn, you go after Germany. You can potentially pick up a lot of tenable in the long-term games. So I think this was the right decision by Riaz. And Pez also makes some progress against Italy, so it'll be interesting to see what happens with that.
And then in the West, Ed.
Pez, did I say you were a good guesser? You suck.
You did.
You suck at guessing.
Making you look bad, Ed. He's making you look bad.
He lost Paris. Germany loses Paris. France loses Paris. Not good. Did take Tyrrhenian Sea, but lost Gulf of Leon. So he's going to have to cover that in the fall. England, in the meantime, loses Belgium. So it looks like a good turn for Germany, but for Russia moving in on Germany. So Berlin is definitely gone. Denmark might be gone. Denmark is gone. So
Denmark and Berlin are guaranteed. It's the beginning of the end.
Yeah. So this is going to be a great turn for Russia. And Germany is not feeling great. They've allied with Russia the entire time. I'm sure they thought they were safe, and now this happens.
Mm-hmm. This may be the first time I say Russia's in a great position while not having Romania.
I didn't really like Riaz here, which is like the idea is just what Saren said. I didn't like the Austrian or Turkish position. I think Riaz just sort of calculated that AT are fighting. I'm just going to let them fight, pick up dots elsewhere.
Yeah, there'll be a mess for years to come, I'm sure. We don't know because we haven't seen the game yet, but if I had to guess, this AT position is just going to be a complete mess.
Again, neither Austria or Turkey make any progress against the other. And Russia picks up Denmark and Berlin and the North Sea. You have to be loving this as Riaz. You have to be loving it so much. Like, he has.
I was going to say, this is a better team than I could have even dreamed for Riaz.
It's so good. Advantage Russia. Yeah, and Italy is not doing so well, guesses incorrectly against Pez, so loses Tunis and does not pick up one of the Iberian dots, and is also being harassed by Turkey. So no good for Italy, Austria, or Turkey. Just beautiful for Russia.
In the West, what are you seeing, Ed?
Well, I would say goodbye for England, except they've become Germany's Janissary now. Has taken Brest. So, conclaves, not the first one out.
Mm-hmm.
Germany did lose Denmark and Berlin, but on the other hand, picks up Edinburgh, London, and Paris. So it's rare in diplomacy where you lose a capital and take two other capitals on the same turn, but that's exactly what's happened. The beauty of gunboat. And I feel kind of bad for Pez. Up 1, down 2, down a critical 2. No, so this is the German-Russian fight will sort of determine who's going to board top here. But, Pez can hang around, and I'd be curious to see, and so can Dave.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wouldn't count out Dave just yet. The AT battle is truly chaos, but you never know. They may look at the big rush and say, hey, what if we were to work together?
Do we see a fleet North Coast? Yeah,
we do see the fleet North Coast. Beautiful. I love seeing Russia build fleets, and this is a very, very good sign for Riaz's future, I think. And the Army Moscow was given. We'll make sure that Ukraine doesn't pose too much of a threat to him. And let's see what happens in the spring. So, Sarah, why don't you start us off in the East?
Yeah, Dave, you can't be doing that. Letting Ukraine get popped, that was always going to be the supporter attack into Ukraine. I think letting it get piffed like that in the spring is not going to be great for his chances in this fight. Finally, things move in the Austro-Turkish War, with Bulgaria going to Romania and Serbia going into Bulgaria. This is kind of a sort of, I don't know, it's a mess. It's sort of playable for Austria, except for Ukraine getting piffed.
Right.
It's not going well for Mike, but he's not at threat of losing anything further this turn because Turkey decided to walk back into Aegean. So you've got to like that if you're Italy, and you've got to like that France is almost as dead as you are.
Indeed. If I was Dave here, I just 100% assume that Ukraine is going to get forced retreat, and I just let it retreat to Galicia in the spring retreat phase, and I had Budapest support hold Romania. If he did that, he would have been able to keep Romania, take Bulgaria, and be in a strong position to potentially take Greece in the fall.
Yeah, he would have picked Bulgaria if he'd done that. Yeah.
And that's a much, much stronger position to be in, whereas now we just see more AT chaos. In the West, Ed.
Well, it's an utter ass-kicking for Germany. Denmark moves down into Kiel, supported by Baltic. Russia takes Holland. And Paris vacated to go to Burgundy, but Burgundy moved into Belgium, so that's overall not really good for Germany. But they did get the North Sea, so we'll see if they try and convoy back if they can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this turn shows the importance of being aware of retreats and having expectations of what's going to go where. I think both Pixie and Dave would have been better off if they had let the retreats happen where they were almost certainly going to happen, instead of basically cutting off their own retreats with the move to Galicia and the move to Rome. But that being said, I want to point out that these are 5-minute turn deadlines, so they're being under a lot of pressure here to think and move quickly.
This is as fast a Russian game that you see a lot of times. I mean, this is really great.
Right. Every now and then you'll see a 1906 solo, but this is as fast as you get besides that.
For those who are listening who haven't played in the league, that's a lie. We don't do 1906 solos. We rarely do solos at all.
Sure. Whatever you say, Saren. Carrying on. Let's start in the east, Saren.
Yeah. I'll leave the northern Russia to Ed and just say, wow, okay, Russia finally gets Romania back. So he's fully consolidated in the south. To add that to his gains in the north, this is an incredible sort of growth for Russia in the past few years. Finally, things move between Austria and Turkey. Romania gets pipped. Austria basically sends everything back home and is going to end on 5, I think, this turn. Oh no, he'll end on 6 because he also has Smyrna. So
Yep.
I think Austria gets to build. Is that correct?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he gets to build.
Because of Ukraine being pipped. So
Right, correct.
It's not the end of the world.
And then in the west, Ed.
Italy, 6 years of going west, and you finally got your first gain of Marseille. Admittedly, you lost Tunis in the process and your entire game, but you took Marseille with a fleet. All right. Other than that, Conk moved to the English Channel, determined to get his homeland back. And take the Janissary offer. He's no Janissary. Conk is not a Janissary. If you didn't know anything about Conk, he's not a Janissary. The man wants London back. Then, Russia solidifies his holds, and so we shall see what happens from here. But, man, is Russia east and west doing great everywhere.
Yeah, Riaz is just in a dominant position now. I said I normally never praise a Russian position without Romania. Well, he has Romania now. He has 4 German dots. He has Norway. Just a beautiful position for him.
3 builds.
3 builds.
With 3 places to build.
Yeah, indeed.
Yep.
Do you think you see another Fleet North Coast?
Fleet North Coast, Army. Let's go.
I agree. I think so.
Yeah.
There you go. And then Army Vienna, and then pulling Burgundy, roughly what you'd expect. Yeah, let's start in spring 1908. Let's keep starting in the south.
Yeah, so Austria piffs Greece, which is a great development for Austria. And that was almost guaranteed if Russia didn't help Turkey, that set of orders. So I like that set of orders by Austria. I don't like the set of orders that resulted in losing Budapest as much, because now Austria's position against Russia is pretty much destroyed. And you can argue that it would have been destroyed just like 1 turn later if he'd just like done the safe support hold, which is probably true, but now it's destroyed even more rapidly, which might make the difference in terms of whether he survives this game.
Right, yeah. If he was able to get the build off of Greece and then build in Trieste,
yeah,
like he looks like a much more survival position than it is now. But yeah, this is just looking like Russia's cruising to victory. What do you see in the West, Ed?
Okay, sometimes I'm not very smart, but why does North Sea get dislodged if it's being supported by Edinburgh?
Because there's 2 supports on it, Denmark and Holland.
But wasn't Holland cut with the...
No, because you can't cut a support with a convoy of the units that are being destroyed. So North Sea is convoying Yorkshire to Holland, but it would be destroyed by the supported attack with Holland, Denmark supporting Norway to North Sea. So the convoy doesn't count for cutting it.
All right, well, that rule is asinine.
If it was allowed, it would be the equivalent of a unit cutting a support against itself, which
Exactly.
is not allowed, but this would be.
It's just called a corollary. A unit can't cut support on itself.
Yeah.
Clearly, Pixie and myself don't know that rule. But if I had known that rule, I wouldn't have done what Pixie did. Otherwise, I would have done what Pixie did. Long story short, bad Pixie. Looking good for Germany. Pixie's getting, trixied or something. Loses North Sea, loses Munich. Russia's going to be over the line in a second.
Russia's over every line. Hello.
Yeah, well, I don't count Munich as the line. So yeah, not good for Germany. More good news for Russia. It's the Riaz show right now.
Very, very
Conk
much.
would have gotten London back. Conk, what happened to you?
Conk has decided to start playing like me. Going to be out 6th or 7th. No imagination. It's very disturbing.
Play, supporting whole Belgium. Oh, what is this?
Conk, go back to the Conk I love.
Exactly. Let's see the fall of 1908. Let's go back to the East.
Oh, okay. So Austria actually manages to blow up Budapest, which is very well done. Russia could have guessed against that by supporting Budapest into Galicia using Ukraine and Rum. So that was essentially a guess, and it was a guess where Dave guessed correctly. So well done, Dave. Your position is actually recovered here just because you blew up that Russian unit there. But unfortunately, Austria does not get to build as he should have been able to build if he didn't have to waste units basically stopping that Russian unit from retreating to Trieste. So he doesn't get his build. And that's not a good thing when Russia is going to be building again and building 2 units, I think, if I count correctly. Super Wordy's game is basically over. He could have taken Bulgaria and gotten a build, and that would have sort of kept his position alive for a few more years, but he didn't do it, opting instead to send Black Sea to Moscow, which is much better than going for Bulgaria.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was Black Sea to Moscow there. Maybe it was a misorder. Maybe it was a signal. Who can say? In the West, Dad.
Okay. In the West, Italy. It's been 7 years. How's that Western attack going? Instead of supporting Marseille, you decided to move it and then move. I mean, like, Pez, your game doesn't look good in terms of like actual units, but you've played a really good game. I can't this is a rear guard action from nowhere. So you got one of your home centers back. They were, you had 3 countries have each a different unit, but you got one back. Can't build yet, but I'm sure you'll get it sometime.
I mean, Paris is his whenever he wants it.
That's right. Go
Pez. The fighting Ed Sullivan Pez's.
So I'm really happy with Pez's game here. And other than that, Russia nothing got taken off of Russia, and he'll have Edinburgh in 09.
Yeah, so what you really see here is the entire board rallying against Russia, right? That explains like a lot of like the weird orders, people not playing for their self-interest, because this is a finals board. This is a top board, and people understand how to stop solos on this board. And so they're looking at that 11 center Russia, which is past every conceivable stalemate line in this game. And they're saying, okay, we got to stop this shit.
Exactly. They're saying, look, for 4 years, like we need to make sure that his score is catchable when all is said and done.
Yep.
Winter, Army makes sense from Riaz. Dave cannot use his build. C'est la vie.
And I got to think there's one other little meta thing going on here, right? Which is you don't bid, but you have country preference. And I'm willing to bet no one really had Russia high on their preference list. Mm-hmm. So if Riaz had Russia low on preference list, I suspect, they'll have a country they're more comfortable playing the next time around.
Very possible. Yeah, I'm not sure how the preference list works, but if that's how it does, then Riaz is in a great position. Let's start off in the East, Saren.
Yeah, Super Wordy decides that he no longer wants to be part of the Stop Riaz coalition and sends his units away from Riaz to go Janissary for Russia. This is the kind of thing you love as a spectator and as a commentator, and you would absolutely hate if you were on this board. Like, I would be mad if I were on this board, but as a commentator, it's fun. Okay, So we see France and Italy finally ending their war, spring 1909. They have been fighting since spring 1902, and this is what they had to show for it. And the French-Italian war has finally ended. They've come to a peace.
Indeed, yeah. If I was Dave right now, I'd be furious at Michael, but in this position, as a spectator, I'm absolutely loving it. This is fantastic television. Let's go into the West, Ed.
Well, Italy is called off. Pez has won the war against Italy. We're calling that war in favor of Pez. He won with occupied Tunis. So that is a victory for Pez. In the meantime, Saren called it right. It's a rally against Russia time for everybody. I think the most curious thing to know is, will Pez try and snag Brest from Conk in fall of 09?
I was going to say, because of the position that he's gotten himself into here by playing smart, he's able to guarantee Brest if he wants it and Paris if he wants it. He wouldn't be able to build with both of them, but just the ability to be able to be able to do what he can there is just so nice for him.
But he might support himself into Brest.
Yeah, that's the thing. So if he supports himself into Brest, it's guaranteed, and he can walk into Paris for free. So he goes +2, but he only has one open supply center, sadly, because 2 of his supply centers are taken. Let's see what he does. Takes neither of them.
Look at that guy. He's so unselfish, these Italians.
That was the right play. Like, there's 3 more years left in this game, and Germany would have done everything he could to throw the solo to Russia if Pez had walked into Paris. So.
Absolutely the right play, but man, it is so much less fun this way. Let's start off in the West End.
Well, okay, everyone is rallying against Russia. Germany got into Munich with the support of the Italian. So that's a
So
Italy is having problems because France now that was a pretty good guess by France. If that was the intention, to bounce Turini and to sort of keep Italy from going back, that was well played by Pez. And I mean, a lot of things that were done by both Pez and Conk this turn were just pretty awesome for both of them, because look at Conk getting back a second center and a home center at that after this many years of biding his time. Conk is going back for his homeland. And
is France building a fleet?
Sorry?
Is France going to build a fleet?
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
I actually like it. We'll see. Let's find out. And he does.
Yeah.
And then both Ruhr and Munich are pulled. I think when all said and done, Russia may end up on like 12, maybe 13. Let's see what happens. Okay. Let's start off in the West with Ed.
Well, that fleet was great news for Riaz, because he's going to press his position through into France as quickly as he can. He takes Munich back this turn and doesn't even need 2 units to do it. In the meantime, as he's covering Norway, loses Norwegian Sea, but that's not such a big deal for France right now. And that's about it in the West.
And the East, Saren.
Yeah, so David outguesses Michael again, this time not going to Tyrrhenian, which would have lost him Tunis. But instead,
this guy knows how
love
to guess.
to see it. Love to see it. It's the 1-2 fight where France is just outguessing Italy. Love to see it. And Russia makes no progress against Austria, which is probably the best you can hope for if you're Austria in this position, with all those Russian units lined up on you. To not lose anything is, decent. Super Wordy does super wordy things. Not sure what he'll go for next. I wouldn't be shocked to see an attack on Smyrna in the fall.
Going for Smyrna.
I point out that I don't think there was anything Russia could gain off of Austria with these orders, no matter what they ordered. I think this is just as strong as now. Once Turkey gets into the fray against Austria, if they try to tap Bulgaria or anything like that, then things can get interesting there.
The bigger question is whether Russia tries to snag Ankara.
They do. Since you called it, Ed, you want to start off with the East?
Sure. I played a lot of Speedboat with these guys, right? So this is why I fail at this game, and Speedboat in particularly. But yeah, it's all about dot grabbing starting in 1911. And That's what they're doing here, period. So in the East, nothing happened except Russia moved in and took Ankara. And poor Super Wordy he moved the wrong unit, but actually he couldn't have moved any unit and guaranteed. I mean, one would have been lost no matter what. So, anyways, East, Dave's played a good game having pressure from, lots of people.
Indeed. Let's go to the West. Saren, what do you think?
Yeah, so Riaz in the North Sea, love to see that. Pixie on Germany has more or less decided to become England. So rest in peace, Conk, as he loses both of his centers in the same phase. Goodbye. It was wonderful seeing your underdog story. But Germany is now fully consolidated into England and has the 2 fleets and 1 army that are England's starting units. So we will see Germany be playing as England for the rest of this game.
Yeah, I really hope that Pixie sends Wales to Liverpool, and then we'll see 1901 England in 1912.
Exactly. That's the play, Pixie.
And look at that. Somehow, after all is said and done, Pez de Mur is on 6. Brilliantly played. He has all of his home centers back. And Tunis. Who would have thought?
And Italy didn't recognize the war's over.
Yeah.
Went back west.
Hey, it's a French solo threat, guys. He's got Tunis. He's over the line.
He's over the line. Let's see what happens in 1912. Let's start in the West, Saren.
Yeah, so I guess the set of orders by Pez was definitely very aggressive. It was the set of orders for maximum upside. He's going on the offense. Although I guess he had to cover Marseille, so there wasn't much else he could have done with those units. I'm not sure that if I would have put instead Brest and Picardy or something, but I'm sure Pez has his reasons for doing what he does here, and I don't think it makes much of a difference because he's not going to gain anything, but he's not going to lose anything if he plays correctly either. And he does pick up Rome, so that's excellent for France. And Germany continues playing as England, but does not send Wales to Liverpool, teasing us by instead sending Wales to Yorkshire.
Very sad, but
understandable. Yeah, it's a tragic moment. And Riaz continues pressing into the West as Russia. And
well, I will say I think you may miss one thing here. It is possible that if Russia wants to, there is a guess technically for France. If Russia was to support Piedmont to Marseille, and Paris wants to tap the Russian unit in Burgundy, there is a potential to lose. He could either lose Paris or Marseille if he guesses incorrect. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but why would Russia do that?
For fun.
It's fall 1912. You go for the thing that has some chance of getting you a center. No matter.
He may assume that there's no chance against Paris and just says for kicks.
Yeah.
But let's go to the East.
Well, we say goodbye to my favorite player, Super Weddy. Sorry, your vacillation caused your downfall. Other than that, I mean, Dave's emerged fairly unscathed from the battle, and we've got one season left. I'm looking to see where people can get any other dots. I'm not sure things are going to change much.
Well, why don't we just find out? Fall 1912. Aha! The reverse. Piedmont supports Burgundy to Marseille. Sarah, what did I tell you? France can't lose anything. France can't lose.
But why?
Why not? For the meme, Sarah, for the meme.
No, but this also allowing Russia to walk into Venice. This is Michael just deciding to throw, and also supports Armenia into Smyrna. So this is an Italian throw to Russia. So
I'm not sure why Michael did this. That there was no reason to. It's only hurting his own score.
Yeah, there was
but
no reason.
As a spectator, I do love this quite a lot. There's a lot of red arrows.
It's not like anyone wronged Italy.
Right.
Italy attacked France.
Yeah.
Okay. Italy had nothing to do with what's happening in Anatolia. I mean, this is just sort of bad form. Sorry, Michael. I disagree with this play entirely.
I'm not sure what Michael was so angry at, but he gives 3 dots to Russia here and takes Russia up to 16.
Because if you look at the score here, if you look at Russia on a 13, that's not a massive score in Mind the Gap.
But once you get up 16, that's 33 out of 100, which is huge.
Why do that? I don't know.
Who knows? But well played by him. So we saw a great game 1. Let's get into game 2. So here we see the orders for 1901. Let's start staring off in the West. What do you see?
Yep, basically the most standard stuff you can expect from England, France, and Germany. The only thing that might be of note is England deciding to open north but put the army in Yorkshire. There's arguments to be made that if you're gonna go north, you might as well put it in Eddie, and then there's other people who will say that you should probably be going to the Channel. But this is fine. It's just very standard stuff. So
right, very very straightforward West. What do you see in the East, Ed?
Well, you see an unusual and gunboat Russia opening north. So good for Russia. I don't think it'll work out. Michael played a crazy game the last time, so we'll see what happens this time. Although Michael's best friend Riaz is playing Turkey, so I'm sure Riaz is grateful to see that move. And other than that, we do see the normal Nexus speedboat move of Venice into Trieste in spring 1901. That's apparently normal and accepted. If you don't let that happen, you're not liked.
We'll see what happens. Riaz opens with the standard Riaz opening, Ankara to Constantinople. I'm sure with Michael opening north, he's only too happy to see that. But this game's anonymous, so who knows? No one in the game knows who anyone else is. So we'll see what ends up happening. In fall 1901, let's keep with Saren in the West.
Yeah, so England supports himself into Norway. Good choice. Conk takes a shot at the North Sea. You really don't see that very often. Despite the way that Russia and Germany opened, you don't see Denmark taking a shot at the North Sea in fall 01 very often. I think this is just Conk being very aggressive after his maybe slightly disappointing performance in the first game. He is out for blood. He knows he needs a massive score in this game, and he's going to try to get that by going for the throat from the start, essentially. France getting 3 builds. Dave Smith with 3 builds as France in 1901 that's dangerous. So
I was going to say with Jordan or Conk going to North Sea, I think that's more signaling than anything. I think he knew it was going to fail because North Sea was obviously going to convoy here. With the unit in Yorkshire. When the unit's in Edinburgh, there's always a chance that North Sea could be a mover to either Belgium or Skagerrak with Norwegian convoying it. But here, North Sea has to be convoying. I think this is telling Dave, hey, Dave, please, let's work together and kill off England here. Let's look in the East. Ed, what are you seeing here?
So what I didn't point out the last time was when Russia moved up, Russia didn't couple that with a move to Ukraine. Which would have given Austria Galicia, but that's certainly a signal to Turkey that he intended to move to Romania. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had any guaranteed builds. So move to Romania. So certainly you have RT cooperation there. And Pixie did the right thing. So many Nexus players don't do, and I want to shoot myself in the head for, is if Austria is nice enough to let you go into Trieste in 01, you should try and go to Aegean. So many of them just take Tunis, and it pisses me off.
Very understandable. Very understandable.
But anyways.
If you're taking Trieste in spring 1901, there is a very understood agreement that you will go to.
Good job, Pixie.
Okay. Builds. Anything notable sticking out to you guys? I think Fleet North Coast from Russia, Fleet Brest, Army Marseille are the most notable ones here, I'd say, right?
Yep.
And then Fleet Kiel.
Yeah, but Russia, when Russia moved to Finland in fall 1901, he was certainly opening that up probably for that build. And
exactly.
when Pez convoyed into Norway, that was Russia's thought, I'm going to be a player. So hopefully you'll see some Russian-German cooperation. I'd be curious to see what happens with the fleet in Kiel, if it goes to Helgoland or not.
Yep. I'm assuming with the attack from Denmark to North Sea, Kiel go to Helgoland. The real question is, do you think Berlin and Munich go to Prussia and Silesia in a super aggressive FG? Or do you think that Jordan plays a little defense, a little wary of the 6th center Dave Smith?
I would be very shocked to see Prussia and Silesia when France has just built 2 armies and gotten 3 built with 0 threats.
Agreed.
I think that's pretty not the greatest play.
But I would love to see it regardless. Just a standard bounce. What do you see in the West, Saren?
Yeah, I really hate this. I think you have got to be supporting yourself into Helgoland there. Like, I'm not sure what upside exactly tapping the North Sea has here. Because, I mean, the only thing that you'd really be concerned about is, like, North Sea somehow supporting Belgium into Holland. But, like, if that's the case, you're pretty screwed either way. I don't think tapping the North Sea really delivered any upside here. And it just gave him a massive downside because now Germany's not going to be able to take North Sea this year, which he was really counting on being able to do.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, I'd also maybe have supported myself into Ruhr and shifted Berlin down into Munich. I think this set of orders that Conk instead did was just very optimistic and very ambitious in a way that didn't quite pan out and just resulted in a lot of red arrows. Good things for France, moving himself into a very strong position. It's rare to see France have total control over Belgium like he does here. And England wisely convoying the army back home, I think that's a very underrated play. That's pretty strong because if you want to defend the English homeland, you have to have an army.
Agreed. Let's see. I mean, I actually would have convoyed to Yorkshire using the North Sea to convoy, but actually no. He bounced in Helgo, and actually that's way smarter. I take back what I said.
Yeah, and well done to Pez for not misordering this convoy.
Mm-hmm. Right. And then in the east, what are you seeing here?
Austria takes Bulgaria because Russia didn't support Bulgaria. Instead, Russia moved to the Black Sea. I'm sure Pez isn't happy about that. Russia probably is thinking I need to position an army there. On the other hand, I don't really understand the move from Ankara to Armenia. I guess he was worried Sevastopol might be going to Armenia, and the army build upset Turkey a bit. So they're not on the same page. We'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm. And when I saw the fleet in Romania, I actually assumed there was going to be an RA, not an RT. And I think we're seeing this RA come to fruition here with just safety bounces and deletion to keep everyone happy. But we will see. Fall 1902. Let's go to the east first. Ooh.
Well, Pixie moves to Tyrolia, and you're right. I think there is an RA here at some level because Austria went ahead and took back Trieste. I mean, hard to know that was going to work, but then it worked for him, so good enough. Meanwhile, Apulia convoyed into Tunis, and other than that, nothing happened.
Right.
Oh, Warsaw moved to Galicia and got there. So I say there might be an RA, but then you see that and you're like, I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, maybe Michael's just on Team Michael. There is no RA, there's no RT, there's just Team R.
Team R.
Let's go into the West, Aaron. What are you seeing?
Yep, Germany. Jordan Connors does in fall 1902 what he pretty much should have done in the spring. So lost one turn of tempo. We'll see how much that costs him. Dave and David just bounce in the channel, which is fair. I mean, like, what else were they going to do at that point? France will probably get some play at some point. Once Germany is also going after England, England is not going to last very long if they all decide to keep on going after him. So it'll be interesting to see how they split up the English homeland if they get that far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with the French and Belgium, I wonder if the normal London, Liverpool goes to France, Edinburgh goes to Germany situation will play out, or we'll see something different.
And that's not a good deal when France already has Belgium.
Exactly.
I'm curious to see what Russia builds here.
Any guesses?
Army Warsaw.
That's what I think too.
Army Sevastopol. We'll see.
Let's see it. Army Warsaw.
Wow.
Since Sarah got it right, let's start her off in the east. Spring 1903.
Yeah, so look at that sort of just that brace with Austria and Russia. Nothing really happening, but fair enough. It's worth noting that this is quite an interesting tactical situation in Bulgaria because not only is it a brace between Austria and Russia, it's also a beleaguered garrison between Russia and Turkey. And therefore Austria does not lose Bulgaria despite putting 0 units towards defending Bulgaria and having 2 others attack Bulgaria. So that's all you need. Totally planned by Superworthy, totally all wonderful. And Pixie consolidates his position by convoying back to the Italian mainland, which is a good thing to do when you have that army stuck in Tunis.
You mentioned the breaks in the beleaguered garrison, but really speaking, given what the orders are made, it's really all just the beleaguered garrison. Since if Austria and NMR, they actually wouldn't have lost anything here.
It's also true.
Very, very, very fun set of orders.
That's another rule I don't like. A beleaguered garrison is beleaguered. It should die.
Well, then who gets it?
It should be disbanded.
So the unit should be piffed, and but territory is retained by the previous owner.
Correct.
I actually like that order. I like to see that variant someday. But as United Variant Creator, you're a commentator, so let's go to you in the West.
Okay, in the West, the signal that Conk really wanted Dave to move to Marseille worked. Dave moves to Marseille, but I think it was a smart move because he wasn't sure what was going to happen with Italy.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a good move by Dave. Meanwhile, France takes the English Channel. This is bad news for Pez. But on the other hand, Pez is a good guesser and gets into Skagerrak. So, we'll see how it plays out. Pez is going to have to do a lot of good guessing from here on out. Not a great position for him to be in.
Yeah, he can't really do much with Skagerrak unless Russia just has to turn the page, switch sides. But we'll see. I don't think Michael's going to turn cut here.
No.
But I think he'll. Yeah. Well,
let's go to the West Side. This is some funny stuff we're seeing.
Who wants to be in Skagerrak? It's pointless to go to Skagerrak. So I guess England's saying if I'm going to lose, Russia's going to get my dots. It's not going to be France. Mm-hmm. So England's moving back as much as they can. Meanwhile, it looks like Germany realizes there's a bit of a threat from Russia here and makes the move towards Sweden while England's in Skagerrak, but that's not going to work since Skagerrak moved back. This is a very slow tempo Conk game for Germany.
Indeed. Now, for all you're talking about Pez being a master guesser, it gets outguessed failed convoy to London instead of convoying to Wales. Tisk, Gad.
Right.
Let's go to the east, Saren. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so I like this Italian attack on France, guys, because this is how you play Italy for maximum annoyingness and maximum entertainment value. You do nothing, accomplish nothing for the first few years, and then throw all of your units in one direction. It's not always the best plan. Sometimes you just get nothing, but it's nice to watch, and it's how Italy should be played, in my opinion. Nothing happens with Russia, Austria, or Turkey, so not much.
I just won Italy, and I still don't know how to play it.
Well, I'm not sure if Italy can gain anything from this position right now. No. I think we'll need another unit, but we'll see what they do. Army Trieste, nothing much else. 1904, Saren, let's take you in the east.
Yeah, so Italy just makes that supported attack on Marseille, which was very ambitious. There's about zero chance that was going to work, but it is good to always have an enemy, as some people say. You always want to have an enemy, you always want to be fighting someone so that other people don't think you're going after them. And in that, Italy is very effective in just setting up this permanent bounce in Marseille with France. Russia convoying into Armenia. So this is Michael pretty much has exactly changed his entire alliance structure this turn, and is just deciding that he's now best friends with Austria and is going to try to go and kill Turkey. I'm not sure how well that will work out for him. There's a decent chance, in my opinion, that Super Wordy will just take that as an invitation to go and eat everything that he can get from Russia.
I think you're very right here. I don't think this attack goes much of anywhere. But Super Wordy has to be happy to have all the Balkans to himself.
If your goal is to upset Riaz,
mission accomplished.
That's true.
Mission accomplished.
Put up the banner on the warship. He did it. Fall 1904. Sarah, let's start you off in the east.
Yep, as predicted, Russia loses things. Austria looks at Russia's olive branch and says, haha, no, and goes after Galicia. Italy decides to turn around and try to take Trieste again from Austria, which you always like to see, but it's too little too late. Austria's not growing this turn because he lost Bulgaria, which is fair enough, but Italy's not gonna probably not gonna get much there either. And Turkey is going down. So does this mean that Riaz is no longer going to win the overall series? I don't know. We'll see.
You said our prediction was right, but we did predict that the Russians would get nothing out of Turkey, and there you see Michael getting Ankara from Riaz.
I feel like I didn't say that. I feel like I didn't say that, Karthik. You said that.
In the West. In the West, Ed, what are you seeing?
Well, France pulled back after England pulled back. And the only one who benefits from any of this is Konk, who took Sweden. So good news for Konk. He'll who's played a good game. Slower than his normal games, but now is going to have to build in Berlin, I'd assume.
Mm-hmm.
That is a hell of a guess by Pez. I'm sorry. That takes balls going to Wales there. Respect.
I like the Wales guess. I mean, I feel like I do that a lot as England, but I agree. Brilliant guess. Maybe,
but I mean, it's a little surprise. I mean, I guess I said he pulled back. I mean, I guess Irish couldn't have risked supporting it without losing Mid-Atlantic.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's see. Spring 1905. Let's keep staring in the East. What are you seeing?
Yep. Austria sends everything after Russia, who still has not responded to the Austrian threat and decided instead to do an attack on Berlin. That was basically guaranteed to never succeed. So I think this is going to be curtains for Russia soon if this continues, because Austria is not interested in any sort of use out of Russia's northern units. He's just going to go directly after Russia and take what he can get, which means Riaz might actually be back into the game as Black Sea walks into Sevastopol and Riaz retakes his homeland. He's back back on his 3 Turkish dots, so who knows?
This may be one of the weaker olive branches. I think Austria just snapped the olive branch in half and is very happy to take Russian dots instead.
Yeah.
And with the fleet in Bulgaria, I mean, Austria is really under no threat at all. The army is far away in Smyrna, so Austria is free to go after Russia very, very hard. In the West, what are you seeing, Ed?
Well, what I'm seeing is what happened, which is absolutely nothing. Nothing was successful at all. But I do believe that Russia's implosion is now going to have a dynamic impact on the West. So, I mean, I think Konk is going to benefit. And I'm sorry for not reading the board as quickly in 04. If you players only got 5 minutes per move, we get about 5 seconds. So now that I have a better handle on it, you can see that there's still English and French fighting, and that's going to probably continue. And I really like Germany's position here.
Yeah, no, I agree. I really like Germany's position as well. I think they're going to get a lot of dots off of Russia here. I think they're going to get Norway. I think they'll eventually get St. Petersburg, and I think the FG will eventually also get some nice dots off of England as well. So it's going to be interesting to see if Dave changes tack, realizing that Germany is in such a strong position. And what are you saying, Saren?
Yeah, no offense to Jordan, but how much of Germany's good position is due to his play, and how much of it is due to David just absolutely guessing like a madman turn after turn? I mean, look at this.
Brilliant guesses by Pez here.
This is crazy.
Ed Sullivan's call about Pez being a great guesser is looking a lot better, like you know.
I've only lost 90% of my 50-50s against him.
That's something that me and Pez share in common then, Ed. Let's go to fall 1905. Since Ed likes to talk about the guesses, let's go to Ed in the West, actually.
Okay, so I'm looking at the West here, and theoretically nothing happened in that no dot shifted hands, but Pez did get North Sea back, and there was a bounce over Germany. So I think that Dave Smith was just trying to dot Germany there if he could, especially with the move follow up into Burgundy. So we might see some other people worried about Germany's position right now. But on the other hand, they're still EF are still fighting, so it's hard to say if they, how this is all going to shake out in the West.
Yep, I think Dave is trying to have his cake and eat it too. We'll see if it works out for him. Let's go into the East, which is very, very juicy. Saren, tell me.
Yeah, so while the West has been quite uniform in terms of the quality of guesses, in terms of Pez just smashing at every turn, now we have this very interesting thing where Riaz arguably outplayed himself. by trying to cover Bulgaria and Khan and assuming that something would bounce. So what Riaz correctly sussed out here was that Italy would make some sort of play on Smyrna. So it was quite well done to him not doing the other thing of shifting Smyrna into Khan instead, which would have lost Smyrna to an Italian army, which is in the long run death. So Riaz, well done not doing that, but it was quite interesting that Austria didn't even attempt to touch Bulgaria and nobody moved towards Khan, which means that Riaz just walks right out of Ankara, which is no doubt something that Michael is very happy to see, but not so nice if you were Riaz, and surely you were expecting to be able to build this turn. It might have been better to move Khan to Bulgaria and bounce Ankara and Smyrna and Khan instead, but like hindsight is always 20/20. So
yeah. Indeed.
I do like the Dave Smith retreat into Moscow.
Yes. That was the super wordy retreat into Moscow.
Super wordy, yeah.
Yeah, no, that was what I was trying to draw attention to when I was talking about it. That retreat is really what makes the most fun because it means that he gets Sevastopol and Moscow and puts Warsaw in a position where it's very, very easy to retake, depending on how builds go. So it puts him up 2, puts Russia down 1, gives him very good position in Galicia. Let's see what happens. We see Silesia get piffed, which means Warsaw is free to take. And let's see what happens. Let's go to the east, Aaron. Tell me about it.
Yep. So Michael has decided that he's now going to play as the Kingdom of Scandinavia, which is fair enough from this position. Superworty just continues marching on, but Pixie does sneak into Trieste, which is not really a massive problem for Superworty because Superworty can evict him without too much trouble in the fall if he wants to. And Pixie does convoy into Constantinople, which is the big story of the East.
That's the headline.
Yep.
Yeah.
Beautiful guesswork. Unfortunate for Riaz, but
yeah, that's brutal for Riaz.
Should have taken anchor, buddy.
Yep. Let's go to the west.
Literally nothing happened.
Yeah. Literally just a bunch of red arrows, and then English fleet moves to Irish Sea and Wales.
Two fleets move, so that's what happened in the west.
Yep. Let's go on to the fall. I'll skip the west because literally nothing happens here.
Literally nothing happened in the west except one fleet erroneously moved back.
One fleet moved back to London. Lots of good guesswork here. Yeah, kudos to Jordan for a good defense. Let's go to the east, which is actually interesting, Saren.
Yep. Well done to Pixie, who does get 2 builds this turn. So those were desperately needed builds because when you're Italy allied to Austria, and Austria is growing that much, and you are not growing very much in comparison. That's not a great position in the long term. So it's good for Pixie that he can get the 2 builds and maintain some sort of parity in this relationship. Also, although the fact that Superworty is also getting a build this turn is going to mean that he's probably still going to have a uphill battle in the long term if he's to fight Austria. Mm-hmm. Scandinavia, not so successful, losing Warsaw and Ankara, being down to 2. Good on Jordan for just holding on to Sweden. I guess just saying, no, Michael, you can't have that under any circumstances. Riaz finally retakes Ankara.
Yep. I will point out that at the same time, the Pixie does take Trieste. He does try to support Greece into Bulgaria. I wonder if Superworty will see this as an olive branch and just like a means of rebalancing the AI, or if he just uses this as war and says, hey, I can roll you over easy, and I'm absolutely going to do that.
Well, I think he's in this tournament. I mean, he got eliminated. He needs a big score, too. So he's going to do whatever maximizes his odds.
Agreed. Army Budapest and Fleet Naples. I mean, that's an Army Venice. I mean, I think that's a strong sign of at least Pixie asking for an alliance back. We'll see if Superworty likes it.
Yeah, we'll know if there's a move to Vienna.
Yep, and the move to Vienna happens. Move to Serbia, move to Tyrolia, move to Constantinople. Oh, man, very, very fun turn. Saren, sorry for taking all your talking points, but drop the rest.
Sorry?
Oh, I was saying sorry for taking all your talking points, but carry on in the East.
Oh, okay. Well, yep, as you mentioned, Superworty is saying, no, we can't have this alliance back. And it's unfortunate for Pixie that Khan gets blown up, and Riaz is somehow back on his 3 starting Turkish dots again. Like, I thought he was dead, but this is Riaz being very much alive and basically having no threats for the fall turn, because Aegean has vacated into Greece and Austria and Italy are busy hacking at each other. This is just awesome for Riaz. Like, if you think about his score in the first turn, he doesn't need a massive score in this game to win. He just needs to survive, and Pixie and Super Worty have just basically aligned the stars for him to more or less survive this game if the sort of infighting continues. Yeah.
Scandinavia. I was going to say, but right now, I think based off the current score, I don't have the scores at my fingertips, but I think Riaz is still in the lead given his huge score in game 1.
Yep.
So let's go to the West.
I'm looking in the West, and the big news is that Conk took Norway. But I think the bigger news is it's going to be super hard for anyone in the West to get out of this position right now. And then France is a very defensible spot. It seems like England and France have called off their war to a large degree. So I just don't see a lot of dot gaining by anyone. No one's in the position of super worthy.
We'll see. The EF is working together. France does have Ruhr, so that is something, but it is definitely going to be hard to make games without some really strong collaboration between the two. And with David not having much room to gain early on without French support, I don't think he'd be willing to support France into Germany immediately. But we'll see.
I'm curious, I was going to see if Aegean was going to support Khan to Bulgaria, but he didn't.
Well, since you started on the East, I'd take the East away.
Yeah. This is just...
Saren.
Oh, yeah, Sarah, you want the East, you can take the East as well.
Oh, sorry, Ed, you can go for the East.
I don't really know what happened in the East, except Super Rarity takes Trieste back.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Yeah, other than that, there's a lot of red arrows. Trieste does slide down to Albania, pipping it, which is interesting. And Tyrolia does slide back into Venice, while Piedmont takes Tyrolia. But yeah, it's mostly reshuffling of units to the benefit of Austria, I would say, with the exception of losing Greece, which could be an issue going forward. But Saren, what do you see in the West?
So David, after all this time defending against Dave, I could feel Dave's exasperation in these past turns, just saying, wow, I really can't take anything off England with my 6 units to his 3. So at this point, France is just like, okay, I'm done trying to take stuff off you, England. You win, I'm going to go after Germany instead. And this allows England to finally grow back to 4, which is just, it's beautiful. It's impressive. Like, you would think really, I think 80-90% of England would be dead from that sort of attack, right? Just the inherent disadvantage of the position. But David is back and he's taking Norway, and this is the Pez we love to see. Also, Michael walks into Berlin. I think that's just beautiful from a spectator perspective.
I love to see it. Yeah.
Of all the things that could have gone wrong for Germany, right? To lose Berlin like that. I mean, you lost Norway. I mean,
lost Munich as well. Like, it's just
lost Denmark.
Like in all bad turns. He kept Denmark. He just lost Norway, Berlin, and Munich, which is not a great time. Like, not a great time for Kong. But let's see what happens in winter. So Pips, Holland, and Silesia. We see a fleet build of Brest and a fleet build of Liverpool. Looks like both Dave and David knew exactly what was going to happen here. The EF war is back on, and they'll kill Germany together probably at the same time.
They'll kill Germany while warring against each other.
Oh, you love to see it. Sarah, take the West. Tell me what's happening there.
Yeah, so more or less, where did English Channel tried to go to North Sea? While North Sea tried to go to English Channel. So no love lost between England and France. They have decided that their war is still completely on. It doesn't matter about Germany. They don't care about Germany. Like, Jordan can just do what he does, but they are going to go after each other. So this English-French war is in full swing. And I think France has the advantage from this position, but you could have said that for like the past, 6-7 years that Dave had the positional advantage over David and didn't take any dots off him. So
hopefully though, with 3 units, 3 fleets in the waters, he may be able to make some guesses to get him the victory over David if that's what he's going for. Tell me about the East, Ed. Lots of black arrows there.
In the history of recorded warfare, Albania has never served an important purpose except in this game. It goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. This time back into Austria's hands. But the real winner in the East this turn is Riaz. Into the Black Sea, into Bulgaria, and into the Aegean. That is fantastic in 08 and essentially locks him. I don't want to call it, but I think it locks him as the champion in the Speedboat Finals. This is a unassailably great position for Riaz, and I don't think, given the war between Italy and Austria, that Austria can recover right now.
I tend to agree, though I do disagree with your point about Albania. I think Albania is a massively critical property that is huge for an Italian war against the Austrian that isn't used effectively enough. But if we get off my soapbox, since we don't have that much time, let's go to the East and tell me what's going on there.
How come when I get assigned a region, nothing happens?
Hey, I gave you a lot of black arrows last time.
Nothing happened.
Yeah, no, nothing happened. Let's go to the West.
I mean, I'm not sure that much happened in the West either. Although Dave did a smart thing in covering Marseille, because Super Wordy took one look at the three support strength on Venice, and he was like, "Yeah, Pixie's just gonna support that. I may as well take a shot at Marseille, because why not?" And gets bounced out, unfortunately for him. And well done to France. And everything bounces between England and France.
Indeed, very straightforward turn. Only change in Winter 1908 is the build of Ankara, which will create even more issues for Austrians, which should put Riaz in the driver's seat for winning this tournament. 1909. Ed, I gave you black arrows now. Let's see what you have to say.
Italy starts winning. I mean, actually, if you had asked me in 1906 who would win the war between Austria and Italy, I would not have predicted Italy. But Italy is winning the war, taking the very critical province of Albania, along with Trieste. The Albanians have been liberated again by the Italians, and they are very happy to have their Italian conquerors march through. Other than that, the predictable move of Ankara and Armenia bounce, and Bulgaria was covered. So good on that. Good on East. And Konk gets into St. Petersburg because the Germans own St. Petersburg, but they lose Sweden.
The Albanians have greeted the Italians as liberators. Let's go on to the West.
Yeah, Sweden walking into Bothnia and Norway walking into Sweden feels a little bit inexplicable to me. Like, I don't see what was the rationale behind both of those moves, considering what we've seen like in the past turns. But clearly they're smarter than me, and they thought of something I didn't, especially David, who just walks straight into Sweden and also bounces the German move into Skagerrak. This guy writes orders like he sees the other people's orders first. Well done to Dave, who takes Holland and is probably going to be able to keep it this turn, which gives him at least a build.
Excellent. Let's go into the fall of 1909. Sharon, in the West.
Yeah, so Dave not only takes Holland, but also takes Kiel, because Jordan is not interested in defending Kiel. Instead, he goes back to Sweden because fuck the English, which also allows the all these moves also allow the French into North Sea. So now this English-French war is decisively in France's favor. This is a sort of insurmountable positional advantage, regardless of guessing ability. Yep.
Indeed. Let's go to the East, Ed. Tell me what you see there.
Go Riaz. He's got the Fez hat on and everything. He takes Romania. He's in Armenia now. He can take Sevastopol. So bad news for Austria in the eastern part of the East, and for Austria's western part, they do get Trieste back. So that's a mild positive. On the other hand, Austria did lose Warsaw to Russia, and now I'm thinking to myself, how did Russia get back? I guess Russia got back into Moscow, which I missed, but now they're in Warsaw, so it didn't matter.
So I will note that Trieste is voluntarily disbanded here by the Italians. Seems that Pixie is suing for peace in this war. and trying to make some moves against the French. We'll see if that works. I mean, given the choke's position,
I think he's going to rebuild an army, huh? No.
Right. Fleet.
You're right.
Fleet Naples. Okay, let's go to 1910. Sarah in the West.
Yep. So England does the safe move of the hedging move of the southbounds in Yorkshire, which is just as well as the French try to convoy into Yorkshire. But England takes the mid-Atlantic, which is quite interesting because he couldn't have done this unless the French had allowed it. Which the orders that Dave chose did allow the English into the mid-Atlantic and might pose some problems for France in terms of guessing between all these territories now that he has to defend Portugal, Spain, and Marseille with just Portugal and Marseille, while the Italians are also in Lyon. So like it's a French-sided guess, and that it's unlikely that France will lose something if he plays it right. But it's not like it's still technically a guess, and there are things that England and Italy could do to try to take something off France down there. Jordan, who is now playing as Scandinavia, takes Norway from England, which is fair.
In the East, what are you seeing, Ed?
Well, Riaz gets Sevastopol. As Turkey, we'll see if he keeps it. He could lose it in the fall if he sacrifices Moscow to do it, which he might. And other than that, Italy has decided to go back against Italy, except he moved to Venice because he didn't trust that Austria wouldn't attack him. But I think the Austria-Italian war is over from Austria's perspective. It will be curious now to see how it plays out in the next 2 years. And the most interesting thing in the fall is whether or not Riaz will take Greece, which he can.
Right. I would say that I think it's very likely that Sevastopol is kept because given the Austrians' moves, the only way they can force Sevastopol is if they give up Serbia, because they would need Budapest to tap Romania in order to guarantee that they can overpower Romania.
Yeah, you're correct. That's right.
But let's see what they do here. Sevastopol is kept. To you, Ed, in the East.
Riaz does not take Greece. Wow.
Yeah.
He's an alliance player.
So tell me what you see in the East, Ed.
Riaz didn't take Greece. He'll take that. We call Greece Turkey's in 1911. So I can see why he didn't take it now. That's because he wants the Ionian soon. Yeah. Meanwhile, Riaz keeps Sevastopol. He tries to signal to Austria that, hey, I'm with you now, buddy. I don't want anything more from you. And Austria, if I'm reading it correctly, did take Warsaw back. I did read that correctly, right? Yeah, Austria took Warsaw back.
Yeah,
Austria will be building. We will see if there's peace between Austria and everybody. No one wants to fight Austria.
Austria should be neutral, no? Because they lost Sevastopol?
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
I mean, the funny thing with Riaz here is that he's signaling peace to both Italy and Austria. So, like, who is he fighting?
We'll find out. Maybe Riaz is like, I won the championship, so who cares? Sarah in the West.
Yeah, so France does not lose anything, which was more or less expected, but England does retake the channel while also keeping Mao. So that puts England in position to give France a lot of trouble in the next couple of turns if he wants to. England also retakes the North Sea, but France does walk into Denmark, which is nice because France now gets 2 builds, which he can actually use both because he vacated Marseille, so he can build in Paris and Marseille. Maybe not exactly the builds he wanted. I don't know. It might have been better if he could have built in Brest and Marseille, but it's fair enough if you're being attacked from both sides and get to have 2 home centers vacated for builds. So Good for Dave.
Can't complain too much in Dave's position.
Yep.
Army, not to be surprised there. Let's see, Sarah in the West. Tell me what you see. Ooh.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Spain getting piffed. Like it was a bit of a guess here because Italy could have gone for Marseille, in which case he would have been fine and would actually have set up his line against Italy for the next turn. But this is just not so good because, I mean, it gets piffed and probably France is losing something to Italy this turn. Germany supports France into the North Sea. Love to see that from Jordan. Jordan by now surely knows that he's not going to win this tournament. So he's just like, okay, I like France. At least I like France more than England, so go ahead, France, accept my support into the North Sea.
Mm-hmm. Well, one might ask if it would have been the safer order set to order Portugal support hold Spain, Burgundy support hold Marseille, and then Paris support hold Brest, with Brest supporting Belgium to the English Channel. But I mean, hindsight's 2020. But I think the odds of English-Italian collaboration there was lower than what we ended up seeing. In East, Ed, what do you see?
I see the Sultan in his harem, chilling out, drinking whatever he wants, some nice tea with all his wives, loving life.
Yep.
Because that's what he's doing. He's setting
wearing his fez, very, very happy.
He's in a defensive spot. I'm not attacking anybody. I've won this tournament, and you are not going to get a dot off of me. I'm at my 6th, and I'm going to stay here. Y'all fight each other.
Indeed. Let's move on to fall 1911. What do you guys see here? Let's start in the East. I think, really speaking, it's just a bunch of Austrian moving to the line, and then Italy
everything
moving
what
to
I said before stands.
Yep, exactly. 100% right.
In victory, magnanimity, right, Ed?
Exactly.
Of course, yes.
And then in the West, what do you see, Saren?
Yeah, I mean, nothing really happens, but it's shocking. I don't know. I'm just surprised that Italy did not actually manage to take anything from France this turn, which is fair enough, and well played to Dave, because he kicks Italy out of Spain without losing Marseille in the process, and that was a bit of a guess that picks he lost. And
I should point out one thing. Dave, I think, was second in the first game, and Riaz does not know what score Dave had. So it's a little bit of a risk to gamble here, because I think the scores are pretty close between the two of them. They don't know that.
Yep, they do not know that. Winter 1911, army build in Marseille, whereas I think Riaz waves it. So let's see. What do we see in 1912? Tell me, Ed. East.
Riaz heard me. He realized, maybe I should make sure I get a dot or two, and he's grabbing that. And Austria is like, I'm not going to get anything off of France, so maybe I can get 1 dot off of Turkey here, and so that's what's happening.
Yep. Looks like Greece may fall to the Turks. Serbia's might be held. Fun time for Riaz. In the West, just a lot of red arrows, right, Saren?
Yeah, the French lines make me very happy. That France has a line despite being under enthusiasm, just being attacked by England. Still manages to support hold everything. Love it. Wow.
Though if I'm David, I may give up the. Actually, that's a tough guess. But if I really wanted Brest, I'd support the English Channel in. But we may see that in the fall. Oh, interesting.
Ooh.
Let's go to the West, Saren.
Yeah, so David decides that he's going to help out Italy. I'm not sure why. Like, there was about 0 chance of getting Portugal. Like, that unit is never leaving. But he decided... So this was purely an altruistic move. He decided to reward Italy. Which I am not sure, actually. Ed mentioned that the scores were quite close. So was it possible that if England hadn't done this, and as we see, Super Wordy kicked Riaz out of Romania, would Dave had a chance otherwise?
I think it would have been close, but I think that given the fact that Riaz had 16 centers, so the closest being like 10 or 11, whatever it was, I think Riaz had more than enough of a lead to take first place. But winter 1912, the game is over. We see that Dave Smith wins this board by 5 over Riaz, which is not enough, I believe, to overcome the scoring deficits.
There's only a 5-point difference.
The 5-point difference, whereas there's a much bigger deficit in the first round. Let me see if
Riaz is a deserving winner. He plays a lot of speedboat. And he plays really well, and I'm happy to see him get the victory.
He won the last silent but deadly, so he goes from that to a speedboat victory.
Indeed. I mean, Riaz is just a brilliant gumbo
Let's not
player.
go that far.
So all the credit in the world to him for just playing this game fantastically. Before we sign off and start giving an interview to the champion, Riaz, would you have anything to say about the way that the boards were played? Anything that stuck out to you that you want to get back to?
I'm going to say something.
Sure.
Props to Riaz for playing what I think in the current meta are the two most difficult countries in Gundam and winning.
Yeah, no. I mean, Russia and Turkey, generally viewed as two of the weakest powers, yet he managed to pull off just an incredible performance in both of them. So kudos to him.
And I think we have to say, Pez, you let us down. You played France and England.
Yeah.
You didn't do well as either.
He
let
played
Nexus
very
down.
well.
He played very well, but unfortunately,
he played great, but he didn't win.
How about you,
It's
Sarah?
Dave Smith on France. If you have Dave Smith on France and you're England, just be resigned that you're going to be attacked the whole game, and like whatever you do has to be predicated on that.
And I think I'd say big disappointment by Jordan Connors. You're supposed to be the greatest of all time, Conk.
Oh, Conk. But turns out Riaz, silent but deadly, followed up by a great Nexus Speedboat finish. Well done.
Yep.
Gumbo champion. So let's see if we can get him on soon. So we say goodbye to Ed and Saren, who provide some good commentary, and we bring on Riaz, our champion of the Nexus Speedboat March and April series. How are you doing, Riaz?
Feeling great. A lot better than I did yesterday after all that stress.
Yep. So how do you feel having won the Speedboat Championship?
I feel great, but I also feel incredibly lucky. There was a lot of really good players and a lot of strong play on the two boards, and I feel very fortunate to be the victor.
Great. So on board one, what would you say were some of the feelings that you had as you started to grow super massive as Russia?
I think the first one was that fear that you tend to have as Russia when you get a little big, and everybody starts looking towards you, and all of a sudden you become more vulnerable than you thought you did as Russia. And my first thought was, Riaz, don't screw this up. Don't screw this up. It's a great opportunity. Don't mess it up. And so I played a little bit more conservative than in the mid game. Once I had once I had Germany on the ropes, I played a little bit more conservative. But my thoughts were always, don't screw this up. Don't screw this up. And then all of a sudden, I saw England and France both dot Germany, who was trying their best to hold me back. And I said, okay, this is going to be a really big score. I'm not going to have to worry about holding myself at 12 or 11. There could be 14 or 15 on this board for me.
Definitely, yeah. I definitely saw that when you were playing conservatively, especially in the South, when for long parts of the game you didn't even have Romania, a traditional Russian dot. But then you ended up sweeping the South, especially with some help from Italy. How did you feel when you started seeing Italy help you into dots in the final turn?
Oh, I you know what? To be honest, as much as it helped me, I kind of felt bad for everybody else. But diplomacy is a game where there is emotion, there is feeling. I mean, that's why it's called diplomacy. And a couple of people felt wronged. A couple of people felt that others should have played differently. And clearly that benefited my game in the end. But I did feel bad for everybody else, because all of a sudden you go from having a 13 or 14 center person to contend with in the final game to somebody who has 16, which is pretty insurmountable.
Right, yeah. And we definitely saw that play out in game 2 of the Speedboat Finals. While no one could actually know who you were until far later in the game, we saw that you as Turkey were able to play very defensively, knowing that you only needed a few points in order to ensure that no one else would catch up to you. So towards the end of the game, when you had 4 or 5 centers and then got up to 6 centers, how confident did you feel that you were going to end up as the league's victor for this 2-month period?
Well, I felt pretty good for the most part, but one of the issues that I had was making sure that I don't anger Italy, because Russia or France was growing really large, and that was at that point the biggest threat. The way that I had played the game at that point was even earlier was who is the biggest threat and how do I handle them and control their score. And in this case, I wanted to make sure that I backed off of Italy and showed them that I was not after any of their dots until 1912. But it was basically let's stop France from getting too large.
Definitely. I mean, you did a masterful job of containing France and making sure that your 7 centers would be more than enough, given your 16 center top in the first game.
Thank you.
So overall, what would you say was your favorite part of this series of the Nexus Speedboat Invitational?
I would say my favorite part was probably the first game and that initial stab on Germany. I really felt that was really the turning point in game one, and I'm sure most would probably agree. And it was just exciting because I'm not normally the person who's going to stab all the time. For me, it's all about timing. And in that case, the timing was just the exact right time to do it. And that's what made me most proud and most excited.
Awesome. Thanks so much. You're a champion, everyone. Yazvarani.
Thank you, Karthik.
Back to you, Brian.
Thanks, Ed, Karthik, and Saren. Here are the final standings from this season's Nexus Speedboat League. It's important to note there was a bug in the scores shown in Dipcast, so these scores do differ than what we just saw and what the commentators saw, but these are the corrected scores. Congratulations again to Riaz Varani. Take a bow. The May-June season of the Nexus Speedboat League is underway right now. So if you're interested in playing, you can join by going onto the Nexus Discord server. The link will be posted in the show notes. That's also a good reminder. If you're enjoying this stream, please go ahead and give it a like. And if you haven't already done so, subscribe to this broadcast. That'll help YouTube share the game we love with a wider audience. That wraps up our speedboat coverage and mercifully our boat puns, probably. Now let's return to the VDL for our primetime games. Adam, David, welcome back. Oh, Adam, you're muted. And so is David.
Sorry.
We'll figure this out one of these days. It's only
one of these days. Yep, one of these days.
We're consistent. So, awesome. Well, everybody, welcome to League Night's coverage of the Virtual Diplomacy League primetime games. Before we start tonight's coverage, let's go ahead and take a look at our current standings. Go ahead and bring those up right now. Here we go. So after the early rounds concluded, Michalis maintained his first place, but Morgante moves up from third into second. Eskil Sandblom jumped 3 places from 6th into 3rd, bumping Miles Holcomb to 4th and Peter LeBeau into 5th. Saren Kwok knocked Ed Sullivan out of the top 7, and in fact, the early rounds were not great for Ed, who drops out of the top 10 entirely. Ben Kellman also had a good night so far, moving from 12th place into 8th. Miles, Peter, Ed, and Morgante are all playing in our primetime games tonight. Morgante's probably going to be playing defense, and I'm anticipating that Miles, Peter, and Ed may be trying to take back their spots. We're also going to see one of the most dominant players of the 2020 season, John Anderson, who, while not a top player in the league this season, is a threat on every board that he plays. So we have two great boards, and Adam and David, I'm going to turn it over to you for the call.
Can't wait to see what these folks have in store for us.
First few rounds were crazy. You think we're going to see anything to beat that?
I don't know that we can see anything that would beat that last game. I really don't.
This is a great wow. What a lineup here, Dave.
It's true.
So we've got Steve Hogue in Austria. Steve, we've seen many times. I guess this is maybe his first game this season, but we've seen him at many tournaments. John Jameson playing England. Craig, always a great player and had a great result earlier today as France. Liam, who's been in many of these games and did really well last season and seems to be working his way up this season. Matt Krill of Jason Mastbaum two-weighing fame at whipping. Miles Holcomb, top player, number 4 right now, and Ben Kelman, who's crawling his way up the rankings and has done consistently well in these games. We should see some sparks here.
There's no question about it. Cannot wait to see this.
Take it away.
All right, Spring of 01. The thing that jumps out at me is Vienna de Bohemia. Something we saw a little bit back in the fall. It became sort of de rigueur back in the fall, and not as much lately. But here we go, Bohemia.
Where are you seeing Bohemia, David?
I'm sorry, I mean Budapest. Sorry.
We're looking at the same map here.
No, I cannot speak tonight. Vienna to Budapest. Okay. The point is, it's not going to Trieste, and it's not going to Galicia, and it's sure as hell not going to Bohemia. It's going to Budapest.
But I have seen Bohemia, but that was not what I was looking at here. Yeah, you're absolutely right. No bouncing Galicia, and it allows the Russians to go to Silesia. We don't see that too often either.
Wow, just about unheard of, honestly.
All right, empty English Channel. So let's see how this plays out. I don't know. I feel that Warsaw to Silesia, we don't see it often, and for good reason. But let's see how it works out for.
I wonder if the Russians will get Sweden. Just wondering.
Yeah,
we are missing folks. We see that in the chat. We are missing the names on here. It's just got the powers. If we can come back later and get the names in, we're going to try that. But in the meantime, we'll go ahead and follow it, and we'll act like that the England is being played by England.
Whoop. All right.
We're going to start over. Fall of 1901. I don't know who France is at this point, but it doesn't matter because look what they've done.
Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that.
I'm wondering if John Jameson is playing France.
I think it's Craig Mayer. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
I don't think I have either. And again, probably for good reason. But now look at here. We thought that Silesia was going to guarantee that there was Russo-German fighting over Sweden. Not so much. Not so much.
So it goes right, sneaks right into Galicia. I mean, that's great negotiation on the part of Liam, who's playing Germany in this case.
Exactly. Yep. Otherwise, you've got the convoy to Norway with this move to Barents. So England's really setting up the anti-Russian move.
And look at this, three builds for Germany. Yeah. What do you build? You like 2 fleets, or do you like 2 armies here?
I rarely have seen the Germans build 2 fleets in this scenario because it you don't really know how that's going to play. Because you get 3 builds, it probably is going to bring some Eastern units against Munich. Might probably, unless your diplomacy is good. So that's an argument for building 2 armies. But obviously, it depends a lot on your negotiations situation with England and France.
Is this a Western triple?
It sure looks like it with the convoy to North Africa. It sure looks like it.
Let's see those builds.
If so, you'd still want the armies. Yep.
Yeah, the Fleet Marseille. I mean, it sure as hell looks like a Western. Well, Army Liverpool. I mean, that's okay, I guess.
Fleet Berlin. This is clearly a Western triple.
Wow. And we got 2 fleets for Italy. I wonder where those are going to
go. Well, one would hope that they would realize the threat, but we will find out in spring of 1902.
I think Ben Kelman playing Turkey is salivating, but no, looks like they are going.
Oh my gosh!
It looks like we're going AI here. And wow, we are going full force, aren't we?
The Russians absolutely did not expect the Germans to jump out with the triple move. Doesn't
Well,
look
I mean,
like
he
they
built
did anyway.
he built Fleet Berlin. What else is he going to do, right?
I don't know, but why would you not go ahead and move to Silesia from? I don't know. This is an interesting reaction to this situation for sure, and it's not good for the East.
No. Well, let's see where this goes. But it looks like well, Tunis is not forced here. I mean, France will build that extra fleet, but this can be locked out if the Turks aren't involved in cutting some support or something like that.
Well, the question with the Western Triple is how long does it last before somebody gets stabbed? And it really is cool to get to Livonia. And that's what has happened here. That's what you want to do as Germany if you're going to participate in the triple. And you want to get the 3 builds if you're the Germans and you're going to participate in the triple. And you want there to be no enemy units near you, which is basically correct. So if they're going to do it, they're kind of doing it right. And we'll see, what that means. You can see the Italians coming back. So
do you like the convoy to Livonia more than you like just kicking them out of Sweden here?
If you're gonna do the triple as Germany, which I would rarely agree to do, but if you're gonna do it, position. You killed Sweden later, get position now.
And you're demanding another Fleet Marseille from the French here?
Absolutely, or a wave, or even an army Marseille, because there's an Italian army in Piedmont. I mean, there's some talking here, I think, about what you build, but it's in Marseille or it ain't getting built.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see what happens.
Yeah, there's the army because of the Piedmont army, I think.
And let me just go down the list of players just to refresh people since we don't have it. We have Steve Hogue as Austria. We have John Jameson as England. Craig Mara as France. Liam Stokes as Germany. Matt Krill as Italy. Miles Holcomb as Russia. And Ben Kelman as Turkey.
Okay.
Oh, look at that! That's a funny way to fun way to do the move to Piedmont by France. I'm not sure it does anything particularly tactically, but why not?
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, it doesn't really. You're right. It's exactly the same as moving at the army except that the Fleet Lyon cannot be cut because it's not a supporting unit like it would have been the other way.
Oh,
so there is some tactical advantage here.
That's fair.
And the Turks killing the fleet in the Eastern Mid, I'm assuming, is by consent, so it can be rebuilt closer to the front, maybe.
Yeah.
You pointed out sometimes the Turks salivate when there's a Western triple, and that may be what's happening here.
Yeah. I mean, well, it looks like clearly the East has decided that Russia is on the fritz and not worth the units he's got, or at least the units are better spent being Austrian, and so that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Wow. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of Western triples out of the box in VDL, and if you're going to do it, this one's being done really well.
Yeah, you got Norway going to Finland. You got Sweden falling here. I mean, they're doing all the right things for sure.
Exactly. Yep. We've already taken Tunis.
I would think that Turkey's got to be salivating here.
Yeah, it's unless they stick together. But how often do you see it at Western triples stick together for a long period of time? We see these Eastern triples stick together sometimes, but I don't know. Last time I saw a Western triple stick together and get all the way to Turkey was never.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes.
So let's see. We've got France going up to Tyrolia here. We've got the Austrians still fighting the Russians, but Russia gets back into Romania. Looks like Germany is walking out of Sweden. I see he's going to cover Baltic from Bothnia and letting the English take Sweden, which is not an unreasonable play there tactically for them.
Agree. I mean, obviously they could have taken St. Pete as well, but there may be some talking here with the Russians going down to fight the East. Maybe use them as the tip of the spear for the Western Triple. Might be some discussion going on.
I just wonder if you're better off taking St. Petersburg and leaving Germany and Sweden here as a more aggressive play. If that fleet goes to Baltic, I mean, it's annoying, but I mean, he's got a couple of pulls anyway, right? So that's likely to go.
I'm wondering if they intentionally slow played it to let the Russians have more units in the south.
That would make sense.
Yeah, because the Russians
they got to pull the fleets anyway. Yeah. But we are seeing an escalation of armies, which is not surprising because what's France going to do here? I mean, another fleet could be useful for France, but they put the army down so as not to leave themselves vulnerable. Germany puts the army down, giving themselves some options as to where to go next. So we'll see how long-lived this is. This could end very quickly.
Yep. Not yet, though. Oh boy, the French have taken Venice already, with and they're in Tyrolia and they're in Piedmont.
And Piedmont went to Venice, but yeah,
I mean Tuscany, and they're in Tuscany.
Yeah, with the fleet. Yep.
Again, I cannot speak tonight. The Italians in Piedmont, but it doesn't matter because the French have the unit to cover Marseille. It's just devastation, really.
So let's see. What did Russia do? Why did Russia move like that? They didn't trust the Germans.
Yeah, they're putting 2 units on St. Pete. There's only 2 English on St. Pete because they did the self-bounce in Norway. This is some kind of slow play action going on with England, with John, trying to keep the Russians on side, I think, somehow. But who knows what that really means? I mean, there are, you got to go somewhere if you're England.
Yeah, get that army in St. Pete.
I know where you go. You go to Denmark.
Oh, you go to Denmark. That's what he's doing. Okay. All right, that's the end of the Western Triple.
At least most likely.
Yeah. I mean, and then the fleet retreats to Skag. I mean, England getting an army into Denmark. It's not the best place to have an army, but I guess you got it.
Yeah, it's not terrible when you're also taking St. Pete and therefore going up by 2.
Going up 2, put another army down, put another fleet down.
You know what's surprising to me, Adam? The Germans got stabbed in a Western Triple. I don't know that
I've ever seen that before. Has that ever happened?
I'm pretty sure I've never seen such a thing. It's shocking. It really is
for the viewers who are maybe not used to this level of sarcasm. I think what we're trying to get at here is one of the reasons we don't see Western Triples very often is that Germany really tends to get the brunt end of it. They end up being the front line of the alliance as they are here, and when you've got you're in the middle of the board as your home centers, and you've got both countries building behind you from the sides, it creates some definite opportunities that John Jameson and his England here took advantage of, and we'll see if Craig decides to jump in on that as well.
Again, if just for those learning the game, if you're going to agree to Western Triple as Germany, the English fleet has to be in Norwegian, not in North Sea. It has to be Norwegian to convoy armies into Scandinavia, not North Sea.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Yep.
See how fast the Germans can get back. We'll see whether the French are going to pile on. There's some questions here to answer. We'll see if it's the winning here is really going to be Ben, which is a possibility.
So another thing that keeps happening in this is John in England keeps building the armies in Liverpool rather than building them in London. Or do you think he's doing it just to be cute, or do you think that there's a good rationale for that?
There's not much of a rationale for it, so I'm going to go with cute.
Yeah, it seems like it almost leaves, it's a missed opportunity to, send more questions to your neighbors about what you may and may not do, right? Because if it's in Liverpool, you're obviously not convoying it, so you're obviously doing something different with the North Sea. If it could be convoyed, then you might convoy it, or you might do something else. And keeping your neighbors guessing is usually a good strategy in this game, right? If they have more to guess, they're less likely to make the orders that are going to be optimal.
Yes, if you assume that Jameson is playing with a strategy.
Well, I mean, that's probably that may not be accurate. You're right.
or a strategy that's known and understandable only to him.
That's very fair.
All right.
So
Well, it does look like Ben is getting
Denmark.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, no, I was just saying easy come, easy go on Denmark there.
Yep. Well, it looks like Ben is getting the long end of the stick, so to speak, taking Bulgaria and Serbia here, and working with the Italians to get back into the Tyrrhenian.
Yeah, I think a lot of credit to Ben here for diplomatically winning this situation by taking the small Italian power that has the Med fleets and really using it to his advantage there.
Although I guess there wasn't any way to prevent Rome from falling, so this was the best you could do, would be to take Tyrrhenian behind it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he didn't actually make it into Tyrrhenian, it looks like.
The Italians did.
Oh, he supported the Italians out.
Yeah. He supported the Italians in there, which at this point is probably just as good, if
just
not
as
better.
good. Yeah, but look at how wide open that area is for the Turkish armies to just plow in. Really, really lovely position for Ben. But let's give it to Craig in France as well. 3 builds here.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yes. I mean, this is. Craig is at 10 in 1905. That is difficult to do with any power in any situation. It's not impossible, but it's very difficult. And he's been able to arrange it here, thanks to the Western Triple, leaving him so much freedom to go and beat up on the Italian position.
So what do you want to see Craig do here in order to maintain his strength on the board, right? Because you tend to attract everybody at this stage of the game, though it doesn't necessarily look like that's what's happening here.
It's hard to know, but Norwegian and North Atlantic is again, it depends on how John is playing this game. We all know he can sometimes play it seriously and sometimes not. But Norwegian and North Atlantic is a little bit, you don't really know what that means. Craig, in order for Craig to make some additional advancement, he needs some help probably from somebody other than just John. You make some kind of deal with the Russians. You make some kind of deal with somebody to help him continue to make progress.
I think the problem here is, and why I'd rather be the 7-center Turkey than the 10-center France, at least right now, is that Craig is just getting overextended, right? And he's getting his units split up on multiple fronts right now into Germany and into Italy. And I think that in the long run, tactically, Turkey's going to be in a better position here. Look, they just moved into the Ionian and they're in the Adriatic. France is in Vienna. Got a unit stranded up there, which is fine. They might take the dot. They might hold Trieste. But in the long run, is that really a strength position?
Yeah. The Germans going to Bohemia is interesting. Yeah. Munich was going to get taken because Kiel could be cut.
Mm-hmm.
Although it doesn't look like England actually did that. England does go back to Clyde or somewhere. So that they did fix their EF border correctly.
Yeah, but look at this. Craig loses he doesn't take Vienna. He loses Trieste. He loses Tunis here, right? And who's making all the gains here? It's Ben in Turkey.
Yeah, that's really true. So Craig did have a great position, but as you pointed out, it's overextended. It's one of the temptations when you're French. You can go beat people up in the mid. That's great, but you can actually outrun your coverage, so to speak.
And look at this. Ben is working with the Russians. The Russians are out of position. They're not building. He's continuing to build. I mean, this is just really, really solid position for Turkey.
Yeah.
But let's look at John. John just put 2 down as well.
Absolutely.
He took Holland and Denmark. Another army in Liverpool, which apparently is a thing.
Well, we all know that Army Liverpool is a thing.
It's a thing.
It is a thing. I mean, there's nothing better when you're England in spring 1907 than to have a fleet in Clyde and an army in Liverpool. It's what you want, particularly when there's nobody attacking you. It's what you want.
Let's talk about the Turkish builds, the 2 fleets.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised not to see a fleet in an army.
Well, but he's sure he's got Russia on side, I think.
Yeah.
So the French take Tunis back. I guess that was going to happen. There wasn't any way for that to not happen. So they didn't even try to defend it with Ionian. Right. That army North Africa strikes again.
There it is. Army in Tunis, which will guarantee that they can never advance their fleets. All right.
more EF. Well, access the Russians take Berlin. And the English and the French armies move further into position in Germany. But as you point out, this is really, really a good position for Ben. Now, he does lose Romania. It's hard to know whether that was on purpose or not.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, maybe Russia says, hey, dude, your force center's more than me. I got to get something. And maybe Ben doesn't realize that he's about to take Berlin as well. And so Russia gets to build down too. And, Russia may be back in this game in a position to do something.
Well, look at the English. The English and the Russians cut a deal a long time ago, but the English, in fact, right then could have taken St. Petersburg and locked that back down. Because
it's really surprising, right? And I wouldn't be shocked to see a fleet up there.
That's exactly why you do it, so that the Russians can't build a fleet.
Yep.
Because really, where do the Russians have to go right now? Unless they're going to try to stab the Turks, they got to build a fleet and go to Scandinavia.
Yep.
We're not. Yeah, that looks a lot like I'm not sure the Turks are not coming for me set of builds.
Well, if Romania was not agreed, then certainly that would explain these builds, and we might see Black Sea Armenia right about now. And if it was agreed, then maybe not. We'll see.
No, that's a good point. That's almost got to be true given the Ankara build.
Let's see. Oh yeah. There it is. Yeah, and we're covering Serbia. We're doing the whole thing, and Russia is pulling everything back. So, all right. So Turkey's got a little bit to be concerned with, but I think he's still got the dominant position down there.
No, he's also cut a deal with Craig in France. You can look at
that. Look at that. Craig is coming back. That now fleet probably spooked him a little bit.
Which is silly because now was obviously going to Syria. I don't know why that would have spooked him.
It's the sensible place for it to go.
It is. That's a lot of holds from Craig.
I got to say, John in England is doing well in this game, but again, I feel like there's been pretty inefficient, tempo and unit movement. Right, he's moving around, dancing things around in Scandinavia or not. Let's see if he finally gets into Baltic and gets into a position to get those Scandinavian armies into use.
Yeah, I don't think he was trying to get in a position. I think he was just kind of messing around.
Yeah. Now he goes to Liverpool. I mean, this is which lets Craig just walk into the English Channel. Now we're really pulling everything back. France is taking Naples. Why is France is not taking Naples?
No,
I'm sorry. The attack on Naples by France seems like a real mistake here. You're really trying to get Turkey back on side. Why take a pot shot like that? That to me really seems like a diplomatic mistake.
Unless it's arranged to keep the two Turkish fleets in place.
Mm-hmm.
It's a possibility. It's a possibility that I'll just go there, you'll defend it. That way your Turkish fleets cannot be attacking me in Turanian. Ben's telling us there's some tension here in draw votes.
Again, I can't imagine why.
It's true. I mean, this is actually a different game than we've seen so far tonight. It's, a few powers smashing everybody else, as opposed to having that, jumble of forces we had in the last game. This one's a little more traditional looking in terms of, powers beating up on people, getting big, and then trying to jockey for a mid-game / in-game position.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a little bit dynamic in the mid-game, right? We certainly, England and France have not outright fought up to this point, but there seems to be a little bit of back and forth tension between them where we're seeing units get into places where they probably don't want them to be in a traditional alliance position. And certainly the Turkish-Russian thing has kind of gone a little bit downhill in the last few turns.
Yeah, and in England's, John may or may not have been playing this seriously, but if he was playing it seriously, the whole leaving St. Pete open thing, I mean, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense up to now. At least that would have given him something to do. He's still not doing it. He's still essentially defending against potential French aggression and not doing anything to the Russians. And, the Russians were probably worried about it. You can see they've cut a deal now with Ben again to to de-escalate their border. Man, I think you're right. Ben's position is really good. He's got a good diplomatic position. Forget about the board position.
Well, clearly, Russia's willing to. If Russia's willing to do something like that after they've been fighting the past 2 turns, obviously he really did a great job this turn.
And look what Craig is doing in the Mediterranean. He's literally going away from Ben.
Yeah.
So this game actually should end in Ben topping the board unless something weird happens diplomatically here.
Yep. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Russia, for pulling away. Thank you very much.
Yep. Well, he doesn't really have any reason to keep the Russians alive, honestly, because he's got to build. He's got to grow somewhere. But it's either you grow or you die. That's sort of the Klingon way of looking at empire building. You either grow or you're dying. And if he's not going to hit Craig, and he doesn't want to, because he wants Craig to go and counterbalance against John, then his choice is to jettison the Russians. And does he really need the Russians? Probably not at this point.
No, it makes perfect sense, especially when you don't have England coming in over the top.
Yep.
There it is. Another army. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And the Russians, I didn't realize they were taking Munich, but they are, or they did.
Yep.
Yeah, there's an actual EF war here, and Craig seems to be winning it, doesn't he?
I don't understand what John is doing here. He's got units holding that have no business holding. Again, this is your point about John maybe not playing very seriously here. I mean, these orders don't make sense. Convoying Kiel to Sweden. I mean, what is he doing?
It makes sense if he's just giving centers to Craig on purpose to counterbalance the
as a counterbalance to Ben. It's possible. Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, that is what it looks like, isn't it?
Yes.
Did they just convoy him to North Africa?
They tried to.
An Irish misordered, or somebody misordered.
Somebody misordered. Yeah, I think Irish misordered.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to wrap up very, very soon.
I mean, the French. John only lost 5 that turn. That's it.
But it wasn't. Oh, it wasn't.
It should have been a way for him to lose.
It was enough. He managed to get Craig tied on top. Far out.
Wow. Tied top at 14. Pretty decent score into this system, though.
I mean, I will say, with all due respect to Craig, who played a really good game, Ben deserved to top that board, and I would be pretty upset if I was Ben that I didn't get the solo top.
Well, as you know, that's something that happens when you've got smaller powers. The question becomes, what's the motivation for the smaller powers? What is their goal in life, so to speak? And John, you never know. I mean, I love John to death, but sometimes he doesn't play for real, and sometimes he does. But even if you were playing for real, sometimes in that situation, you just want to be the kingmaker. You want to be the one that decides. You want to be the one that decides the result. So, I mean,
no, you're darn right. And Craig was a good ally to John for most of that game. And, they just got, Craig got himself into a position to say, hey, how about rewarding me for it? And John was open to it.
Yeah, it was really good play, though, from particularly Ben and Craig. I thought both played really well. I mean, I don't know that I saw any moves from either one of them. I thought, what are you doing? And I see moves that I do make myself, that I ask myself, what was I doing? But in that particular game, I thought they both played really well.
So I think what we learned is convoying to North Africa in fall 1901 as France works out, moving to Silesia as Russia doesn't.
I don't know why we couldn't draw those conclusions.
Brian, you're muted now, Brian.
And maybe if you're England and you're trying to secure a board top, you go ahead and lock Scandinavia down, and Scandinavia includes St. Petersburg.
That's right.
Well, Craig, according to Wes and our stats team, has had some very solid performances as France in the past. He's got a cap score, it's centers above the average player of about 3.1. So he plays France really well, but he's never had a board top to show for it. So this is a big deal for him to get that shared top. But man, I agree. Ben played a fantastic game. And I think if this game keeps going, even with the dot throwing, I think Ben still had I liked his position for a longer game. So, that was fun. What do you say we do one more?
Let's do it.
All right. Adam, do you need to go or do you want to stay on and we'll do a TriCast for this one?
Yeah, we could do that. That's fine.
Awesome. Cool. All right. Well, let's bring up our next round. I think I've got the names working. Keep your fingers crossed. Okay. VDL game 56 in Austria. We have Karl Ronenberg. We've got Montgomery Halperin from England. Montgomery's a new player to me. It looks like he's been on the stream. France is Johnny Gillum from Seattle. Germany, we've got John Anderson, the number 2 ranked player in last year's DB&I rankings. But he's only in the high 20s for the VDL, so he could be looking to make a move here. Italy, we've got Morgante Pell, who was the 3rd place player in the DB&I, and he's in 2nd place in the league. Russia, we've got the 5th place VDL league leader, Peter Lebeau, and in Turkey, we've got the number 5 DB&I player in Ed Sullivan. This is a monster board. David, what stands out to you?
What stands out is that there are some players on here that were probably looking at this list saying, what the crap? Why did you put me on this board? And then there are people like Morgante that are like, great, bring it on. Bring these guys on. John Anderson. You know, Sullivan probably looked at this board and thought, I wish I wasn't Turkey. Probably what he thought.
Adam.
It's great. It's a great board. I'm looking for John to have a breakout game. He's had a hard time lately. He kind of got that target on his back, and I'm looking for him to really come out aggressive and do something here.
All right. Well, let's bring up our final game for the night. We'll start out in spring of 1901.
That fleet Ankara to Armenia is interesting, isn't it? Sometimes you see some kind of agreed upon bounce in Armenia, usually not with the fleet though. In this case, unless the theory, well, no, the army didn't go down to Sevastopol. Sometimes you see this and then they kill the Turkish fleet or kill the Russian fleet or something. That's just an interesting thing. Look who got in the channel though.
Yep. The fleet in Armenia makes you wonder if it was an agreed upon bounce with Russia, Turkey, and then Russia reneged and went to black.
Yeah, but otherwise, pretty standard openings. With the Tyrolia Adventurer, where does he go? Goes to Trieste.
Oh, look at that! We got the Sevcon swap.
There we go. That's
the good old. But usually it's done. Well, I guess it's safer for Russia if Turkey does it with a fleet. I haven't seen it done this way, but certainly it's less of a risk in the long run for the Russians. So that makes
it. This is not a good Sevcon shuffle because the Turks now have nowhere to build a fleet.
That's true.
And their other fleet is in Sevastopol, so that's not where you want it. So no, none of this is what you really want.
David, it's a fantastic Sevcon shuffle if you're Russia.
I guess so, yeah. But no, I mean, I guess it is if you don't care about maintaining your alliance with the Turks and you're just going to stab them, then that's fine. If you're really trying to make a good working alliance, it sucks because you don't have force to put into the Mediterranean.
So we've also got Italy going to Trieste. We've got France supporting themselves into Belgium, which was uncontested because the English decided to cover London. It looks like Denmark supported the English Channel to the North Sea, which the French decided not to take. And we've got no bounce in Sweden.
Interesting. Have we seen any bounces in Sweden tonight? I don't think we have.
No, we're definitely the meta is definitely playing against that, which I think is probably the right thing most of the time, right?
Yeah, I mean, I will give you a forecast. Doing a masterclass tomorrow on VWDC about the meta and of resisting groupthink meta. And I'm the one that said you should almost never bounce somebody in Sweden, bounce the Russians in Sweden. But sometimes you should.
You're rubbing off on them, David.
Well, I know, but all I'm saying is don't ever say the word always in diplomacy or never in diplomacy. Those are bad words. Ooh, look at the Russian fleet build. Finally, we get a Russian who wants to actually commit in the fall of 1901. And I'm not saying you always should want to do that, but this business about always building Army St. Pete is not right. Sometimes you don't want to do that because you need to commit.
South Coast.
Yeah.
You don't see it too much.
That's a commitment for sure.
Interesting to see the English fleet Liverpool. That's a commitment as well, I think. And Italy, interestingly, builds an army and a fleet, not the two fleet builds that is often indicative of an agreement with Austria. So we'll see how that goes.
I will say, have we ever seen this winter 1901 position in the Turkey area? Have we ever seen this before? A Russian fleet surrounded by 3 Turkish armies with the fleet in Sevastopol. Sullivan, I'm not sure what you're up to, but at least it's unique.
So I guess the question I have is, if you are Italy, how are you reading this? Like, part of me would be really worried, hey, I've got the Juggernaut and I don't apparently have great relationship with Austria. But then at the same time, that's not the most efficient Turkish position. Like, what are you thinking?
It's like a Juggernaut on one leg or something. It's hopping around on one leg. It can't go anywhere.
I mean, you're set up to rock the IT, and I'm gonna put my money on that.
That's totally right. Although, again, Sevastopol is really not anything except a center you're getting ready to lose.
That's right.
Or not.
Oh, there it is.
I mean, that's fine. That's fine to stick with all that. But again, now you've got the Turkish fleet in Romania, which is wasted. The whole point of the Sevcon shovel is to put the Russian fleet into use. If you've just substituted that for a useless Turkish fleet, that's not that great.
I don't know. Pushing Russia forward so you can take the dots behind. I mean, it doesn't look so bad to me.
I'm not saying it's bad for the Turks. I'm saying it's bad if your plan was to have an RT juggernaut. It's
for sure. But look at what Italy did. I mean, they walk into Vienna and they convoy into Albania, moving towards the Adriatic. I mean, this is a rough game for Karl. I mean, this is just one of those Austrias that, sorry, bud, it's the way it goes.
It's really true, and you're right about the IT Kraken is being released here in 1902.
We didn't talk about the West, but I don't think there's anything particularly funky
How
going.
about the Germans going full bore east? That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that's a story. I mean, he's showing a lot of trust in France right now.
He is.
Well, it's kind of interesting, right? I mean, this is one of those cases where maybe you can get away with it if you don't want to get involved in you see the EF seem to be pretty at each other's loggerheads. And if the diplomacy of the situation plays out and says these guys are going to be fighting no matter what, maybe you're like, okay, I don't need to get involved in that. I'm just going to take some dots elsewhere and let you guys just butt heads.
Plus, the build of the South Coast fleet kind of told John that he needed to fight Russia anyway.
Yeah. What do we got? We've got, there's the IT, right? I mean, supporting the Italian into Greece. We're going back up to Sev. This ain't an RT.
No. This is an IT Kraken, and it's fun to watch.
So David, do you think it's time to say it?
Release the Kraken. Awesome. And it's much easier, much earlier than we usually see the IT really coming to fruition. That's why we make the joke about releasing the Kraken, because it usually is not till 1903 or 1904. Yeah. And here we've got it in 1902. It's really unique in that sense.
I'll say in the West, a rough position for John. It seemed like the EF were at loggerheads, and then what do we get here? But the French supporting the English into Holland, and losing Baltic Sea. We're just going to be in a world of problems here for John.
So if you're Montgomery here in England, what are you building?
Well, probably Fleet London. There's an argument for doing an army, but I like the fleet. I think we sometimes make the mistake as England, even when you're playing defense, to go to the armies too quickly. But certainly on offense, we go to armies too quickly. I know armies on the continent are important, but you first have to make sure you own the waters.
I'm thinking Fleet London. I mean, I'm with you there, David. I think the other point is that, those French moves were, it's weird that France moved to Wales, but let's remember that he didn't move out of mid-Atlantic, and that the French also supported England into Holland. So I think, I'm thinking probably feeling reasonably good about France, with an agreement that, okay, you're up here, get lost. I'm wanting to go into Helgoland or Skag or something like that now, so I want another fleet.
It just gives you so many more options. The trick with England is knowing when to transition to armies. And I see people do it too fast, actually, because they're afraid of being too fleet heavy later. And I get that, but you got to own the waters before you can own anything else.
And of course, the Kraken is going to go up 4 between the two of them, dominating that theater. Yeah.
2 armies for Turkey. That is super trust with that is I'm all in with Italy. And England went for the army.
Yeah, you could. It's better defensively in some ways to have that army on the continent.
It's hard to argue that it's wrong. I would agree. It's hard, it doesn't seem like the best way, but it's certainly hard to argue with.
Well, it's hard. Yeah. That's probably okay to let the French into.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why
let
not?
the French into London. It's not going to really hurt you.
No.
In fact, that might have even been some kind of arrangement to kill that fleet or something. I don't know. Something good there. It's kind of goofy. John's position's really gone south here, so to speak.
Yeah.
Every direction but south, but you know what I mean. Man, the Italians now own all of the Balkans.
Unreal.
Taking Budapest, taking Vienna. Wow.
Well, this is the problem with the IT now, right? So what next?
Well, the problem is the Turks have not been able to advance their armies yet, and that's because the Italians block them. That's interesting. Unless that was intended to that was intended to make sure the Russians couldn't poke anywhere. That's what that was.
But don't you want to get that army from Khan into Bull if you're
you
here?
do, but this way, with all the bouncing, it made sure the Russians could not guess anywhere to get in. So maybe that was the thinking.
I see. Because you don't want to move Armenia back to Smyrna or something like that.
Yeah, because you want to use it to cover Sevastopol, etc. The question now is Ed going to be able to make progress in Russia? That's what he's supposed to do from this point forward.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little surprised. Oh, I see. He covered Khan with Smyrna. I was hoping, from a tempo standpoint, I would have wanted that in ink, but he couldn't safely do that.
And let's just point out that Carl snuck into Warsaw. So
Carl, good for you, Carl. The French and the English are definitely don't have a deal because the French went to the North Atlantic. So that's definitely not a deal. But they took Holland.
And they retreated London to the Channel. So clearly not on the same page here.
The Italian rocket ship continues to move in its upward trajectory.
One of these days, Morgante Pell is going to learn how to play, and then it's going to be really scary once he actually.
Did he wave? He held one back, or is that a Fleet London, a Fleet Naples, or was that fleet already there?
I think
It
he
was
held
already
one
there.
back. I think he held one back.
Were
I tell you what, you build an army in Rome in that situation, that is very cute. That's attempting not to tip your hand on what you're going to do next.
Yeah.
Because really, the army Rome doesn't really make a lot of sense, honestly.
Right.
So he's just trying to be coy.
France coming for England now?
I think France is definitely coming for England.
The question is Italy going for France?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Can take out the Turks?
He's either going to do that or he's going to push armies up into Germany or something. Or even into Warsaw or some kind of thing like that.
I like the idea of pushing up through the middle a little bit, see what you can get there. And I mean, I don't think Ed's going to have an easy path to grow, and you've got the fleet advantage down south. So.
You can just pop into AG and Eastern Med right here, bring Trieste down to Serbia, go up to Galicia. I mean, you can do a whole bunch of stuff here if you're.
Morgante wouldn't do that. He wouldn't hit Ed Sullivan.
You're clearly correct.
He's almost intentionally slow playing. Well, he is intentionally slow.
Clearly so.
And because he doesn't want to commit to either side, he thinks his growth potential is actually like an undefended Munich or something like that. And he could be right.
God, I would love to be in the room in those negotiations between Ed and Morgante right now. That it had to be tense.
So the person who takes Munich's actually the French, which makes sense given the position he was in. The Italians are just simply getting in position, taking Galicia, while the Turks get into Ukraine. But at any point he wants to, he can go jump on Ed. So that's going to be interesting too. Their EF war has really not done anything to England, but Johnny's still been able to take Munich, and John's being able to take Denmark means that Montgomery is really the one who's left out in the cold here.
Oh yeah, we got Russia taking Norway.
Russia to Norway. That's
so ultimately exactly. Montgomery is the one who's he's going to be down to 3 centers.
Yep. This is a totally different game than any of the ones we've ever seen. This just shows the beauty of diplomacy. That you've got the same board with 7 players, same rules, and each game is incredibly different. This is just a good example of that.
It's fascinating. You've got a very different play style here, and I'm reading in the chat, just talking a lot of conversation about like 2 players choosing to play an alliance game, and between Ed and Morgante. That appears to be what the negotiations were about. And if so, that's an interesting decision because like Morgante's in second place. He's in a pretty good spot from a league standpoint. I mean, he's got an opportunity potentially to get a pretty big score here. Ed needs that score because he just got knocked out of the top 10. So for Ed, getting a good result here might be enough. But for Morgante, he doesn't need the win. He just needs to keep other people from getting too big.
I guess you could play not to win every freaking game. I'm not familiar with that, but I guess you could play like that.
When in a league environment, it's an interesting balance because some people, like David, I think you and I would tend to get along. You play to win the game. And I will respect anybody who's playing to win the game. That does not offend me in the least. Other people, I'm building a relationship. I'm going to play with these same players over and over and over again. And maybe from a long game perspective, not taking that extra dot might pay off in the future. Yeah.
I see that.
It's a league. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint, right? So, yeah, I mean, I don't know though. How often do the shots come? You got to take them when they're there. But
that's the real question: is which. I agree with what you're saying. You're investing in the future, But how many opportunities do you pass up waiting for your good one? And you may wait too long. I mean, I'm obviously kidding. I understand that league play is different, and I understand that my style of play would have to be adapted to a league. But at some point, you got to know how to do both things.
I think part of the problem also here is when you're in timed games, sometimes, you got to play for an outcome that's the best outcome you can get within the time you've got, not the best outcome you can get, period, right?
Yes. I mean, the other, just to bring it back to this game for a minute, we see in 1905 that the Italians and the Turks, are still together and they're still moving, into position. Ed doesn't really have any choice here. That's all he can do is hope that Morgante stays on side. He doesn't have the ability to do anything else. Morgante has some choices. The choice he's making is to keep Ed scared by keeping his fleets in the middle instead of moving them against the French. And I'm not saying that's wrong. It's just an interesting choice that's being made. Peter, on the other hand, has decided that he's just vacating. He's going north. He and John Anderson have some kind of blood feud. It's the Hatfields and the McCoys all over again.
Oh, and look at Johnny. Johnny has quietly moved into second place. He's got 8 centers. He's moved into position. He's making a move on Eddie. I guess the question is, if you've got Ed and Morgante apparently working together, is one of them going to be able to get enough dots to outpace France?
You mean when Morgante hits Ed? Yes. Oh, he's going west.
There it goes.
Yep, I mean, that's the other way to do it, is to go west and take them away from France. That's the other thing to do.
But you did it on a turn that France is building like 4 or something.
It is a little questionable from the timing, but also might be true that Morgante was thinking with this kind of progress, France is going to build against me, so I might as well get the jump on them. He does take Munich from France, or ends up with Munich instead of France.
Yeah, and we bid goodbye to John here, and we bid almost goodbye to Montgomery, who's holding out with 2 dots. Wow.
I think Montgomery is the player that we have seen before under the name Khedive Rex. I believe that's right.
Okay, definitely covered that. Here come the French.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
2 more fleets.
Starting to get an escalation of fleets in the med.
Is Ed going to build an army again?
He waves.
Waves entirely. Wow. That's interesting, too. I can understand why he did it. I don't think I would have, but I can understand why he did it.
This is a really interesting point in the game. Adam, what do you do if you're France here?
I got to get on side with England and Russia. I mean, I've got, whatever's been going on there, I've got to get those guys on side so that I can, try to hold what I've got and try to lock things down against the Italians as best as I can, and maybe try to move on Munich. I mean, the reality is, at least for the moment, that he's got more tempo than I do, because if I'm France, I've got nothing in Mid-Atlantic right now, right? So that means that Morgante is going straight into North Africa, Western Med, and has fleets coming up behind me. So that's going to put me in a rough position, and I've got to be able to hold that, which means I can't fight a full-out war in the north while I'm trying to pull fleets around. Same thing for the middle. I want to be able to hold in Berlin. I can't hold in Berlin if I'm fighting Russia and England up there. Yeah, and there it is. Didn't quite work out.
Yeah, it looks like he's just Johnny just doesn't have any negotiation leverage at all. He doesn't have any way to work with the Russians, maybe.
Yeah.
So tactically speaking, can he hold out against the Italians coming, and and the force that can be applied in the middle of the board? We'll find out. I guess he does have the remnants of England helping him. No, he doesn't either. He went to Holland. Sorry.
No, England's nobody's helping him. He's
I
really
totally
just
misread
the
that. Yeah.
wrath of everybody.
Yep. And he has lost Holland and Kiel, taking Edinburgh. Oh, yes. You're right. It's all three of them. You're totally right.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a coalition. I think I saw Johnny talking earlier about there was a coalition forming against him. That's definitely what's happening here for sure.
Yeah, rough position.
But my question is, can Ed somehow get something out of this? You know what I mean? If Morgante gets so far out of position, can Ed do something to try to take the board over? He's not in a position to do it. I guess he held that one build back, so he's got two builds now.
So Ed recently wrote a article in the diplomacy briefing talking about kind of a crisis of conscience almost, about just what is the cost of making those stabs to try and top boards and get to the top. And he's had a lot of success. I mean, Ed's had in several statistics, especially like his Austrian play is off the charts. Nobody comes close to the success that he's had in this league and in the DBN, except maybe Tanya Gill. That's tremendous. But he wrote about how, man, now people aren't trusting me. I used to be somebody people would ally with and work with. I think he could, but I don't think he chooses to take advantage of this position in this game, because I think he's going to be focused on repairing reputation.
Well, I think there's also a question about how do you get your best result. You're looking to get the best result possible in this game, and the best result possible for Ed in this game might be to stick with Morgante and play it out to the end. It's not entirely clear, but that actually might be the case, right? If he stabs Morgante, and even if he's successful in doing it, is he going to top or is Johnny going to top? I don't know.
He's definitely not going to top if he doesn't do it. There's no way to top unless he stabs Morgante. I mean, he can get some stuff from Russia, but like one or two centers at the most. Maybe just one. So I don't know. I mean, obviously you guys are right. It could be that he doesn't do anything and just let someone else top. That's fine. And that may be the right answer. But I sure would be tempted to try to do more than that if I were him.
But there may be a way to get him even in centers, diplomatically with Morgante without a stab. I mean, there's an argument to be said here, like, hey, you've got more growth. You got to put me in Greece. You got to put me in whatever if we're going to keep rolling the board this way. And maybe Morgante reacts to that. Maybe he doesn't, right? But you've got to pitch to keep the alliance going in a way that's still favorable to you, perhaps.
There's a pitch, too, of Morgante, you're in second place. We've worked really well together. Let me get one dot top this board, and that'll get me points. That'll help me out. It's good for both of us. And I don't know if Morgante is that kind of player or not, but I've seen that happen in league play. I've seen that at tournaments, and I mean, that's part of the game. So we'll see.
I mean, McCallus is making the point in the chat that Ed can't really attack very well. I mean, I don't disagree with that, but you got to do something. I mean, you could build and you could go to Romania, you could go to Bulgaria, you could probably figure out a way to take two. That I'm not saying this is even the right turn to do it. I'm just thinking out loud. What if you're Ed Sullivan? What do you do in this way? Do you really stick with Morgante and just let either Morgante or Johnny top the board, or do you try to do something to have some chance yourself of topping the board? It's only 1907. Game's not anywhere near over. So do you give yourself some chance of topping the board or not? That's all I'm saying.
Well, you just got yourself St. Petersburg. Look at this.
Wow.
So maybe the lack of growth we overstated the lack of growth without going through Russia, right? Because that's just there now. It's hanging out.
Well, only because Peter wanted that to be true, I'm assuming. But still, I mean, this is a diplomatic game, so maybe that's what's happening.
This makes me happy.
Yes, indeed. The Turks are in Kiel, so what am I worried about? Clearly, Ed's doing just fine. Ed's doing fine anyway, although now he's leaving. I mean, again, it all depends on what you're trying to accomplish. And Ed, I'm sure, has a justification for doing it this way, for sure.
Yeah, David, I'm glad you said that because, I mean, all of the talk about topping, not topping, reputation, it all boils down to the core of being a successful diplomat in the game of diplomacy is to identify what someone's win condition is.
Yes.
And I don't know what this is. I'm not part of those negotiations, but if you can figure that out, that's going to take you a really long way in your negotiations. And I think that's what's going on here.
Yeah, it is hard for us to see exactly what the negotiations are in a situation like this. It's not a gunboat game. If it was a gunboat game, this would be played totally differently, for sure.
Johnny builds a fleet. We've got Fleet Venice.
Because why not?
Yeah. Think we're getting close to a draw here?
Fleet Venice would suggest it, wouldn't it?
Probably. I mean, the French position's cracked. So talking about the tactics here doesn't really do us a whole lot of good. When everybody's working against you, there ain't nothing you can do. So his position's cracked. We've got Russians all over the place and so forth.
You got English attacking the French too still with Russian help.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just...
Yep.
Look, I mean, I think the comments here are exactly right. Johnny's right. Ed and Morgante had stellar diplomacy on this board. The restraint that has been shown in this game, and then to not get bogged down and to be able to keep moving, like they didn't attack each other and they managed to get across the line. Like that's a diplomatic triumph.
There goes St. Pete and Berlin.
Yeah.
Well, why leave him with home centers if he's taken Holland and Edinburgh, right? You know, we wouldn't want him building.
No. You don't want to lose control of him.
And there it is. We're at 11-12.
Who's going to end up on top? They're going to split?
Yeah.
Maybe that's the plan. Maybe Morgante's going to let him split. In which case, that was Morgante chiding me earlier for not having faith in him. Maybe that was the whole point, is he was going to let Ed top with him. We'll find out.
I mean, that would be good for both of them from a league standpoint.
We got a Turkish army in Denmark. That's cool.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing some things tonight that you don't see very often. I mean, I have seen plenty of successful Krakens, IT alliances. I'm not sure I've ever seen one that looks exactly like this in 1909.
Yeah, it's kind of beautiful.
Wow.
It is. It's pretty. I mean, the Turks are going to have Scandinavia, right?
They got Sweden and Norway. That is just pretty far.
Some of that was with Turkish Russian acquiescence, right? That was what that was. Pretty sure.
More good diplomacy.
14-14.
14-14. Is this it?
+6, +4.
I think he waved. He waved 3 last time.
All right. Is this it? No, it is not.
Nope, not yet.
Not yet. He's got to take Denmark first. And they got to take Denmark and Belgium.
Morgante saying they briefly considered 17-17. Now that really would have been an IT alliance for the ages if they had done a 17-17.
That is not
there's no stalemate line. It's not anywhere close to being a stalemate line between them.
No.
Pretty darn close.
Man, when was the last time you saw Turkey owning Scandinavia and Holland?
Hey, Johnny, got a build.
Yeah, this is complete and utter destruction.
There it is.
You know, this is what you can do with a strong, essentially game-long alliance. That's one way of looking at this. And I did sell them short because I assumed that this is not how Ed was going to end up. I did sell this short, I have to admit. Because I just didn't think that Morgante would want to put up with that, but he did.
So from a VDL standpoint, are these good scores? 96-96?
Yeah, 96 a good score.
Yeah.
It's not as good as if one of them had topped. That would have been a massive score for whoever the topper was.
How much does it go down for if it was 15-14 or 16-15? How much does that impact it?
You're gonna make me break out the calculator.
It changes it a lot. It's 20, 30, 40 points, something like that. It's a lot.
Yeah.
Yep. So
it's so interesting to see how scoring systems affect play. At DixieCon, for example, in 2 weeks, if you've got two powers that have 15 and 14, they have essentially the same score in a two-way draw. I mean, there's a little bit of a difference, but it's minuscule. Whereas in topping systems, that's the be-all, end-all, unless you've got one that's good enough for shared tops, like this one is. I mean, the original Tribute was not, right before you started changing things around.
Yeah.
Original Tribute had a shared top, was kind of crap. That's not really the way it is in this one.
It's still pretty bad by comparison, but it's not as bad.
It's not as awful as it was before. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, but
Awesome.
That's just you got to adapt to the scoring system you're playing under. That's one of the many things that you learned in diplomacy.
Well, man, that was another fun game. I really enjoyed the play that we saw. We had such a diversity in games and play styles, especially when you throw in the gunboat stuff. But to go from the gunboat into a game like this, it just shows the depth that this game that we love has and how much fun it is to watch. Like you were saying, David, every game, same powers, same pieces, different players, completely different game every time. Love it.
That's obviously one of the reasons we keep coming back.
All right. Well, that just about wraps up our coverage for tonight, which means that it's time for our AAR, the After Action Report. I'm Brian. I'm going to be joined on screen with Adam. Adam, welcome back. And I guess just Adam, why don't you sum up? What did you just see in the games tonight?
Well, we saw a lot of, it's hard to sort of put a theme to all of those games because they were so varied. We saw some very good alliance play in the last game and in some of the earlier games, and we also saw some more dynamic boards where things really didn't get together, or we saw some alliance shifting throughout the mid-game and a lot of realignment that ultimately played out to one or two players' advantages. So it's hard to really kind of put your finger on some nation, but really some very unusual things in a couple of those games. I think things that we really, from opening to finish, really just haven't seen these types of situations before. And you're talking about David Hood, who's been playing for a long time. I've been playing for over 20 years, and David's been playing a lot longer than me. And between the two of us, to be saying multiple times in an evening, I've never seen that before, is certainly something.
Well, let's take a quick moment to dig a little bit deeper into one of the key moments of one of these games. Which game would you like me to pull up?
Yeah, I noticed something interesting in the first game. I think it was VDL 51 that I wanted to kind of talk through a little bit. We we kind of glossed over it during the coverage for time, and I thought there was something really interesting in the kind of early mid game of this one. If you're able to get that up and jump into 1904. Yeah, so if we recall this game, this was sort of that early AIR had basically been taking out the Turks, and then that was wrapping up, and now we're getting into this situation of the alliance is sort of realigning and figuring themselves out, and I think the AIR play out, kind of left the East in this sort of a little bit of chaos. But what we see immediately happening in the West as the kind of, we sort of transition it from the early alliances is a very solid EF. And this is really apparent by this English fleet down south that had just passed through the mid-Atlantic to get down there. And so the question at this point was, how do the alliances in this game need to realign in order to be successful for both sides? What's happening here is we've got a strong EF and in the West coming around. And in the East, we've got Austria and Russia fighting, okay? And this is understandable after kind of finishing the first alliances. They're still trying to do this realignment. But it becomes very clear from this stage in spring 1904 that you've got the West coming. It's time to figure out how to turn around and how to stop them if we don't want EF to dominate this board and to top this board. So going into the fall, what actually does happen here? And what actually happens here is we can see the continued fighting of the Russians and the Austrians. And I really want to kind of look at this fall 04 as what I would consider a key turn in this game that really ensured English and France were going to be the dominant alliance on this game, and that they were going to be the powers that were topping the board as opposed to one of the Eastern powers. This was the turn really where Russia and Austria needed to turn around to make something happen. There's two important things here. One is you've got Russia moving down into Galicia and you've got Austria moving down into Albania rather than these units moving up towards the middle of the board, which is really where they needed to be able to push into the middle of Germany. The second thing you have is you have Germany convoying out of their home centers out into Livonia, basically abandoning the middle so that there's really nothing there keeping the Western powers from pushing through. So this is really kind of just setting the tone for what happened for the rest of the game. Now, I just imagine for a second that this played out a little bit differently and you have Russia moving to, say, Prussia. Can you go back a second? And then you have Russia moving Warsaw to Prussia. You have Austria going up to Tyrolia and Bohemia. You have Romania coming up to Ukraine to protect the middle. Now you've got the Eastern powers having this stronger play perhaps on Munich and Berlin, and perhaps getting in a position where the Italian position is maybe not quite as dire for them as it turns out. But as you push ahead, given the situation that actually occurred, you can kind of see how this turn really is the beginning of the end. They do eventually figure out what to do. Here's another turn. They're bouncing in Bohemia and whatnot. Here, fall 1905, they finally figure it out and are moving. And they get to the position fast enough that they can basically stop these guys, but it's not without losing Rome, Naples, Berlin, Munich to the western side of the board.
Cool. So, Adam, thank you for letting us dig a little deeper there, help us learn. Sometimes I feel like we cover so many games, we don't always get to go and learn from them. So I think it's good to be able to call out some important moments. So thanks for that. Sure. So for some more perspective on tonight's game, Adam, I'm going to say farewell to you for a minute. And then we are going to welcome to the stream Ben Kelman. Ben, how are you doing? You were muted.
Got it. Thanks.
There we
Brian.
go.
Hi, I'm doing well. I had a very long, fun day of diplomacy.
Awesome. Well, I had a blast watching the games that you played today. How are you feeling? You had a lot of success today.
I sort of had a lot of success. I almost had a little bit more. I'm feeling good. Certainly, the general kind of results I was looking for. Almost, I thought I was going to pick up the top on that last one. It was a very impressive organization that they all did at the end to take it away and get it a split top.
So how did that feel? Like you pretty much were dominating the board and had everything in the bag, everything was going your way, and then suddenly you didn't. So
yeah,
like how are you feeling?
I'm trying to pull it back up here, but yes, it was
here, I'll pull it up for you.
It was good diploma. It was fun working with all those people I was working with at the time, Craig and Miles also, and I thought I had everyone on side enough to end up with the top at the end, but it just ended up being a really well organized decision at the end. I was a little crosswise with John, although I didn't quite understand what the offense was, to be honest. It was, it happens sometimes in games. People just get kind of a little bit peeved at each other. And I guess you have to take the shot when you have it. So I was pretty worried at one point when I was around 9. Then I was feeling good when I got up around 14. And then it turns out Craig made it to 14 too. So
here we go. Yeah. So, I mean, does that affect your approach for future games, or are you still ultimately satisfied with the split top?
I mean, I didn't choose the split top in this case. I think in some cases you go into it, and I've done it before, split tops and agreeing to them. And that can be a good way to build trust with people. It can be a good way to, move up the scoreboard without moving all the way to the top. In this position, though, if I'm going to be honest, I thought I was going to top on my own, and I was trying to get everything I could get. I probably made a mistake in the last turn because Miles, we'd been allied in the beginning, and then he stabbed me, and then I got him moving away, and I went after him. I wasn't sure I could trust him. This is the one where at the end, he came up to me and he said, Ben, are you going to take Sevastopol? And I said, I'm going to be honest. I'm rarely in this position. I'm going to take it. I don't want to lie to you. And I think I ticked him off, I don't think he wanted me to take Sevastopol. And I think it led to all that stuff at the end. So it just goes to show you really have to be cognizant of win conditions. And at one point, his had been 4, but by this point, it was 6. And you never, reading the people is so important to succeeding in this game.
Yeah,
I did it pretty well, but not quite well enough in this case.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on the split top, and congratulations on a successful night. Thank you for coming on the stream and talking to us.
Absolutely. If I could say one more thing, you are absolutely right what you just said a minute ago about every game being a different experience. Every different person in every different game leads to such a different time, and I thought that was such a really fun day today. So thanks to everyone I played with, and to Zach especially for all this.
Yeah, we cannot say enough about the job that Zach has done to build this league. Zachary Mora, the commissioner of the Virtual Diplomacy League, building like day-long events that are international. Like to have so many players from all over the world competing, creating such a diversity of play, such quality of play. I mean, Ben, thank you for being a part of it, and to all of the players out there for being a part of it. That is one of my favorite things every month, is to be able to watch everyone play and talk about this game.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Ben. Okay. So that brings us to pretty much close out our show. Before we do that, let's take a look at our standings after this game. So at the end of this league, in first place does not change. McAllis stays on top. Morgante keeps his position in second. Ben Kelman had a good night. That result got him into third place. Miles bumps up to fourth. Peter keeps fifth. And Ed crawls back into the top 10. We're starting to get into the fun part of the season here. People are starting to get some scores. We're starting to see who's on top. People are going to need bigger and bigger scores in order to make moves. Another fun night. The league's just getting started. If you would like to play, make sure you check us out. We'll put a link in our show notes. Our next game will be June 5th. League night will be covering that game. And we look forward to watching more fun games. To close the night out, let's bring the cast back on. Adam, welcome back. And I see we're got an Ed Sullivan sighting. We'll bring Ed back in. Ed, how are you doing?
Tired.
Well, that was a long day. So we're just going to close the day out. Just give us one thought. Ed, we're going to start with you. Let's talk about the speedboat. What's your one takeaway from the speedboat?
Tez is a great guesser, just couldn't guess enough.
And Adam, sum up the night for us. You, in true League Night tradition, you are on mute.
I think Ben said it really well. This game is diplomacy. It's about the people on the board. And, we saw a lot of unusual things, and it was all about, the interactions and what those led to. So, thank you all for playing and keeping this interesting for all of us.
All right. Well, with that, I will bid you all farewell. Thank you for watching. Once again, please like the video. Please subscribe if you haven't already done so. That'll help share this game that we love to a broader audience. Look forward to seeing you again soon. Have a good night.